Good morning and welcome to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Beautiful, cloudy, overcast, humid, and sticky Jennings, Oklahoma for the final races of this Super Tour weekend. I'm Brian Bielanski. We're here again for qualifying and racing here with my good friend Tom O'Gorman. Tom O, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm happy to see that these drivers have a dry racetrack to try to improve their lap times today, as we ended yesterday very wet.
It was a little soggy, but it was entertaining, you know?
Very much so.
I will say there is still a chance for some rain this morning, so I don't want to trick anybody into thinking that there's no possibility. But at the moment, it's dry. It is dried up from overnight. And we've got a chance to possibly go faster today. What's your thoughts on that possibility?
Well, it's proven to be very, very difficult for most of the categories over this Super Tour season. Spec Racer Ford tends to be so that it's just really tough to get back into the rhythm in a very short 15-minute session, and kind of find the person that you want to work with and get a clean, good, delivered qualifying lap. So we're talking about the format. The race this afternoon, the feature race for the weekend, is gridded based on your fastest lap from any session prior to that race, including this qualifying session, including both yesterday's qualifying and race. So again, it's been a little bit difficult to improve that time on Sunday mornings, but there have been the select few, maybe 15-20% of drivers total, have been able to do it and really upset the apple cart.
And a lot of it has to do with tire management. You know, there are some classes that you can't, you have to use the same tires for the whole weekend. And there are some drivers who don't have the budget to use a new set of tires on Sunday. So there's that part of it too as well. So, but there obviously are drivers who could if they would if they could. And we still tend to see Sunday qualifying end up being, in most cases, more like a warm-up than anything else. You know, a shakedown from changes made on Saturday or fixes made after Saturday. We've had some of that definitely. So, but they come out 15-minute sessions, and then we'll have one race before lunch. So this race today for this race group will happen before our lunch period, and then we'll take a break, and we'll come back this afternoon for 6 more. The one thing I will say, Tom, with everything that happened yesterday, it was very entertaining. All of our race groups had good races. There were no clinkers yesterday, and I'll be honest, over the years, it tends to be one clinker race per weekend where just not a whole lot happens. But yesterday, everything was entertaining.
Yeah, it's positive for today as well, as this racetrack is just so much fun, and it tends to produce really, really great racing no matter what we're driving. Whoa, it's one driver trying to take out one of our advertising stands there. The 116 of Pigeon goes around at turn 1. And yes, look at the mud trap that's now on the racing line coming out of turn 1. The driver's kind of seeing that heads up and not able to track all the way out. That's going to be an even further wrench into this qualifying session.
Yeah, the one thing we did find yesterday, even before the rain, is there's Ben Pigeon. Well, that was a bit of a moment there. The one thing we had yesterday before the additional rain was that it was difficult to get cars out of some situations. Today won't be any better, probably worse in that area. We even got a tow truck stuck yesterday. So the key today, and you can see one puddle there, right there, just before the apex going into turn 9. But it's a puddle that you should never get to that puddle. That's not a place you'd want to put your race car. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
So yesterday's race winner was Tyler Stevens over Peyton Long, then Gary Glanger. Garrett Heinig finished 4th, and Carter Coate. That was your top 5 in the race. But as it sits right now, the starting grid would switch Heinig and Glanger. So it'd be Stevens, Long, Heinig, Glanger, Coate on the top 5. I've got yesterday's qualifying results up in front of me. We'll do our best to combine them as we can if anybody's improving. It can be a little bit difficult to tell in real time, but the top time is a 1:19.7. That's under the track record for qualifying. That's Tyler Stevens' current provisional pole sitting time for race 2, the feature race coming up a little bit later. Fastest time in the session also is from Peyton Long or Tyler Stevens. Right now, Peyton Long has it at a 1:21.9. So we're about 2 seconds off that current provisional pole after 2 laps of qualifying.
If we can go to the start-finish camera real quick, Jordan. We got a car off driver's right. You can see them way off in the distance there. They were behind our scoring pylon. but they were able to drive the car up that hill, which is a good sign because it's really wet. And he's parked there looking in the wrong direction. He's off the racetrack waiting for a gap to go back on right now. So speaking of also, Tom, you'll notice this is a different camera at start-finish today than yesterday. We had a situation where it showed the start stand but not the start-finish line. And it actually, I called one driver as the winner, and the guy who was trying to catch him actually got to the line first because there's that maybe 50-yard gap between start-finish. So the last cones there are where the start-finish line is. The start stand about 50 yards previous to that. So we moved the camera today so we can see both the start stand and start-finish, and that's an interesting camera angle that we have today. Hopefully everybody likes it.
Yeah, it's a good call there. And we were speculating, Brian, after that race ended, maybe the driver that lost the race between the start-finish line on our camera and the start-finish line itself also fell for the same trick and might have even lifted early because it looked like they were drag racing and basically lockstep to the start-finish line. We're talking about the B-Spec race, which is archived already on yesterday's stream. You can go watch that a little bit later after today's racing.
Don't go now.
Yeah, right.
Stay with us now. Oh, well, we have another car off there. That is at the exit of turn 6, coming just up top of the hill. That almost looks like that car drove off there. It's just very nicely placed. So that's probably something they can leave there until the end of the session. 8.5 minutes to go here. Shorter sessions today, so let's do this. Let's take our first break of the day. When we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
We're back live here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. 5.5 minutes to go in our qualifying session this morning. Spec Racer Ford on the racetrack. This qualifying session will combine the time in this session will combine with the time from yesterday's race and the time from yesterday's qualifying session. Whichever car is fastest between those three sessions will be our pole sitter. Right now in this session, our fastest cars, Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Gary Glanger, and Grant Heinig. And if I remember correctly, a combination of that four, Tom, basically ran up front all day yesterday.
Yep, it's looking like a carbon copy of what we saw from yesterday. The first driver to upset things just ever so slightly is Rob Peelsticker in the number 33, goes to fourth fastest in the session just now and improves his overall qualifying time when you combine the overall grid by 1/10. and that's good enough to move up one position. So he will move from 11th to 10th on the overall provisional grid. Unofficially, we'll say that now. I'm just combining it based on what's in front of me here. The other driver that is very close to improving in the top 10 is our driver we saw take a little agricultural journey through turn 1. Ben Pigeon is about 0.3 off his best lap time in the 116 car, 8th fastest in this session.
Well, there you go. So just needed to get that out of his system early, and then took a lap or two to get the mud off the tires, and now he's back at speed. So now, the one thing I will say about the forecast, the rain in the forecast is for this morning, so it looks like the afternoon forecast should be dried out. But we'll see. You know, it looked like it was going to rain most of yesterday and didn't rain till the end of the day. So there's that. It's interesting. We talked about it yesterday, and we actually had some visuals to show it. Going through turn 1, we see all of this elevation change here on our camera. In the car, it doesn't feel so much like that. It doesn't look like that anyway. It may feel that way in the car as a driver. I've never taken turn 1 here at speed. But just so many undulations and little bumps here, a lot of character in this racetrack. And I think that's a lot of why the drivers love coming here.
Very much so. If it's your first time joining us, especially over on the YouTube stream, first off, welcome. But this is the 50th anniversary of Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. It was built in 1976. We even had the founder of the racetrack as the Grand Marshal trackside with us in the pace car yesterday. Remind me his name, Brian?
It's Tolia Rutinov.
There you go. Thank you very much. And he even has a corner named after him down at turn 9. But the other big thing that kind of became an effect, whether it's dry or wet, is the darker sealer patches that you can really see stand out through most of the corners. And that was put down by the track over this off season to, by their description, protect some of the racing surface on the line. But as a byproduct, it's brand new and it's very grippy. Even heard from Eric Prill after his rain race yesterday. He had to retire the car because he couldn't see. The windshield had fogged up too badly. But he said before that happened, the sealer has surprisingly good grip, and we didn't really see people searching for a rain line in the rain races. They were just kind of driving on that black sealer that you can see around the inside line. Now, it's not perfectly smooth. It's still, got a lot of character and texture to it, which keeps Hallett Motor Racing Circuit feeling like Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Usually when they put sealer down, it's ultra slippery in the wet, isn't it?
It depends on what they use. There's so many different. It's just chemical combinations. It's hard to say exactly why they become that way, but. Racing tracks over the last 10 years, I would say, have certainly moved away from putting down sealer patches and just repaving with a much smoother, higher grip pavement. Things that come to mind. Ooh, things getting spicy down the back straight. We'll come back to that in a second. That's Rob Peelsticker going for a big old ride and just keeps it off the racetrack. That's a good save.
Yeah, definitely. Hard to beat the save we had yesterday in GT1. Another one of those things that you should go back and look at the start of the GT1 race yesterday after you're done here. Here he comes, coming out of 6 and just really drove it off. I think at some point he realized he was never going to make the corner, and going off straight was the best recipe here. And it turned out okay. He'll get back on the racetrack.
It's also a big splash of mud as soon as he dropped that right front tire. He might have a bit of a bit of a splatter on the windshield, but now is able to rejoin.
Well,
Peelsticker is still 5th quickest in the session. He's gone a couple tenths quicker. Trying to look and see. Peelsticker's new fastest time would be good for 6th on the overall grid, up from 11th yesterday.
Yeah, more importantly than the having to take a tear off of your helmet shield is there's that little inlet on the front of those cars. If you can see it as they come down the hill, right underneath the front bodywork, there's that little gap. It's about the size of a tennis ball, and that is the only air inlet for the motor. There's the radiators behind there, and it will collect grass and mud and anything you go off track with. And if you got enough of it, you'll have to stop. Is that a car up there at the end by where that trailer is going past right now?
I think that's the other side of the tire wall,
okay.
or the track crossing.
checkered flag is in the air. Well, let me just finish the story. So that little inlet, it will fill up with grass and mud and stuff really fast, and your car will overheat, even in these conditions if it's filled up. So once you make a big off like that, you got to keep an eye on your temperatures to see if you did gather some stuff in there. It's not hard to clean it out. You run in and have your crew stick their hand up in there and pull the stuff out, but something to keep an eye on. So, all right, let's go through our order here for this session. It's Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, the fast cars in this session, along with Gary Glanger and Grant Heinig. Tom, you're looking at the times. None of the order is going to change, right, at this point?
The only person I can find that's moved is Rob Peelsticker from 11th to 6th.
Got it. Also in this session, 5 through 10, we've got Rob Peelsticker with that lap, Stefan Schulter, Carter Cote, Jimmy Cote Jr., Carl Hayward, and Nick Heinig. That's your top 10 after this session. We're going to take ourselves a quick break. I'm going to do a quick call to grid, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes for group number 2. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6 to the grid.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We have qualifying session number 2 for the weekend. Our final qualifying for this race group is up right now. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. These are 15-minute sessions this morning, followed by our big, longer feature races this afternoon. And I'm here with Tomo, and we're having a good time this morning. Bright and early. Well, especially for our people, Tim Adelson's in the chat from Washington, so it is just after 6 a.m. his time, I believe. No, after 5 a.m. his time. So thank you for being up early with us. Carl T is in the chat. Racer Buzz in the chat. Roger Cadell from AIM. If anybody has an AIM dashboard on their race car and you need to know about data, Roger's your man. I've never met a smarter person than Roger. Welcome to the chat, Roger. Good stuff. How you doing, Tom?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to, like I said, a bunch of racing starting in a couple hours, but the track is still dry here for qualifying, and Formula V was one of the races of the weekend, maybe the race of the weekend yesterday, with a photo finish. Well, one of 2 photo finishes. We had one in B-Spec as well. But be interesting to see. I don't know that qualifying is necessarily super relevant for a Formula V race because there's the opportunity to draft and make up moves like relatively quickly. And it was really the Whitston and Phelps-Barron show with Steve and Zach Whitston and Hunter Phelps-Barron battling it out the entire time. So if any of them improve, like I said, with the 3 of them being the class of the field, I'm not sure that'll change their race too much, but bragging rights are on the line. But I'll be keeping an eye out also on Formula 6. They have had a mechanical-filled weekend. Both cars DNFing yesterday's race. One car not turning laps in qualifying yesterday. So if they can get the cars, have got the cars working a little bit better and running underneath them, they might get some big improvements.
Yeah. Speaking of Roger Cadell, he and I did a cool podcast on Inside the SCCA talking about data and all of that kind of stuff. So check that out at some time. So, all right. Shorter sessions today, temperatures and humidity. These cars in particular, newer cars have all these ECUs and engine management systems that help manage things like humidity and all of that. Formula Vs do not. So, this is a car with a carburetor that, humidity actually makes a difference in how they jet the carburetors and all of that kind of stuff. So, weather conditions today probably not ripe for going faster than yesterday. But we'll see what happens. If nothing else, it's a good warm-up to see what the track is like this morning. My short time in Formula V, I spent more time changing jets than I did changing tires. So, and I never got it right, it felt like.
That's definitely an art that's lost on me. I'm famously super mechanically inclined, great at working on cars, also love it. Sarcasm. So I would be completely lost. I'm not exactly sure how that even works. I don't even know how transmission works, to be honest. I know what the gears do, but I don't.
Yeah.
You take all the parts and zoom them out. I wouldn't know what's happening.
That's all good.
Hopefully that doesn't lose my credibility on the chat or on the live stream here. But also just caught one of our F6 cars, Timothy Freist, joining the track. Carl Meyer has not entered the track out of F6, so maybe the woes continuing on there.
It's funny. There's always this like weird respect for race car drivers who also know how to wrench cars, and I think that probably old school thinking from way back in the day. But I also find it very interesting that there are guys who are super duper fast like you, who don't wrench, don't enjoy it, aren't very good at it, and you still find a way to figure out the mechanics without knowing the mechanics of how to make a car go fast. I think that's also a fascinating discussion. So, different sorts for different folks, right?
Yeah, I agree. I actually got some really interesting advice early on in my driving career, back when I was maybe thinking about road racing, but primarily autocrossing, from a name maybe a lot of people will recognize, Danny Pop from Cincinnati, a Corvette guru from Cincinnati. And he said, right now, I was maybe my early 20s at the latest, but he said, for right now, you don't need to know how to do everything on your car. If you are into this 5 to 10 years from now and you're still in a position where it's just you and your car, then you really need to start learning how to do a lot more of this stuff. But it is okay to rely on the resources you have. It's okay to not know and not really be pursuing the knowledge of all the ins and outs of the race car at this point in time. And I kind of took that advice as an out more than anything. It's like, well, he said I don't have to learn this. But to be honest, it really it didn't affect me in a way that slowed me down, because they really are two different things. You have what's going on in the race car and the physics dynamics of all that and how the car works when in motion is not one-to-one on how the nuts and bolts work and how they come together and go apart. Go together and come apart.
Yeah. Well, and to take it one step further, on the engineering side, there are engineers who are really good at working with someone like you who can describe what the car is doing in a non-technical way, and that engineer can then translate that knowledge, those words, into what we're going to do on the technical side. And some engineers do that fantastically well. And I also think that also has a lot to do with how an engineer and a driver click. Sometimes you've got one engineer and a driver who aren't doing, and they flip engineers. All of a sudden, that driver comes alive, and there's some sort of magic. I just think that some people translate better than others, and when you say one thing, if the engineer can't figure out what that really means, then it doesn't help at all. So there's a whole lot of dynamics in this racing world that are part of the process that fascinates me. So. Coming up here on halfway point in this session, your fast car is Andrew McDougall in his Formula F Van Diemen. His fast lap of 1:24.4. Dale Evans, another Formula F, in second place. Then our top two here in Formula V, the top two that ran most of yesterday, Zach Witston and Hunter Phelps-Barron. Steve Witston's a little further down this morning in the running order. He was also up front yesterday, but again, we're talking the qualifying probably doesn't mean a ton today, especially when you've got smaller race groups. If you start fourth versus starting second, doesn't make a big deal here today. But let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying, get you right to the checkered flag.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Changes in the order. The only big change at the moment is I mentioned that Steve Witston was a little further down in the running order. Well, that has now changed. He is now just a little bit slower than his brother Zach and has moved up to second place. in this morning's qualifying session. His time now at 1:27.192. So we're looking at those and comparing them to yesterday's times. And it doesn't appear that anybody's going tremendously faster, if at all, today. Right, Tom?
Yeah, it looks like this whole group struggling to go quicker. The Formula F drivers of Andrew McDougall and Dale Evans are kind of on the same half second or so for their best times yesterday. Again, the fastest lap of the weekend will set the grid for the final race, the feature race. But otherwise, Formula V were off by maybe a full second and a half. And I have to wonder if that maybe is primarily down to most of these drivers not bringing a second set or not using a second set of tires. So they're just kind of on some slightly older tires that would slow them down a tenth or two or maybe even a half second. But
right.
To your point about the carburetors in Formula V, that could also be a big swing. See, Simon Hughes is actually quicker than Hunter Phelps-Barron right now, and Hughes was 3.5 seconds off in qualifying yesterday. And that's because Hunter Phelps-Barron is quite a bit slower right now, not because Simon Hughes has gone significantly faster.
Yep. And it could be that some of these drivers are literally just using this morning as a shakedown. You know, they'll go out, they'll run a couple of laps, you know, and they're not trying to get pace. And depending on their tire management strategy, I would use an older set of tires even that I didn't run yesterday on Sunday mornings just to go out and do this session. So lots of different strategies out there depending on, you know, what your goals are and what your budget is. So 252 left here. And we've got a whole bunch of more qualifying this morning. After this one, up next on our qualifying is group number 3. Group 3 this weekend is Spec Miata, Spec MX5, so that's always exciting. I don't know how many of those folks are going to come out for qualifying. We'll talk about that when we get to that session as well. But that's what's up next here as we start to get to the last 2.5 minutes here in this session. Pretty clean, though. I haven't seen any off tracks so far. Now that's the announcer's curse. I'm sure we'll get 3 in the next 30 seconds.
It's possible. Zach Whitston just came through with an improvement last time through and is now only a couple tenths off of his provisional pole sitting time. With the combination of all the sessions, I think it's still basically qualifying yesterday. Except for in Formula V, they went much faster in the race than they did in qualifying. So I'm pulling that up to see where the grid is actually going to sit in V.
Right. That was not the most advantageous line through turn number 2 there for that Formula F. Very creative line choice. Here is the situation where you're seeing this, Tom, where we were talking about this yesterday, where they're taking advantage of that sealer and maybe not getting all the way down to the apex in some of these situations. And the sealer was laid down, and I'm sure it's not a haphazard manner. I'm sure it was to take care of potential problems. But it kind of looks that way because you wonder, like, well, why did they take it down to the apex in this particular corner? I'm sure it was well thought out, and I'm not an asphalt engineer, so I'm not going to say that. But like here, you see the sealer goes just 3-4 feet from the curbing, and it just kind of find that interesting. But you can see where the drivers are not going to the curb, and I think in a traditional line they probably would hit that curb, right?
Well, I'm trying to think, is this the first curb? I think that's the first curb on the final corner. So that's not one that you would actually tend to be trying to hit. There's a second curb, the later apex in that longer corner. That's the second one. In that case, then yes, you wouldn't be trying to clip that one. But, it's more about the loaded tires. The outside tires are the ones carrying most of the weight when you're cornering. So you don't need to have the sealer at the apex. You're really not likely to have a loaded tire right up against the curb. You're more likely to have a loaded tire, a full car width off the curb because you made a small mistake. So that's kind of probably the approach that they took with trying to target that maybe half a car width off the apex out to 2 car widths off.
Yeah. Doesn't take much to unsettle these cars either, so it does appear to be nice and smooth. So that's basically the best part of the whole thing. Is it may have taken a little bit of the bumpiness out of some of these corners as well. So time has run out on the session. So let's take a look at our times now. Andrew McDougall still our fast car here with a 1:21.850 last lap fast laps. Was that faster than yesterday?
It is faster than he went yesterday, yes, by basically It actually matches his race time to the 100th. So no major improvements. He will still start second in class.
Okay. Dale Evans, our second fastest Formula F today with a 122.7. Then the only real difference in the Formula V order, at least in qualifying, is Simon Hughes has popped up to third in the qualifying order. He was not that high up yesterday, but I don't think that may improve his time, but I don't think that'll bump him up into the top 3 overall, right?
Correct. The fastest lap in Formula V is still from the race yesterday. Hunter Phelps Barron will be your provisional pole sitter over over Zach Whitston, then Steve Whitston, and then Simon Hughes.
All right, let's run through them real quick, and then we'll take another break. Timothy Freist, our only car that made it out for qualifying in F6. In Formula F, it was McDougall and Evans, which we've already talked about, and then our top 5 in Formula V. Zach Whitston, Steve Whitston, Simon Hughes, Hunter Phelps Barron, Michael Nitz, and then in 6th it was Philip Holcomb. We'll take a break. When we come back, we've got another qualifying session, Spec Miata, Spec MX5. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Solo Nationals is the ultimate test of all of the hard work that you've put in up until that point.
I look forward to Solo Nationals every year. I want to be here because it's an intense competition, it's a great community, and just so much fun.
Solo Nationals is probably my favorite and only event that I would do for the rest of my life if I had to pick one. There's a combination of the agility that it takes to drive the car through the course in autocross that you don't get anywhere else in motorsports. You only get 3 chances at it. It's the national championships, which all of us care a lot about. And it's people I've known for 20 years at this point. So, and I've grown up with these people. I love it over there in Paddock. I love it out there on course.
It's really a chance for everyone in the nation to really come out, have a great time together. The camaraderie is amazing, but also have the best competition that you can really find. Let's go!
When everybody comes to Nationals, it's instantly overwhelming. Just coming to the site and seeing how large it is, it blows you away. The entertainment value, the family value that's out here is unprecedented.
As a competitor, you try to keep it in your head as just another event. That's the healthy place to keep it. But at the end of the day, it really is something special. There's no other motorsports in the event where you have 1,300 competitors all driving the same obstacles, the same course, all competing against each other. Yeah, there's nothing else like it in the world.
here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Yo, where are we at, Tom?
You're at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
There we go. So we had a Spec MX5, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got another qualifying session this morning. 15 minutes. This is going to be really important for a couple of cars who had problems yesterday. Maybe not to be able to go out and get a fast time, but to make sure that all the things that they did to fix their problems work this morning. I know Joey Andrews had engine motor problems yesterday. I'm hoping they were able to get it fixed, and he's back out there today. So for some people, this is a really critical session, just to make sure that the fixes they tried to make, if nothing else, I think I just saw Joey drive through our screen there, and in the 111 car, so the kind of maroonish car. But anyway, yeah, it's a different type of session for different drivers for these early morning warm sessions on Sundays.
The only consistent point is that they all have to use the same tires all weekend, so none of these drivers are on new tires. In fact, they've done a whole qualifying session and a whole race on these sets of tires, and it's quite interesting when you look at the combined score for fastest lap of the weekend so far. Many drivers turned faster laps in the race than they did in qualifying. So in SMX, Cam Evan took the win over William Wallace, then Lincoln Larson, and Logan Stretch, Christian Hoagland round out the top 5 from your race results yesterday. But when you combine fastest laps, it's William Wallace would be on the provisional pole over Cam Evan. Then Logan Stretch would be 3rd, Christian Hoagland 4th, Lincoln Larson down to 5th. Then Ryan Butile and Carter would be your top 7. That's Mark Carter in the number 18. Then over in SMX, it was John Salerno taking the win over Brett Kowalski, Vinny Barada taking 3rd over Matt Stretch in 4th, and Preston Pardis finished 5th. The combined qualifying times for these drivers, though, would be John Salerno, Brett Kowalski, Vinny Barada would move up to 3rd, Preston Pardis up to 4th, then John Hamner up to 5th, Hayden Manis up to 6th, Jim Drago up to 7th, as Matt Stretch struggled to get a fast lap in the race, and so many other drivers improved. By my rough look at everything, if I didn't mistake this, I think Matt Stretch might have slipped all the way down to 8th on the overall qualifying grid, despite finishing in 4th yesterday. So this might be a pretty important session for that number 89, the dark purple NB Miata over in SM.
Well, the trend I've seen so far this year is in the Sunday morning session, especially, a lot of these drivers will do a handful of laps and then finish it for the day, because they already kind of know what they've got, and it becomes a shakedown warm up, and they don't want to put any more laps on those tires than they have to, because unlike yesterday where our races were 25 minutes in and possibly 22 laps, today you add 10 minutes, which doesn't sound like much, Tomo, but you know that's a lot.
It really is, and the thing that they have to worry about the most is heat cycles. So they don't have to worry about, 5 extra laps doesn't make a big difference when the tires are already hot, as long as those laps aren't full drifting or anything that would really kind of injure the tire itself. The drivers are quick right out of the gate, though. Cam Evan basically matching his qualifying pace and fastest lap of the weekend right out of the gate, a 123.8 out of SMX. That's the number 55, the silver and white car just at the back of this train here. Took the win yesterday and has really got some pace early on. Over in Spec Miata, they're about a second off or so yet, so we'll see them take a little bit more time to get up to pace.
Yeah, and to kind of put in perspective, you look at if you watch IMSA endurance racing at all, or even 2 or 3 hour races, they typically get 55 or so minutes out of a set of tires. At the end of this weekend, if all of these drivers turn all of their laps, it'll be 1 hour and 40 minutes of lap time on a set of tires. So that's a lot of wear on these tires, and they have to manage them. So just to kind of put it in perspective is to think about what they're putting these tires through over the course of a weekend. 10 minutes, 20 seconds. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say new fastest lap in SMX overall for the weekend. William Wallace, he would have been your provisional pole sitter anyway, but goes to a 23.6. A really quick lap. In Spec Miata, we're looking for 27.0 is the current provisional pole time. Actually, 26.998 for John Salerno. Fastest car on the track right now is Chris Haldeman at a 28.2, so yet to improve in SM. the SMX drivers, we haven't seen a whole lot of improvement, Brian, because of exactly what you're talking about with the tires being not as fresh. They typically are the fastest on their very, very, very first heat cycle by maybe a tenth or two, maybe slightly longer on a longer track, slightly more on a longer track.
Yeah, and back to what I was saying earlier about cars who had problems yesterday, Joey Andrews is turning laps this morning. So whatever the problem was, they have hopefully solved that. And the one thing he's got going for him is he's got less time on these tires than everyone else. It's kind of a weird way to look at it, but he might have a little extra grip there at the end of that 35-minute race that he could take advantage of.
Wallace
9
and
minutes.
Hoagland on a nice improvement here. Wallace doesn't complete the lap to any improvement. Hoagland does. Goes to fourth quickest in the session. Sorry for interrupting you there, Brian. Go ahead.
No, that's all good. That's all good. No, I was going to say 9 minutes to go in the session, and seeing a lot of green sector times here throughout the field, more so on the Spec Miata side. But so, there are some drivers, especially lower down in the field, who might be able to try to squeeze a little bit of time out, maybe go from starting 20th to go to starting 10th. And as you know, Tom, on a going to turn one, the closer you are to the front, the less chance you have of getting caught up in someone else's mess.
Absolutely true. And passing is much more difficult in these full-size cars than the comment I made about Formula V. Moving 3 or 4 positions in Formula V may not change your race over a 35-minute period, but starting even 4 or 5 positions back in a SMX or Spec Miata race can really influence your race much differently. So it's totally different circumstances. Also just noticed, scroll down in timing and scoring, a whole bunch of the heavy hitters in Spec Miata choosing to save the heat cycle on the tires, it looks. We've got yesterday's winner, John Salerno, Brett Kowalski off the track, Jim Drago not on track, Preston Pardis not on the track, and Vinny Barada also not on the track. All of those cars had qualified in the top 7, essentially, based on fastest laps. So they're going to have a little bit fresher tires coming into the race. I think the driver looking for redemption more than anybody else is Chris Haldeman, who had a mechanical yesterday in that number 40 car and sits second on the grid right now. Sits second in this session right now, right around the 7th spot. There's a whole bunch of drivers that have a 127.7 something. So I'm a little bit muddy on which order exactly those drivers will go in, but there's about 4 or 5 of them standing on that lap time.
That's why we have people one floor below us with computers and more smarts than me to mash all these numbers together and come up with a qualifying or with a grid for this afternoon's races. So, all right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of qualifying here. This is on board real quick with Ryan Gutile, who, if you watched our wet race yesterday for STU, he is having much less of an adventuresome session this morning. We'll check in with him when we come back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here live at Hallett. We're in the middle of Spec Miata, Spec MX5 qualifying. Big hi to Vinny Barada in the chat. I have a good idea who he's rooting for, which is everybody to not go faster than he did.
Yeah.
He is one of those drivers who ran up front yesterday in Spec Miata, but is choosing to take the morning off. Welcome, and I'm glad you're here with us in the chat. Any perspective you'd like to give? I think he's already given it. Really thought track would be slower today, so he's not happy with his decision to not go out this morning. But nice to see them. Also, we've got Racing Data Systems in the chat this morning, and chatting about some of Tomo's historic rides, which is kind of cool. But times, not much change so far. No one's going a whole lot faster.
Nope, looks like the prime of the tires is passed just a little bit. Still green a couple of places. Matt Stretch is one of the drivers that, again, he'd slipped down to somewhere in that 6th to 9th range. There's a whole bunch of drivers sitting on those lap times very similar to one another. I think he's just off his best lap time, standing yesterday on a 127.73. He just turned a 127.8. So he's on the same 10th roughly. The good news for Vinny Barada watching in the live chat, chewing his nails, hoping no one goes quicker, is they haven't just yet. Barada will still start in 3rd position based on my unofficial, what do you call it? Combination of results.
Yep.
But Don Hamner is very close. That Stretch is close as well, but struggling to go faster yet again. He just drops a couple of hundredths, but that's about it.
Yeah. All right, so Brett Kowalski is in the chat. So he says track definitely looks faster. It may look faster, but it's not proving to be the case. At least not yet this morning. So there's always seems to be, Tom, one group that, while maybe nobody goes faster, one group surprises us. And there's a bunch of cars that go faster in that particular group. That's not the case here. But I guess that's why we do qualifying, to see who figures it out or who really makes the effort.
As you mentioned, it's just a great second chance to kind of recover the weekend, especially if you had a rocky first day.
Yes.
Race. Still keeping an eye on Matt Stretch. We've got 2 green sectors going for the number 89 out of Spec Miata, the dark purple Wheels America car. Just completed sector 2.
If you had a rocky first race, sometimes it's just the mental side of it, to put a few good, clean laps in to get your mind back into that mode where you may have been frustrated yesterday, kind of wash that away and be ready for a clean start to the next race. That's also important for a lot of these drivers. Jim Daniels in the chat. Welcome, Jim. Yes, ESR does look like they're standing on the times as of yesterday. Yeah. Most of those cars that didn't go off this morning are ESR cars. So, chilling. We're all chilling this morning. Love that. Minute left in the session. I'm going to make a quick call to grid here. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars, formulas Atlantic, Continental, and FE2, P1 and P and P2 to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 4 to the grid. All right, 44 seconds left to go. Your top 5 in this session. Now I'm not combining these because my brain doesn't work that well, but it's William Wallace, Cam Evan, Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, and Christian Hoagland. That's an SMX. Looking at the top 5 in Spec Miata, you've got John Hamner, Matt Stretch, Chris Haldeman, Will Robinson, and Nick Leveroni, all names we hear and see pretty darn frequently on these Super Tours, and all of those drivers are up front this morning.
Matt Stretch was able to improve last time by a 127.6 after running a fast lap of the weekend, a 127.7 yesterday. Unfortunately, it's about half a tenth. It's one. Let me re-say that. It is 5/100, half a tenth off of Hayden Manis's fastest lap from the weekend, so that'll still be, I think, 7th for Matt Stretch. Just came through with another lap time, but no improvement that time either. A slow sector 2 held him back just a little bit.
All right, checkered flag out on the session, and let's go through the top 10 in each one right now. And these are today's times, not combined, but we're not seeing a whole lot of changes. William Wallace, your fast car, with a 123.5. That's Spec MX5, followed by Cam Eben, Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, Christian Hoagland. Then 6 through 10, Brian Gutau, Joey Andrews, Gavin Wardle, and R. Mark Carter. That's your 9 cars in Spec MX5 this morning. Then you've got Spec Miata, John Hamner, Matt Stretch, Chris Haldeman, Will Robinson, and Nick Leveroni. They make up your top 5. 6 through 10, Hayden Manis, Matthew Davis, Charles Barrett, Jackson Kimbrough, and Amy Mills. We'll take a break. When we come back, Group 4, our Formula Wings and Things. That's next here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
You know, one of the most rewarding things about working a race experience event, which I get to do a few times a year, is just seeing the enjoyment. How much people enjoy just getting out there and driving when position doesn't matter, when class doesn't matter, when you're just kind of having fun. And for a lot of us that are very traditional SCCA folks that want to take that victory lap, I think sometimes we forget how the pure joy comes about, and race experience has reintroduced me to that.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Stark. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run in our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
Back live here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Group 4 qualifying, our last qualifying of the day for this group. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2, although I don't think we have any prototypes here this weekend, Tom. These are fully slicked tires on a chilly racetrack that is pretty green after the rain we had, so what are we thinking?
Well, these are still also the fastest cars. I think it's going to take them the whole session to realize the pace. We saw even fastest laps of the race being turned all the way at the end of both qualifying and the race in yesterday's sessions. Looks like it's a relatively low saturation of cars on track as well. I've seen a couple of our FE2 cars there coming into the final corner. That's both of them, Darrell Wills and Kenny Brousseau leading the session off. And then a whole bunch of those Formula Atlantics that are all either the Formula Mazda MZR or the Pro Mazda or Star Mazda that are, as we've talked about, not necessarily fully competitive in Formula Atlantic, but there are a whole bunch of them here kind of having their own race within a race. So it'd be kind of fun to keep track of their lap times too and see if anybody's able to jump back up. Jarrett Voorhees was the quality of that field yesterday and ran away with it, kind of, but we had some really good battling just behind. That could create some churn.
That may be why Jarrett Voorhees is on the top of our leaderboard right now. Again, first lap usually means absolutely nothing, but he won the outlap race, as Greg likes to say. And for those of you, Greg Ginsburg is off at another racetrack this weekend, having fun. So, but he'll be back with the Super Tour in a couple of races. It's Tom and I here this weekend and at Portland. And then Greg's going to come back and take you all to the finish line for the Super Tour after that. So it'll be fun, and he'll be back. So early on here, we've got Voorhees, Jansen, Russo, Evans, and Zemlock. Your top five right now. A little bit of every class right there, Tom.
All three of them represented. Darrell Wills just goes through to the new fastest time in the session. In Formula Enterprises, Wills is your current provisional pole sitter, but the fastest lap that he's turned this weekend is a 1:11.8 from qualifying yesterday. So we're still quite a ways off that pace. And the other thing I always like to point out with these Formula cars is these drivers obviously drive them, regularly. That's their choice of machine. But no matter how used to it you are, it does take some time to just get used to the downforce and the grip that these cars can carry. A little bit more so than, let's say, an SMX or a production-based vehicle. So it's typically both the vehicle needs a little bit more time, but also the driver takes maybe 2 or 3 more laps to get up to momentum in these cars. Not every driver, but a lot of them.
Right.
Than a street-based vehicle.
I'm a little surprised, honestly, that the Whitstons this weekend don't have their FE2 cars here as well. That's an interesting double dip to go from a Formula V to an FE2. So you go from a lot less horsepower and really skinny tires to a car with and no downforce to a car with wings and wider tires and a whole lot less horsepower. And the Whitstons have found a way to make it work. They're fast in all of them. I guess maybe that just happens when you're a fast driver.
Yeah, that is part of it. The other similarity, though, is just how quick and nimble a Formula car is. A lot of the Formula drivers, they don't like the go-kart comparison, but if you've driven a go-kart, think about how quick everything happens. When you turn the wheel turns. There's not a lot of weight transfer. There's not a lot of extra inertia to kind of settle into the corner like you do with a full-on street car. So the similarities between a Formula V and a Formula Enterprise are still going to be there in that sense, where they don't have a whole lot of delay, weight transfer, or management to deal with in the same sense as a street car. You're just able to go a whole lot faster and maybe rely on the downforce a bit more.
Definitely. All right, now we're starting to get into laps where the laps and the time and the tires have come up to speed a little bit more, and the times are coming down. Darrell Willis now dipped into a 113. Wills just dipped into a 113.894, and actually just went faster yet with a 112.839. So a little faster each lap now. Jarrett Voorhees now bumps back up to second place with a 114.5, and just that quickly, John Jansen bumps himself into second place. So now the cars are doing what the drivers want them to do here as we get into lap 4.
John Jansen is a driver that's kind of looking for redemption today after yesterday's race, only completing 5 laps. That's a Formula Continental driver in the number 4 car. Fastest lap of the weekend in that race before the retirement was a 113.8. The fastest lap of the weekend for Formula Continental is a 113.0. So it's actually really in the conversation as far as pace potential goes in Formula Continental. Just wasn't able to finish the race yesterday. So that'll be kind of cool to see if this Continental driver, John Jansen, is able to complete the race today. He might be able to take the fight to Bill Johnson, who was your race winner and current provisional pole sitter for the feature race.
There you go. Jansen just went purple in Sector 1, did not go purple in Sector 2. Let's see what happens when he gets to the finish line here. See how much of an improvement this lap is over the 114.1 that he had on the previous lap. This is him coming to the line now. Well, maybe not. We have a very short first sector. I don't know how many racetracks we go to where the first sector is 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Sector 2 is a little bit longer. Sector 3, I believe, is the longest sector that we have here. Maybe just a slightly shorter than Sector 2, but
Sector 1 takes us only to the braking point for turn 2, so it is really, really short. I think the only other track I can think of with a short sector like that, maybe Road Atlanta, which is basically only turn 1 as well, typically. But that means that sectors 2 and 3, you spend most of the time in Sector 3, but Sector 2 is actually a little bit longer, but it's faster.
Right. Seen a lot of cars popping around here, but I'm not seeing anybody going any faster than yesterday at this point. There's Darrell Wills, who just came across with a new purple lap for himself with a 112.753. So that's a good lap. John Jansen did improve slightly in lap number 4. Actually, I think he may have come into the pits. That's why we're not seeing that. After that great first sector, he went into the pit, so he's only done 4 laps with Darrell Wills. Just finished lap number 6, so that makes sense. Now I know what's going on.
Yep.
Six and a half minutes to go. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get to the end of the finish line for this qualifying sessions. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, Track, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back here live at Hallett. I'm going to make a quick call to grid here, and then we'll get to the rest of qualifying. Attention the Paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5, AFH Production B-Spec to the grid for your qualifying session. All right, things have seemingly stabilized a bit here. Tom, I don't see anybody going faster in these last few laps than they have, except for Darrell Wills, who just dropped to 112.132. And actually, Jared Voorhees just went 2 personal bests in the first 2 sectors here. And he's now, I should stop talking because everyone's going faster in the top. They weren't for a second, and now they've dropped. Maybe they were cooling their tires for a lap or 2, Tom, maybe.
Maybe, or still just getting things into the momentum. Yeah, we'll give you the excuse either
Save
way.
me, Tom.
They are all still maybe on the same second as their fastest lap, but no major improvements yet. The only driver I can find that's made some nice improvements is Mike Sauce out of Formula Atlantic, the number 2 car. Sat yesterday in the 117s in qualifying and a 116 in the race. Now just at a 115.2, so that driver's still dropping seconds. And we'll move up to, I think that will be 4th in Formula Atlantic when we combine everything together. Should still be Jarrett Voorhees, Brock Evans, and... Yep, just had to do the math real quick. And Thomas will be 3rd, and then we get to Mike Sauce. Unofficial.
Yeah.
Do want to keep an eye on that Brock Evans machine, the number 30. Once we get to the race, because that driver had to come from behind in the session yesterday. I think had maybe a bit of a weaker qualifying session and ended up fighting his way towards the front, but made that great last-minute pass for second in the race, and is running maybe on the same half second or so as Jarrett Voorhees, who has been kind of the class of the field there in the best of the rest Formula Atlantics, the Formula MZR Mazda. Yeah, kind of a good little duel battling there for the top honors of the race within a race, if we can call it that.
Yep, there we go. Wills, Voorhees, Jansen, Evans, Russo, your top 5 in this session, followed by Sauce, Zemlock, Paul Crabtree, Bill Johnston, and Robert Henson. That is your top 10 here. Bill Tex Johnson is your top 10 here as we work our way through here. 5 cars decided not to come out for this qualifying session this morning. They're going to stand on yesterday's times. That's Philip Marshall, Bill Johnson, Hans Peter, Moses Smith, and Stephen Thomas. Those 5 drivers decided that either they're not coming out at all today, or they were okay with their yesterday times and decided they were going to sleep in this morning, which I don't think is a bad idea at all. So 55 seconds left in the session here.
We were talking about Brock Evans. He just improved again. He's now within 0.3 of the fastest lap for Jarrett Voorhees. That would be for second and third in Formula Atlantic, but both Formula Mazda MZRs that we've talked quite a bit about. Both cars still on the racetrack circulating. Jarrett Voorhees is on personal best sectors 1 and 2. And I did that math wrong. It's actually about 0.5 of a second back, as Voorhees has improved today.
Last couple seconds in the session, and these guys are trying to get one last lap in. So anybody who has started a lap before the checkered flag flies, that lap will count. And I just got word from race control that the checkered flag is in the air. So the cars who are on a hot lap right now, we will count that lap if they choose to finish it. And then we will be able to tally up all the combinations and mash them together and figure out who's actually going to be starting where when we come to race time. Race time for this group will be this afternoon, and let's see, this is group number 4, and group number 4 races this afternoon right around 2 o'clock Central Time. So we'd love to have you stay here for the entire broadcast, but if you just want to come back for wings and things, come on back around 2 o'clock Central. All right, we'll run through the top 10 in this group. If you see anybody, Tom, who you think has made a big change, jump in as I'm going through this. But right now in this session, it was Darrell Wills, Jarrett Voorhees, Brock Evans, Mike Sauce, and John Jansen, your top 5, followed by Kenny Russo, Brianna Zimlock, Paul Crabtree, Bill Tex Johnson, and Robert Hansen. That's how they sorted out. We'll take a break. When we come back, more qualifying from Hallett. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 gonna happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's gonna be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're gonna have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
All right, we're back live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, brought to you by DriversEye Live, and Summit Racing Equipment is another one of our partners here that help us get the job done. We've got E production, F production, H production, B-Spec here, a 15-minute qualifying of all of the race groups, Tom. This is, I think, the most interesting mashup that we have on most race weekends. You've kind of got the juxtaposition. You know, it's like the acid and that you need on the dish, the recipe to make it work. We've got the juxtaposition of the older kind of production tin top cars with some open cockpit cars on the production side, and then you've got this new spattering of B-Spec cars, and they seemingly all, I won't say always get along, but it works, and it's a fun class to talk about.
Yep, it works really, really well. And the storylines from yesterday over on the production side, I think the storyline, unfortunately, was attrition. We saw so many of the production cars struggle to finish the race yesterday, and even the shorter heat race. Meanwhile, on the B-Spec side, the storyline was partially traffic because of how the full course caution in yesterday's race broke the field up with faster cars coming through right in the middle of that full course caution. But ultimately, it was a photo finish between Chris Taylor and Gail Corley, 13 thousandths of a second separating them at the start-finish line. It was so close we moved our camera so we could get it even, get it actually on camera so we don't get it wrong again. But it was Taylor taking the win in that number 134, the orange and blue Mazda 2. Tyler Ladd was your winner in E production in the BMW Z3, the white and blue numbers 51. Steven Simons took the win in the neon yellow Mazda Miata in F production, and Jesse Prather in the chrome blue Sunoco liveried number 34 Mazda 2 took the win in H production.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. My podcast is coming up on 6 years now, and the rebirth and growth of this B-Spec class kind of started when my show started. So I have done a lot of stuff with these drivers over the years, and now with the Super Tour, I kind of hang out with them a lot. And they were giddy with excitement over the end of yesterday's race. They all had a blast. Some a little more so, like than others, but it was a fun race, and they just love these cars, and they love the close competition.
So much fun to watch. I love, this is actually the class that got me started in pro racing. It was eligible in a pro series at the time, and it taught me a lot. So I love that more people love it than just me, because it's easy to go, oh, they're slow little cars. Okay, move on. But that's really not the full story. The current provisional grid there in B-Spec would be Kent Carter on pole yet again from qualifying yesterday. Gail Corley would start second. Chris Taylor would start third. Stephanie Anderson would start fourth, but that's not how they finished yesterday. So we'll see if they can shuffle things around, running that Spec Goodyear tire still. Here's a look at a driver that is looking for a better day. This is Jake Anton in the E-Production RX-7, the number 159 car, down into turn one. Actually got a mechanical black flag for leaking too much fluid on the racetrack fuel coming out of that car yesterday, but is maybe the only car that can take it to Tyler Ladd, is running on the same second at times.
Right. And that was heartbreaking, because usually when there's a mechanical, your car's like slow and it's causing problems, and they want to get you in. But he got black flagged, I believe, out of third place. And the car itself was having no power problems, no handling problems. It just was leaking so much fluid that they needed to have it come in. So hopefully they found a way to put a cork in that hole and keep that from happening today. And he'll be able to kind of get a bit of a redemption race and bring that car back out and have another great run with it. Yeah, never always feel terribly heartbreaking typically over a mechanical until you get one of those types of mechanicals. Yep. So here comes most of our B-Spec field. B-Spec is a class that's spec in so much that they're on a spec tire. They're all on similar suspension packages that you buy and put on the cars. Mostly stock motors with some restricting to kind of balance the performance. But what's interesting is that it's 5 different manufacturers. So you've got the Mazda 2, the Toyota Yaris. You've got, I don't see if there are any Mini Coopers here this weekend, but that's one of them as well. The Honda Fit. And they've found a great way to balance these 5 manufacturers together in this B-Spec type class. And some cars are a little better on some tracks than others, but in the end, they're all pretty well matched, and that's what makes this fun.
Right. It's all balanced with restrictor plates and minimum weights. So some of these cars are going to have weight bolted into them to make them legal. And then the other deciding factor really just comes down to how is the car engineered from the factory? What is it good at? What is it maybe a little weaker at? What's the wheelbase and what are the gear ratios? That's kind of the differences between them. Of course, also no Chevy Sonics here this weekend. And then, of course, the Kia Forte is eligible. At times, the Fiat 500 used to be eligible. So there's all sorts of modern subcompacts that kind of just lump into this class together. Ford Fiesta as well. But it appears to be that the Mazda 2 is the horse for this particular course, or at least that's the quality that showed up, because the top four represented by Mazda 2s, and they're all running close together. But Andrew Jansen, in the Honda Fit, is leading the pack of our front runners right now down into turn 2. They're going to pop up here any second. Actually, they're going to blow by him into the braking zone and try to get some clear track.
There you go. Yeah, I was talking with Chris Taylor last night. I said, lead's expensive. If you ever want to save on your lead bill, just put me in the car. You won't have to worry about ballast.
I couldn't believe I went to a used gym equipment store to buy my weight for my B-Spec car, and it was, I don't even know, it was an ungodly amount of money. I couldn't believe it.
It was crazy. Yeah, that happened during COVID, I think, was when all of that got really expensive. But yeah, I said, if you don't want to put any ballast in the car, just let me drive. You'll never have to worry about ballast. All right, so right now, the top in B-Spec. Well, here's interesting. Josh Schmidt's at the top of our B-Spec leaderboard right now. He is driving a car he's never drove this weekend, at a racetrack he's never drove on this weekend. And he was a little slow on the qualifying yesterday, but it has not taken him long. And he and Chris Taylor have swapped cars for the weekend, so it's kind of fun to watch what they're doing here. And he's now figured it out. It didn't take him long.
Nope. The top time in B-Spec, while we're still on them, is from yesterday's qualifying. Kent Carter, a 132.1. Josh Schmidt just ran a 132.7. He's the fastest car on the track until Chris Taylor just came through at a 132.6. So they're getting there. That is enough to move Josh Schmidt from seventh on the grid all the way up to fourth, just in front of Stephanie Anderson when we combine all the results. Anderson there in the white, black, and pink Mazda 2, just in front of Gail Corley. But it looks like now Josh Schmidt might be held up by trying to get through on Andrew Jansen, as Chris Taylor trying to carry a momentum as long as he can, runs it right off the racetrack. two tires off on the right side there on the exit of turn 2.
Gail Corley, better already this year than last year. Last year, he ended up rolling his car, and it had to be a brand new car built for him. Yesterday, finished second, so he's already ahead of the game from where he was last year. And glad to see he jumped out of the car. He was fine, and I believe it only took him, I don't think he missed one Super Tour, just one, when they found a new tub and built a new car for him. So clearly that car's working well this weekend, because he was right up front for the whole race yesterday. 6.5 minutes to go. I'm going to do a call to grid, and then we're going to take our break. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying. Attention the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. GT1, 2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and 2 to the grid for qualifying. We'll be right back, folks.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Three minutes, 45 seconds here left in this session. Our top five right now: Tyler Ladd, Jake Anton, Wade McBride, Mark Weber, Chris Elbin. And then you've got your top five cars in B-Spec: Kent Carter, Gail Corley, Chris Taylor, Stephanie Anderson, and Andrew Jansen. Kind of the way they ran yesterday in both types of classes as well.
Yeah, and Brian, we've talked a ton in this session about B-Spec, mostly because there's not a whole lot of production cars taking part in this session. We have a majority of them skipping out, maybe due to the attrition from yesterday, maybe some repairs going on, or just track condition-wise, kind of skipping it out. They know they're okay. Maybe Jesse Prather and Steven Simon, Stephen Powers out of F Production, drivers in that situation, so we can continue to keep up with B-Spec. No shuffling there just yet, but everyone is so close. It'll still be Kent Carter on your provisional pole over Gail Corley, then Chris Taylor and Stephanie Anderson. Josh Schmidt did improve, but so did Andrew Jansen, who's really found some pace in that second generation Honda Fit. Leapt back in front of Josh Schmidt to move himself back into the fifth qualifying position, so Schmidt will be on the outside of the third row now instead of the inside. And the driver who has yet to improve is Joseph Gersh, who did actually improve his lap time but has slipped one position because of all the shuffling.
Under 2 minutes to go, or coming up on 2 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Two more qualifying sessions to go and one race before lunch. So we're going to get one of the races in this morning, and then we'll take a short lunch break, and then 6 races this afternoon. Crossing our fingers and our toes that the weather holds out for us. The clouds look rather ominous, but the weather forecast said by noon the threat should be over, and we're going to get to noon here before you know it. So we'll see what happens here. There is Chris Taylor and Kent Carter coming through our view there. Taylor's the car up front. Kent Carter's the one with the funky front nose on it. You can see there's Gail Corley coming in. He's probably going to be done for the day. And right behind him is, I don't know which the purple and white one is. That's Andrew Jansen, I believe. Yeah, yep. So, yeah, when you switch cars for the weekends, it tends to mess me up when the liveries are different, because you see the same cars week after week. So it tends to make things difficult.
Yep. In E-Production, both drivers a little bit slower than yesterday's qualifying session, but Tyler Ladd 4/10 off his best times, fastest in this session. Jake Anton 4/10 slower in this session, is also 4/10 off his fastest lap from yesterday. Wade McBride just picked up 1.1 seconds in F Production. He's the fastest F Production car in this session in that green and white Mazda Miata, but still not enough to improve over Ken Kennard, who is not partaking in this session. He will sit fourth still on the grid.
Yep. It's been a very calm and quiet session. I get to listen to race control in my ear while we're talking, and this is the first time they've piped up, and they said to get ready for the checkered flag. So that's the way we like it, Tom.
Oh, I was keeping an eye on it, and there we go. Chris Taylor just improved his fastest lap of the weekend. and will move from third to second provisionally on the grid. So that's up one row in theory after they do their split start. We'll start alongside Kent Carter, who is right behind him on the racetrack, and that bumps Gail Corley, who's already off the racetrack, back to third. And I'm surprised Stephanie Anderson was on an improved Sector 1 and a decent Sector 2 and hit the pit lane, so she must be done for the session. Didn't feel the car had any more in it or needed to do something else with it, and will do no better than fourth.
There you go. All right, let's run through them here. The session's over, so it's Tyler Ladd, Jake Anton, Wade McBride, Mark Weber, Chris Albin. Those are your running order of our production cars this weekend, or at least in this session. Then we have Kent Carter, Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, Stephanie Anderson, and Andrew Jansen, your top 5 in B-Spec, followed by Josh Schmidt, Joe Gersh, Jack Schultz, Chuck Davis, and the other production car here was David Ryder, and he finished 15th. So that H production car a little bit off pace, but he did come out and put some laps in this morning as well. We'll take a break. When we come back, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan T1, and T2, they're up next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Hi there, John Hainsworth from Vineland, New Jersey. This is my number 95 E-Production RX-7. When I bought this car 7 years ago, I knew it was a special car. I knew it was going to take a lot of work, but it's the best thing I've ever done in racing. I was able to get in a top flight car for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, it took a little work. It was so worth it. I would do this 100 times over, and I would recommend if you have an opportunity to buy a previously front-running car, take a look at it, see what it would take, give it a shot. It can be well worth the effort. A car that was this fast prior to being put away for a couple years, they have a lot of secrets to them. First rules do no harm. You don't want to start ripping out all the special parts that the people before you had put in there for good purpose. You have to see what's working and what isn't. And once you figure out the weak parts, fix them, and then figure out what makes the car go fast. The transmission was definitely one of the things that makes this car go fast. But again, no manual. So you got to find out who built the transmission, who helped maintain the transmission, where do you get the parts, where do you get the bearings. The motor is the same motor that was in there, except it's been rebuilt a couple times. In the 7 years that I've campaigned this car, I'd say just about every single part has been replaced at least once. But a couple parts need to get replaced every few weekends. You need to figure out what they are so you can be reliable on the track and make your track time count. When we started taking a look at some of the aerodynamic aspects of the car, the front splitter that came with it, there's a lot of different pieces. I wasn't sure exactly how they went together, and I knew there was a different solution. So this is one of the aspects of the car that I had confidence in changing myself, and I knew I really wasn't doing any harm. We've campaigned RX-7s for quite a number of years. So this is actually a splitter that we used on our ITS RX-7. So it was a part that we actually downgraded from what was on there, but it was reliable, it was predictable, and it was one of those no-nonsense things we just knew it was going to work, put a splitter on that we knew about, and it was going to work. When it came to suspension, I used what I had on there. Just because it worked for the previous owner, why not give it a shot? Just don't start pulling parts out and throwing in new parts until you see if you got good stuff. It might not look pretty, but it might work really well. The seat Your pedal box, your distance to the wheel, and the shifter, they're all critical. I did not like the pedal box when I got this car, but the good news is I know the way you can make a pedal box feel in an RX-7. So we applied that to my pedals. Wheel spacer, help bring the wheel right to where I needed it. It's natural, it's exactly where it belongs, and you can go fast if you're comfortable. When I started working on the car, you could tell it had good bones. There were a lot of really well thought out aspects to it. They just needed to be refreshed. You put a little TLC into it, and you can put it right back up at the front where it was initially designed to be.
here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 6 qualifying. And this was a very, very entertaining race yesterday because it started essentially dry, and within about 4 laps it was anything but. And it was an exercise in seeing a lot of skillful drivers manage that situation, and some very, very unfortunate moments for a couple of drivers. It was fun to watch, but I'm thinking they're probably happy that it's dry right now, Tom.
Oh, for sure. And this group, somehow this year in 2026, they've drawn the short straw for getting rained on at 3 out of the 4 Super Tours, at least one day or the other. And I'd push back on that a little. It started almost dry on the pace lap, but by the time we got through turn 1, it was wet enough for cars to be spinning on raw power alone.
Yeah.
So, and then it just deteriorated from there. So the nice part is for us, we can ignore the race results for qualifying times, not have to do any sort of combination. We can just rely solely on qualifying from yesterday for these drivers' fastest laps of the weekend so far.
Lucky for you, not for me.
Right,
You're the one doing all the calculations. That's good stuff. So, second to last qualifying session of the weekend coming up right now here, and it was a fun race to talk about yesterday, and the Porsches took over because, of course, they're great in the rain. But there's a couple of people, AP Miranda, who had a great run yesterday. It was fun to watch him navigate all this. Dane Smith is the guy you want to go and watch the first lap of yesterday's race. Wait till tomorrow, or maybe do it during lunch. Maybe the best, and I'm going to call it driving, because the way he was, you could see the way he was steering the car as he was sliding through the grass to keep it out of the entire pack, Tom. It was just masterful.
It was awesome. I sent that video to a handful of groups last night, and they were all so impressed. So you've got some fans out there, Dane Smith. I know it probably wasn't your favorite moment, but it was really well handled after losing it in the braking zone some way or another, but keeping it off the racetrack in a really high tense situation. So we have 6 classes on the racetrack right now, all either GT or touring, but this is our big bore group. And we'll have to keep track. Yesterday, the fastest car in qualifying was from GT2. It was John Atwell, who was up on the pole, but chose to not continue the race once it started raining. That's the purple and green, number 07 Ford Mustang from GT2, and he's just in front of Charlie Peter by a little bit in qualifying. Charlie Peter in the red and white Porsche Cup car, also out of GT2.
First laps in qualifying typically not worth talking about time-wise, so although when you're talking and you see purple, you want to talk about it. But yeah, this is our out laps here, starting to get into lap number 2 now. I would say probably laps 3, 4, 5 on these slick racing tires will be the best laps for these cars. But they were running quicker laps at the end of qualifying yesterday too, so they made me look kind of silly in that regard as well. So we'll see where it all plays out. John Atwell now with 2 purple sectors and purple through the speed trap with his Ford Mustang. So it looks like he's on a flyer.
Speed trap just before the braking zone, or maybe in the braking zone for some of these cars at turn 2, and that was 124 miles an hour. Oh, it's at the top of the hill, so it's maybe about halfway down that straightaway. Give you an idea of how fast the cars are hitting. This is not really a top speed track. Actually got a chance to drive a new Corvette ZR1 here. My top speed was a whopping 135 miles an hour in that car with all 1,000 horsepower. So that gives you an idea of this is definitely a handling racetrack.
You just saw the GTX car of Greg Schneiderman. Oh, no, actually, Greg Schneiderman says that's a Porsche Cup Sport GTX. The one we just saw was Eric Presby in, now it's all flying around all the time, in the Ligier LMP3. That is the prototype-looking car, because it's a prototype car. The one that we have out here. The other GTX car this weekend is Greg Schneiderman in a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Seems like an odd combination, Tom.
That, of course, just being the catch-all nature of a lot of the pretty much pro racing intended manufacturer-built homologated race cars kind of fall into that GTX category. That's the black Porsche Cayman that we're talking about now, coming through turns 8 and into 9.
Our producer, just smarter than me as always, let me know that the reason that's in GTX because it's on full slicks, and the other Porsches are not. So, interesting. Got a Chevrolet Monte Carlo, which is a stock car configured for road racing. Ivan Curiel is out here today. Some really interesting pieces out here today. Carl Janet in a Panos GTS. Two actually Panos here. We got a Panos GTS and a Panos Esperante in the race this weekend. So those are both in GT2. And then a whole slew of cars deciding not to go out this morning. The Viper's not out here. The Pontiac Solstice is not out here this morning. Two Solstices. One's from Monrovia, California. Why do I not know that car, being a Cal Club guy? Interesting. Matt Kopchak decided not to go out with his BMW M2. So some good cars not going out this morning. Charlie Peters not involved in qualifying today. So they're going to stand on yesterday's times.
Yeah, and Kopchak involved yesterday in that qualifying incident that I think might have ended that car's weekend. But either way, he would have been our provisional pole sitter until just now. AP Miranda, yesterday's Touring 2 winner in the yellow C5 Corvette, just went faster than anybody for the weekend. That will be your new provisional pole sitter there in Touring 2, 121.6. And to your point, half of GT2 not on track. Most of American Sedan not on track. Andy Schneidermeyer has improved about 2 seconds from his time from yesterday. Not enough to pick up any positions on the grid. Well, in class, he will probably pick up positions in the overall grid when they get combined.
Sure. Racing Data Systems in the chat says that GT4 RS Club Sport car could also run in T1 on slicks. Curious why they're in GTX then. Well, I'll see if I can track the information on that down before we get to the race today.
Yeah, this is just some speculation, but I think in Touring 1, the limitation is a DOT slick, like a Hoosier R7. And in GTX, they could run something like a Pirelli or a Michelin or a full slick, like a Pro Series car. I think that might be the distinction. If it's wrong, I apologize.
Well, I will find out. That'll be my lunchtime mission. So we'll see what I can come up with there. John Atwell, that flyer that I was talking about, it resulted in going to the top of the leaderboard with a 113.9 purple lap. Not purple in any of his sectors on this lap, and it looks like he may have actually gone into the pits after that one lap because he's only run 4 laps. Everyone else is working lap 5 right now. So that might have been a one and done for Atwell. Dane Smith just goes to second place in this session with a 115.074 in his Corvette. And then Eric Presby in that Ligier, now number 3 on the leaderboard. His fast lap is a 116.3, and he just put a personal best down in Sector 1, so we'll see what his second sector looks like, see if he's really on a hot lap here. Lonnie Holstelter in his GT2 Camaro, 4th on the leaderboard at the moment.
And that's a nice improvement for that driver. He was down in 11th in class yesterday from qualifying, and that'll move him all the way to 3rd in class, just behind Charlie Peter and John Atwell.
Yeah, that car caught my attention on Friday when I was driving through because I go through the paddock to try to look for names I don't recognize and don't know how to pronounce, and I stopped to talk with them. That's a really well put together Chevrolet Camaro. It's a beautiful race car. I believe that's him right there coming through. So, coming up on 4 minutes, let's take our break real quick, and when we come back, we'll get the rest of the last minute or so of the session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
GT1, GT2, GTX, A sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. That's what we got on the racetrack right now. Final 2.5 minutes of qualifying. No fast laps here in the last couple of laps. John Atwell in his GT2 Mustang is so far the class of the field today with a purple lap of 1:13.970. He did that on lap number 4 and then presumably parked it because he's like, I can't do any better than that today. And so he's in. Dane Smith still circulating out there, but he hasn't improved over his fast lap of a 1:15.074. And Tom, I'm not seeing a whole lot of green or purple out there. Greg Schneiderman's throwing down a good one right now, but still not that fast.
Yeah, that's the GTX Porsche Cayman that we were discussing, and looking over a 118 was his fastest lap yesterday. Just turned that 119 for personal best of the session, so you're right, not quite quicker yet. One driver who did go quicker was Tim Moser over in Touring 2. The black C5 Corvette is already over in impound, but did pick up about 7/10 of a second or so, maybe 6/10 of a second. That'll leapfrog him in front of Scott Sewell in the red Porsche Cayman out of Touring 2. Oh no, there's the black Corvette just now in turn 6. Excuse me. Mistook those cars, but a nice improvement for Sewell there as well. Or, sorry, for Moser, excuse me, for Moser right there. So it'll be an all Corvette front row when we get to the race in Touring 2.
All American cars up front. Love that. Joe Moser in the chat says, will they ever give the E-Production BMW enough penalties and make it a fair race? Well, that's a discussion for another race group. Joe Moser's written like a guy who's been beaten by a BMW E-Production car. Yep. There's two things that racers love to do: complain about balance of power, and talk about the lap that they thought they would have had the fast lap on. Oh, just great lap going. It would have been on the pole, except. Okay. Have you seen my toolbox, Tom, with my drawer of excuses and drawer of victory speeches?
No, is it the bottom drawer, the biggest one, I assume?
Well, the one with the victory speech is the one that's open the least. Let's just say that. Oh, good job. Tim Moser is solid, says Tim Adolfson. Definitely. Absolutely. So we're coming up, and I believe I'm hearing right now that we're going to get the checkered flag as the session time has run out. Yep, checkered flag is in the air. So let's through. I don't see anybody putting down purple flags, so maybe they're going to give it to this car as they come by. Yeah. Once they call for the checker, we have to wait till the next car comes for them to put it out. So
another improvement for Tim Moser last time through. Just dropped another 7/10 of a second down to a 21.5, only 3/10 off the pole in Touring 2, and he's still on a lap. Had a fastest speed trap for himself, but the sectors so far not looking special. Here comes up onto the front straightaway, pounds the inside curb. Across the start-finish line, a little bit slower, slows down 2/10 there. So it'll be AP Miranda on pole and Tim Moser second.
All right, let's run through the finishing times for this session. Again, they'll be combined with yesterday's. Your top 5 is John Atwell, Dane Smith, Eric Presby. Let me do this by class, actually, because we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on here. In A sedan, we've only got one car that ran this morning. It was Andy Schneidermeyer. He was the one car in A sedan. In GT1, it was Dane Smith was the only car who went out today. He hit a 1:15.071. GT2, your top 5, John Atwell, Lonnie Hostetler, Robert Kasperitz. Paul Ruth and Ivan Curiel, your top 5 in GT2. GTX, we just had the 2 cars, Eric Presbury and Greg Schneiderman. In Touring 1, just 1 car on the track this morning, Richard Grant with a 127.9. And then in T2, your top 4, because there were only 4 that showed up for this qualifying session, AP Miranda, Tim Moser, Scott Sewell, and Amy Wilson. We'll take a break. We've got 1 more qualifying group before our first race of the day, STU, STL, T3, and T4. You're next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Hallett.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Hi, I'm Eliban Goulart, driver number 70, Cruise Speed, Spec Miata.
Hi, my name is Ethan Goulart, driver number 72, Spec Miata, Mazda Motorsports. 2014, 4 years old in a go-kart. I'm the 4th generation of my family, so he's my father, and then my grandfather ran a team as well, SCCA Racing, we also ran with, and then my great-grandfather.
So racing together is, I mean, look, I'm sure I'm gonna step back and look at this a few years from now and be like, wow, those are like some of the best moments that I get to share it with one of my kids and race with each other. I never really look as like racing against each other, but there's definitely a little bit of a feud in there somewhere, you know, so I'm not sure what the dynamic is. I got to keep him in his place once in a while.
Definitely a great opportunity to be racing with your father and, you know, being bumper to bumper, working with each other. But at the same time, I want to beat him. He's just another competitor to me. So even though I want to work with him, I still want to beat him, so.
Okay, all right, we'll see, right?
Obviously, we're working with each other, we're looking at the data and video after each session and seeing what we do differently. There's many things that he does better than me and many things that he's learning from me as well, so it's a combination of both. I'm still learning a lot with the racecraft side of things, and he's teaching me. And I even see things visually while on the track, just like yesterday during testing, I learned something like when he was passing somebody, you know, he just stayed a little wider, opened up the radius and let me get in. So it's about teamwork and staying together, but I also learn a lot from other drivers as well, because everybody does everything a little bit differently. So I like to pay attention to everybody and pick up on things and make myself a well-rounded driver altogether.
You have so many different competitors, right? In Spec Miata, you got 50+ guys out there and gals out there that we're running very close, so we're always learning from each other, right? So even after all these years, I still feel like I go out there always picking something up, even if it's a little bit smaller. Certainly from Ethan, even though he's still only 15, there are little things that I picked up that he does differently that may work a little better than what I do, and I'm sure that's vice versa as well. But I think with us running comparable times and so on, it's really a great tool to have and be able to share that data and that feedback and you know, relay it over to the guys to make the chassis better and better so that we can go faster together. So there are many sports out there. Racing is the one that I fell in love with, and I think that racing with your family especially is one of the most beautiful things out there. It's definitely a moment that you can share with each other. Intensity is high, the love is high, sometimes the getting upset is a little bit high too. But those emotions, I think, create a great bond. But just being around the whole paddock, it's a great family atmosphere. Being able to share those stories after the fact, being able to talk about it before coming to a race, just enjoying and sharing a similar likeness of things, I think that just goes with you for the rest of your life. So SCCA Club Racing is definitely one of the great places to go and accomplish that, and I think that everybody should have a chance to go and experience it.
Back here at Hallett, Tom, do you see what I see?
Birds.
And maybe it's harder to tell on the camera. That's sunshine we're seeing here.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, I just checked at the forecast, and it looks like at the moment, fingers crossed, the rain has moved out of the forecast for the rest of the afternoon. There's a little bit of sunshine I'm seeing on a couple of the different cameras. So I think, knock on wood, that we are in line for a fairly dry afternoon, and I know that everybody here is happy about that.
Yeah, except for maybe that one car that's flashing through our screen right now, Jeff Ryan, who put on an absolute clinic yesterday in Touring 3 to take the overall win in the rain. This is one of the other rain-affected groups from yesterday, so we can disregard lap times from that. It'll be just based on the grid will be based on both qualifying sessions, your fastest single lap from either one. And yeah, this is such a fun group. We've got our Super Touring cars, which are kind of the most modern tuner style cars that we have here in the SCCA, and then our slower touring categories, Touring 3 and Touring 4, some of the most attainable enthusiast and sports cars that you can get.
Yes.
Mostly trending towards the 10 to 20-year-old range.
Definitely. The other person who I think would have liked the rain is Charlie Peter, who ran really well on the previous race group yesterday in the rain. But looking right now on board with Ryan Gutile, who in this race yesterday, it was like the great adventures of Ryan Gutile. He was off the track on the left, off the track on the right, drifting through this corner, drifting through that corner. He went out on slick tires yesterday, and whether that was a choice or not, it didn't work out well for him.
It was a lot of fun to watch, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So this is an MX5 Cup car, that Spec MX5 car that is also running in STL. And right now, early on in this session, he is at the top of the leaderboard. He's always somewhat at the top of the leaderboard in STL, typically. So works really hard on this car. He is based a little north of Buttonwillow in California, so he's one of the guys I get to see on a regular basis, and one of the all-around good guys as well. Pete Rose is in the chat. He's one of our West Coasters, a big bore fan, worked on a bunch of big bore cars. I think do you still work on him, Pete? I don't remember. But he's in the chat with us today, so welcome. Now that he's awake on the West Coast. There's Ryan Gutile with a 126.3, and just like that, Jeff Ryan, you were just talking about him, he has went up to the top spot in the T3 car with a 125.119. So in theory, T3 should not be the fast car in this race. I think there'll be some other cars who will top him before this is all said and done.
Correct. The fastest cars in this group will be from STU. That's the higher displacement super touring class, from, I believe, 2.1 liters up to 3.4. The chat will check me on that. I've gotten it wrong in the past, but neither car is on track. Chris Edens with an incident yesterday may be done for the weekend. David Fiorelli sitting this session out in his EcoBoost Mustang. So that grid will not change. The front row will likely not change either, as those two cars were the fastest. But in STL, things are on the table for a couple of the drivers. Ryan Gutile has the pole in that MX5 we were riding on board with by 1/100th of a second over Amy Mills in her motor swapped B Miata. There's a look at it now, the black with the white roof and pink accents. And then over in T3, we had a really interesting, Touring 4, we had an interesting dynamic happening there as well, with Austin Rowland in that yellow Porsche Boxster taking pole position yesterday by 0.2 of a second over Eric Prill in the black and blue Mazda RX-8, about 2 cars behind. James Ebbin was in the conversation as well, but about a second back from those two. He's in the black MX-5. That's a cool dynamic between those three. But Austin Rowland sitting out yesterday's rain race, back on the track now that it's dry. He would be your provisional pole sitter if it stays the same.
Interesting story about Austin Rowland. I'll do it in just a second. One new car today in STU, Whit Gregg. He did not turn a wheel yesterday in STU, I don't believe, so he's trying to put a decent qualifying time in there. We'll see where he cycles to, so he's out trying to do that. Austin Rowland yesterday, it is my understanding that one of the reasons he didn't run the rain race yesterday is that he went back home last night to Keller, Texas, to go to prom. And then he came back this morning to come and race. So that is how I understand it. I think I've got the story right. So he's had a pretty busy weekend, but he wanted to make sure he got both those things, those seminal moments of life. Went home for prom, and then came back to go racing. So how about that?
Super cool, but also super tough. I find if you're at the racetrack, you don't take yourself out of that environment. Not driving is not that big of a deal, but if you leave the track environment, you go do something else in real life, and then you come back, you got to switch back into that competition mode. It can be a little tough, but how fun. I like that story.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's 2/10 slower than a many-time national champion, Eric Prill, this morning. So maybe it didn't hurt him all that much. Yeah, good stuff. Jeff Ryan just went purple again with a 124.801 in that BMW 330i. So track's definitely coming up. And you know what's else happening, Tom, is with the sun that's out now, probably the track temperature's going up a little bit too. And that may be helping these times just a tiny bit to get the heat in the tires a little bit earlier in this session than we've seen in some of the other sessions.
Right. All these cars running the DOTR compound tires, which means they are essentially racing slicks by construction or by rating. They're technically DOT rated. Here's a look at the 350Z of Steven Johnson. He would be your provisional pole sitter right now if nothing changes in the rest of this session in Touring 3 over Michael Pettiford in the yellow Pontiac Solstice GXP. That car not on track right now, but Jeff Ryan is the fastest Touring 3 car in this particular qualifying session in that BMW 3 Series, and with a personal improvement from yesterday's qualifying session to today by 0.6 of a second, he's put himself right on the limit of moving up a position in class here in qualifying in that BMW.
Eric Prill dropped out of yesterday's race, I believe after one lap. He had windshield so fogged up that he couldn't see out of it, and decided that it wasn't really going to improve. They might be able to clean the windshield for a lap or two, but it was just going to fog right back up again. So shouldn't have that problem today at all. And he is back out here right now, the top car in Touring 4. Oh, actually, Austin Rowland just went to the top of the leaderboard in T4 with a lap of 125.819. So great lap from him.
Yep, that's 0.08 of a second quicker than he went yesterday, so it is an improvement for the Porsche Boxster driver. Eric Prill only 0.3 of a second back at a 126.12. That is a 0.07 of a second improvement for Prill. So both drivers improving by just the tiniest margins today, but standing at about the same gap between the two.
So at the top right now, we have Jeff Ryan, Austin Rowland, Ryan Gutile, Amy Mills, and Charles Mathis, your top five. A T3 car up at the top, then a T4 car, followed by a couple of STL cars. Then Eric Prill's in sixth right now, with a 126.1 fast lap. I bet you there's a little more on that race car as well. Going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we will have our first race. We'll finish qualifying, and then our first race of the day. Let me do a quick call to grid. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 cars. Spec Racer Ford to the grid. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here at Hallett, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in our final qualifying session of the day. Racing just around the corner, and I am looking forward to that. Steven Johnson just goes to the top of the leaderboard here in his T3 Nissan 350Z with a lap of 1:24.336. That bumps Jeff Ryan down to third. Ryan Gutile, your fast car right now in STL, followed by Amy Mills. Charles Mathis. Austin Rowland right now, your fast car in T4, followed by Eric Prill, James Eben, and Leanne Falk. So that's where they line up now, Tom, with just under 3 minutes to go in our last qualifying session.
Gutile trying to come through on Whit Gregg, and he is a little bit quicker than yesterday, 2/10 faster than his pole sitting time from yesterday's race, so that will be a nice improvement. One of the challenges with this race group, and it will be the final race of the day in a couple hours time, but we here in the SCCA do not grid these cars by class. We grid them by overall time, so you can get separated from your class competition by a row or two in qualifying if you aren't careful. And a lot of these cars can achieve pretty similar lap times, especially here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. So you really have to be on top of your P's and Q's to try to be really, really close. For example, if you're a half second back, all of a sudden 2 cars are between you and your closest competition in class, you've got more work to do come race time.
Yeah, we do sometimes split starts when there's a wildly different lap times from one group to another, if there's one really big group within a group. But generally speaking, no. So, your T3 cars might sneak in front of the STL cars or vice versa. So you're right, getting a couple of out-of-class cars between you at the start is just a big disadvantage. So it's also a big advantage if you can put a couple of other classes between you and the people behind you. So yeah, definitely.
Right.
So minute 38 left session. Very specific. Charles Mathis just put down his best lap of the day at 1:25.633. Oh, actually just a little bit. Yeah, that's his best lap. Not terribly hot in Oklahoma terms this weekend, but the humidity is still pretty high out there. So,
sure. Nice improvements for Austin Rowland and Eric Prill, both improving a couple of tenths of a second respectively. But Prill, he's still on the racetrack. He is starting a pretty good lap in that blue RX-8. Personal best Sector 1, personal fastest trap speed. There he is in Sector 2, trying to find 0.3 of a second to take pole away from Austin Rowland's Porsche Boxster. Glad to see Leanne Falk back out as well in the Mazda 3. She had a crazy good start, the rain, and was challenging for the win when a mechanical failure took her out of the race. And you were brave to say something about it earlier, and I think it might be happening. Are those little specks on my screen accurate? Falling from the sky?
When we were in Ryan Gutile's onboard, it did look like there might have been a couple specks on his windshield. But I look, there it is. There is some rain on that windshield.
And yes, I'm seeing a little bit of rain. I spoke just a bit too soon. It's interesting because it looks like there's sunlight on other parts of the racetrack, so I don't think this will last long.
No, and it won't be enough to saturate the track. This will still be a plenty fast lap and probably session. Stress, though, for Spec Racer Ford. What do you do?
Yeah.
Rain's falling and grid is open. It's always the worst decision time.
Well, none of them are on the grid, so
that's probably why.
Actually, there's two on the grid now, so and a bunch more showing up. But yes, I am now seeing some rain falling. I may have spoken just a tiny bit too soon. That last lap from Eric Prill was not faster than Roland, so he may have decided at the end, but he had two really fast sectors going. So. Now we've got these field going in. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to take our break here and get ready for our first race of the day. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Circuit Tour live from Hallett. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our first race of the day. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman's here with me for the weekend. A lot of cars in this Spec Racer Ford group. Jordan Worth is our director. Let's get right to the starting grid so we can get through them all before we get to the green flag. On our front row, Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, the Hallett gang. They've got the front row here in Spec Racer Ford, followed by Grant Heinig and Jerry Glanger in row 2. Moving on to row number 3, we've got Carter Coate and Rob Peelsticker. Row number 4, we've got Stefan Schulter and Russell Oakes. Now we move on to row number 5, where we find Dennis Henry and Jimmy Coate Jr. in row 5. Nick Heinig and John Jansen will take up row number 6. Followed by Craig Jansen and Sal Weber in row number 7, I'm sorry. Row number 8 has Scott Monroe and Carl Haywood. Row number 9, Ben Pigeon and Paul Moran. Moving now on to row number 10, we've got Matt Strathman and Robin Kirkland. Row number 11, Burt and Jim Coate Sr. Michael Seamer and Thomas Schulter in row number 12. Row number 13 finds Charles Pigeon and Brent Stewart. Now to row number 14, Timothy Blakely and Mark Hutchins. Occupying row number 15 are Mark Carter and Dwight Ryder. Now we've got row number 16, Jeff Bedell and Frederick Haas. And row number 17, our final row, David Roth, not David Lee Roth, he was at Coachella. Thomas Davis at the end of our pack here. That's how they're going to start, Tom, for Spec Racer Ford 3.
Looking forward to this one in a big way. They had a pretty disjointed heat race yesterday, or sprint race, excuse me. Into this feature, they're going to be looking to go green for as long as possible. And the sun is coming out. That could also offset a little bit of the experience these drivers have had so far this weekend, mostly overcast up to this point. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Definitely. We'll see this field start to form up here 2 by 2, the traditional starting style here in the SCCA. Our pace car hits pit lane. That means that our pole sitter has control of the field as he brings them through 10. Tyler Stevens on the inside, Peyton Long out the outside. There's a long group of cars trying to catch up to the back of this pack here before we come down for our green flag. We'll see if the starter likes what he sees, and the green flag is in the air. 32 cars rumbling down towards turn 1 at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit as they hit hard on the brakes, make that left-hander down the hill and then up the hill towards turn 2. Everybody looks nice and clean through turn 1. Very nicely done, but usually the bottleneck comes here at 2, where it's a big slowdown into a really tight right-hander, and then a left-hander up the hill from 3 going towards 4. So far, so good. These guys want to get another clean race in, and after having a little bit of a moment and having to spend some time in the pits yesterday, let's see if we can avoid that today. Starting to get more single file up the hill from 5 towards turn 6.
And it's Tyler Stevens over Peyton Long. Then it is, I think Gary Glanger might have gone through on Heinig. Yes, indeed, picked up the spot and will break up that three-car train of the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit Spec Racer Ford crowd. Heinig slots back into 4th, and the number 25 of Carter Coate is going to try to go with them side by side for Rob Peelsticker and Stefan Schluter in the background. That's going to break the field up just a little bit. They're still side by side into the final corner. And they're going to go nearly 3 wide, a little bit further behind.
That is some fun stuff there as they come through turn 10 here and onto the front straight to complete lap number 1. Tyler Stevens in the 105 car is your leader, followed by Peyton Long, Gary Glanger, Grant Heinig, Carter Cole in 5th. Rob Peelsticker drops back into 6th. Stefan Schulter, Russell Oakes, John Jansen, Davis Henry. That's your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
Good, clean start to this race, a 35-minute feature race or 27 laps, whichever comes first. One car getting a little bit out of lockstep there. I think that might have been the orange machine. Is that Jimmy Coate, maybe? Trying to get a number on that car, slipping back one more position behind the red machine. but it's a big breakaway for the top 5. We saw yesterday Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long were willing to race each other, and now a spin for the car that got passed a couple corners ago, loses the back end and drops it off the inside of the racetrack between turns 5 and 6.
That tends to be what happens. We get a break between a first group and a second group. Waiting for the car number from Race Control for that car that spun. Here comes our field now. Oh, shit. Sorry for my pause. I'm trying to hear that car number from our flag net here as our cars come and start, as our field starts to start their third lap.
Peyton Long all over the back of Tyler Stevens, pulling away. These drivers had qualified about half a second clear of the rest of the field about 24 hours ago. So it wouldn't be a huge surprise if they're able to pull away on raw pace. Not a lot of drafting involved here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit to keep the field as close as we expect from other tracks here in Spec Racer Ford. I did catch the number 4 of John Jansen is the red machine that had made the pass. Still not sure on which the spinning car was, but we'll still try to keep that up for you. Jimmy Coate, a big move down the inside on Jansen, is going to push Stefan Schluter going off the racetrack into the mud. It's going to lose about 5 cars down the back straightaway, loses a ton of momentum as well, as Nick Heinig is going to try to go through as well. No, doesn't think it's going to work through that single file thread the needle hole at turns 7 and 8. Oh, and another spin. The 74 car goes around this time. Sal Weber.
Contact with another car there, and that is in a really rough spot here. Hopefully all these cars can see that waving yellow coming up and not have to go through there too hot.
That is just the worst feeling. You see his hands flailing in the cockpit in genuine fear as the rest of the field coming at him. Is very similar spin to what happened with yesterday's incident. Just lost it on the brakes into turn 9 early in the corner. A little bit of brake lock up at the back end in these mid-engine cars. Comes around. Looks like he did get a little bit of contact from one car just behind. Try to get a number on that one as well, but it looks like he may be a bit stranded, potentially right rear suspension damage to that number 74.
All right, I finally tracked on the number of that first spinner. It was 43 Russell Oaks. And that's what I've been waiting for there. You can see at the front that Stevens of Long have hooked up, which is not unexpected. They are the teammates, and they're already putting together a bit of a gap over those 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. If those cars in 3rd, 4th, and 5th do not connect up and work together, I got to tell you, Tom, Stevens and Long, they are going to absolutely drive away from this field.
Well, they would if we don't go full course caution, which it sounds like we may be doing for that car stuck in turn 9. There it is. So we're going to restack this field up yet again. More full course cautions plaguing Spec Racer Ford here at Hallett this weekend.
Yeah, kind of that was on its way, and the pace cars already collected the field here on the front straightaway. Yeah, that is just an awful feeling to be sitting center of track and seeing all those cars coming at you. You know, and if they're coming at you one at a time, Tom, it's not a problem. It's when there's like 3 or 4 cars and the 4th car can't see that car that's sitting there and they pull out. So thankfully, no issues there, but I've seen that time and time again. All right, so let's do this. Since we're at a full course yellow, let's get our break in now, and then we'll be able to go hopefully green all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, doing some cleanups. Now, I don't think they're going to come get this one, Tom. That's behind a tire barrier in a really pretty safe spot. They're not going to take the time. But the car that's in turn 8 and 9 is the one that is in a very, very problematic spot. And the one they're coming right now. And there must have been maybe some rear end suspension damage because they're actually pulling that car up. Yeah, I think the rear corner is askew, and we'll see that better when it comes through and goes on the pit lane.
Yep, this is the 74 of
2, I believe.
Right, the 74 of Sal Weber. Looks like it was just a self-spin on that very first lap. Maybe caught out just a little bit by the cars in front, having gone side by side through the corner prior. But either way, it was a bit of contact on that car from Ben Pigeon. You notice Ben Pigeon has the right front fender missing off of the number 116, but did get to continue on. I also noticed Paul Miranda has some damage in the number 44 car on the right front. That was due to contact after the spin from Carl Hayward, who was trying to recover and get back on the racing line. Just kind of awkward moments there between those drivers, but it looks like Hayward did have to retire. And the 44 of Miranda, and you see the white car with the fender missing. That is how that all happened. So full course yellow is going to re-grid the field, very, very close quarters, single file, and we're going to have probably a third of this race gone by the time we get back to green flag racing.
The good news is they didn't have to block the track to get that car, so they didn't have to go to a black flag all, which would have made this take a little bit longer. So I think they'll get this cleared now pretty quick, maybe one more lap under the pace car here. And is that a piece of debris there on just off the track, or is that just a piece of turf that has been torn up?
No, that's definitely race car. I'm just not sure whose. That might maybe be the front end of Paul Miranda's car.
Okay.
Though it looks a little too small for that.
Oh, look at the tent there. You can see how windy it is. There's a canopy off to the right side of our frame here, flapping really wildly in the wind. Yeah, there it is right there. So the forecast does call for some pretty high winds throughout the rest of the afternoon. And look at the yellow flag flapping in the wind as well. So pace cars now, they're trying to figure out where that pace car is for race control so they can tell them, oh, there is someone going out to get whatever piece of bodywork that is.
When I was a little kid, I'd be running to the fence trying to get that piece of bodywork because I thought it'd be cool to have.
I love that. Oh.
And the only piece of memorabilia I have is a tire off of a car from Le Mans. My prized possession.
It's a good one. I like that.
Yeah. If anybody watches the podcast, they'll see it over my shoulder. So, all right, lights are out on the pace car. That's good news. It'll come onto pit lane at the end of this lap, and then Tyler Stevens will have to try to hold off Peyton Long, Jerry Glanger, Grant Heinig, and 32 other cars that would like to be where he is. According to, I was wondering if car had some help, that 72 car, but just hearing they're finally making the report from the corner. Spun all by himself, and then the contact happened after the spin, which is what we were guessing had happened. So, pace car is on road, trying to get some heat in the tires. The 105 car out front is Tyler Stevens. Right behind him, Peyton Long, their teammates, and then a whole line of other Spec Racer Fords who would like to make up some room on this restart. 22 minutes left in the race. Tom, this is going to be fun.
Here we go. Green flag in the air. Tyler Stevens getting every second of tire warming he can as the field thunders down into turn one. Gary Glanger looking around the outside, opens the corner up nicely after Stevens and Long both go defensive. And Rob Peelsticker also from 6th or 7th with a good run in the black, number 33 on Davis Henry trying to get through. That is for 6th position. Here they come around the outside again for Glanger. He's on the new pavement, but it's not quite going to pay off here. Maybe gets a run up to turn 4.
There's this big bottleneck at 2 where everybody has to woe down to get into that really tight left-hander, and now they come up through turn 5. Stevens starting to pull away just a little bit from Long. They'll hook up again, and if it's anything like the last portion or the first portion of this race, they will try to pull away from Glanger and Heinig, and those two teammates will race together, hopefully it's in their minds to the finish line. But there's a lot of other people who want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Small speed adjustment for turn 7, then you fling the car over the curb at turn 8, onto the brakes, trying to get the rotation woed down for a nice late apex up the hill here at turn 9. Tyler Stevens nailed it and takes Peyton Long with him by a car length or 2 through that sector of the racetrack. We're side by side for number 4, John Jansen, and maybe Scott Monroe showing the nose at the inside. Doesn't quite work out there.
Glanger, Heinig, and Cote have made some adjustments at the restart, understanding how quick those two guys are up front. And it looks like they're trying to do a better job of sticking together in a 3-car train to stay hooked up and keep up with Stevens and Long. But those two cars up front are so fast and so good and have so many laps here at Hallett that it's just really hard to match their pace. One of those situations where home field advantage is really strong here for these two drivers.
But again, teammates really only in moniker. They are competing for themselves, and
Sure.
we've seen they're willing to take the fight to each other. I think they're smart enough at this point in the race to try to let things settle in. They have 20 minutes to go and plenty of time for Peyton Long to try to just sort of save some tires, save some fuel in the tank figuratively, so that he can make a move on Tyler Stevens maybe just a little bit later. But again, here at Hallett, no draft really to help you out too much. Maybe a 10th total, maybe 2 tenths if these drivers are really in lockstep. But it's so much more down to just your own raw pace. Tyler Stevens has started to pull away from Peyton Long just a little bit. And Stevens, if you watch the body language of that car, one of the most fun drivers to watch, just so smooth and efficient with where the weight of that car is traveling at every time through these corners, and especially here at Hallett, where he knows it like the back of his hand, I think.
Well, Spec Racer Ford's very much a momentum car. You want to give up as little as you can in the corners to be able to carry as much speed onto the straights. And there's not a lot of raw horsepower to make up for your mistakes. So it's very skilled drivers that are fast in these cars, and always fun to watch when you see someone who does it well.
Gary Glanger, Grant Heinig, and Carter Cote are the trio of silver cars running 3rd, 4th, and 5th, trying their best to keep up, but not quite able to do so right now. And Grant Heinig is kind of part of the local community here as well. So he's going to try to probably get by Glanger as quickly as he can, but Glanger's been one of the most aggressive drivers, especially on restarts this weekend. He's the number 11 leading that trio, and then it's a bit of a break back to Carter Cote, Davis Henry, Rob Peelsticker, Jimmy Cote, etc.
Yeah, there's that second group of 4 that Tom was just talking about: Henry, Peelsticker, Cote Jr., and John Hansen. So we've got a couple little packs of drivers all trying to work together to get to the front. And we've got to move the 133 car, Thomas Schulter, trying to make a move around Nick Heinig a little further back there.
Also a big lunge up the inside at turn 10 for John Jansen. He was scored in the position ahead across the start-finish line. There he is, the red machine, picked up one spot over Jimmy Coate Jr. in the white with blue stripes. That's for 8th and 9th position, and a car runs wide at turn 1.
As there's a car missing a front right fender there. That probably was a car that was involved in that first lap incident. That makes sense there. We'll see if that car was able to get back on the racetrack.
John Jansen is on a tear, just goes through on Rob Peelsticker down at turn 2 as well. The red car there actually shoved Peelsticker wide enough that Jimmy Coate Jr. was able to get through as well. Picked up 2 spots in less than a lap so far for the number 4.
17 minutes left to go in this race. This will probably end on time after our full course yellow, so watch that clock more so than our laps here at this point in time. Ooh, there is an attempted little move to go in underneath. Now those 3 cars of Glanger, Heinig, and Coate probably thinking to this point that maybe they're not going to catch the leader, so they're starting to race themselves a little bit more, because that is a battle for the last spot on the podium right there that we're watching. These 3 silver grayish cars coming through our screen, they're now racing pretty much for 3rd place.
Grant Heinig showing a little bit of urgency there, but does slip back after the attempted kind of, I don't think it was a pass attempt so much as just trying to rattle Gary Glanger, who's running in the position just in front there in 3rd. Showed the nose at turn 9 and lost a couple car lengths through turns 10 and up the front straight for it, but now he's right back there. And they're starting to pull away just a little bit from Carter Coate in the number 25, the solid silver car in 5th.
Yeah, and either making him look big in the mirrors, or maybe Glanger just had a slight hiccup and he had to kind of pull out so he didn't run him over. They run such close tolerances here on these drafts that even a little bit of breathing of the throttle of the car in front and the car in 2nd place or right behind it has to do something to avoid that rear bumper. 15.5 minutes to go. For those watching at home, we're going to take a short lunch break here after this race and then come back this afternoon with 6 more races. Glanger doing a nice job leading this pack here. As they come through turn 10 again, we're on lap number 11 of this race. 15 minutes to go here. Stevens and Long have pulled out to a 5-second lead over these 3 cars. Not focusing too much on them because they are pretty much always, they're going to wait till the last 5 minutes of this race before they start, competing against each other too much. So the excitement on the track right now is this battle for 3rd place.
That's good stuff. The other thing that comes with the home track advantage, you obviously know the nooks and crannies of the racetrack just a little bit better, but you also know what the car needs to go fast at the racetrack a little bit more. And these Spec Racer Fords do have a brake bias adjustment in the car. Talking to the drivers, it is a relatively powerful tuning tool. As the weather changes through the weekend, I don't think the wind is going to affect these cars, but the sun coming out may. And if you know that you maybe need just a little bit more forward or rearward brake bias to stabilize the car forward or get it to rotate a little bit more rearward, the drivers who are more familiar with this racetrack are going to know that. One car pulled off on purpose to drivers right between turns 9 and 10. But again, it looks like Grant Heinig just a little bit quicker into Sector 3 over Gary Glanger. Has not been able to find a way through yet, but every single time we get to turn 9, it's just running Glanger over.
Not only is that brake bias a powerful tuning tool, it's the only tuning tool they have in the cockpit, other than what's between their ears and their foot. It's the only thing they can adjust once the green flag falls. And even beyond that, there's not a lot of adjustability in these cars to start with. Even in the paddock, little spring changes, a little bit of camber caster changes, but pretty much that's all you can do on these cars. Now it looks like Glanger and the car right behind him, that is Heinig, they're pulling away from Carter Coate just a little bit.
That 4-car pack behind has also broken up somewhat. It's now just Henry and Jansen working together. The other cars in that 4-car pack, and now Jansen looks like trying to make a move on Henry going into turn 7, gets the job done, and Henry now takes over, or Jansen now takes over 6th place here with 12:40 to go.
That's up from 9th position on the grid. It's a big charge for that red number 4, but now he's got a problem of that big chasm between himself and the next car. At most racetracks, that would kind of be the end of it. You'd have a really hard time running down the cars in front if there's a gap like that. But I think John Jansen, specifically here at the shorter Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, has enough raw pace that he might start to close back in on Carter Coate, who's showing that he's struggling just ever so slightly to keep up with Glanger and Heinig for 3rd.
Unfortunate for that car parked at the entrance in turn 10, as that driver's going to now sit in that car for the next 12 minutes and watch everyone drive past him, because they're really not allowed to get out of the car at that position of the racetrack. Oh, we've got a spinner here at the exit of turn 1, but it looks like that car is going to be able to continue. Not sure if it got there by itself or if it had a little bit of help, but it is moving on. Here we're going to get a good look at it here as he goes into turn 1. No, that car all by its lonesome. Oh, look at how close it was. Another car had to evade, and then, yep, that was a very lucky moment for all 3 of those cars involved, that they got through there pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, that was a really nice job of that driver to hold the brakes as well. As soon as the car started to go around, just a really lazy, innocent spin on the entry to turn 1. Didn't look like he overcooked it or anything, just kind of lost the back end. Trying to pick up a number on that car. Might be the 118 of Matt Stratham.
Yeah.
Trying to zoom in here, but one of those cars towards the back of the field.
Yeah, and he'll spend the next 10 minutes and 50 seconds trying to figure out why that car went around. His brain.
Right.
It's kind of an unusual place for that, way for that car to spin, but he's got data. He'll go back and look at that afterwards.
This race is flying by, Brian. You mentioned 10 minutes to go, and that's going to start to get into the window where Peyton Long might start to try just little bits here and there if he knows that there's an opportunity to start to rattle Tyler Stevens. He's been in perfect lockstep up to this point, but there you go. Just look at the bravery and the confidence over that curve for these top 2 relative to some of the other cars as they come into that shot. You can really see the energy that those cars carry. Ooh, and a big lunge for the 127. Heinig tries to show the nose on Glanger, and Glanger confidently just shuts the door, not having any sort of conversation about this one at all. You're going to have to be there a lot closer, says Glanger to Heinig.
Yeah, that may be one of those situations where he's doing a little test move here to see when he gets to the end of this race where he's going to make his final move. You're right, Tom. Long and Stevens have pulled out to a 7.9, almost 8-second lead. So they definitely have enough gap where with 9.5 to go here, they could start getting racy and trying to see who's going to really be able to make the pace here at the end of the race. We'll just have to kind of wait to see when they decide to go, well, when Peyton Long decides to go racing. You know, and it's also, this class tends to be a last pass makes the win kind of thing. So, you know, Peyton Long might not even want to make that move into first place until the final lap.
Yeah, it's a good point. We talked yesterday during Formula V about knowing where the last passing opportunity is on the circuit. Sometimes it's the last corner, sometimes it's the first corner. Here at Hallett, it looks like it's kind of in the first sector for a lot of these spec classes with that big braking zone after the longest straightaway on the track down to turn 2 and 3. That's not to say that's a guarantee, but that's maybe the one you have the most control over when you decide to start to make a move. As I caught in the camera angle, they flashed through. Peyton Long was buried under the back end of Tyler Stevens through turn 7 and 8, but they still run in that order. And Grant Heinig is not going anywhere on the back of Gary Glanger either.
Well, and the other problem with having a teammate like this, a good problem to have, is that, you know, Tyler Stevens knows exactly what Peyton Long likes to do and where he likes to make that last pass. And Peyton Long knows exactly where Tyler Stevens likes to do things. So that makes it just that much harder. You know, it's great to be teammates and to drive away,
But when the time comes for, for brass tacks, you got to go for it. You know each other so well, it kind of becomes a chess match at this point.
It really does. Just also noticing in fifth, Carter Coate has found some speed here in the later stages of the race. He's pulling back towards Grant Heinig and Gary Glanger just ever so slightly. And now this race has gone long enough green that we're going to introduce some lap traffic as well.
Yep.
To throw a wrench into the thing for these top two.
Yeah, Coates probably getting benefit from the fact that Glanger and Heinig, unlike Stevens and Long, have actually been doing a little bit of back and forth of trying to do a little racing. And when you're not just hooking up and making lap after lap, that allows the cars behind you to maybe ever so slightly catch up. So definitely appears to be benefiting from that situation a little bit. Going through the rest of our top 10 after we get through Peyton Long, Stevens, Long, Glanger, Heinig, and Coate. We've got John Jansen, Davis Henry, Jimmy Coate Jr., Rob Pielstecker, and Scott Monroe. That's your top 10. Followed by Ben Pigeon, Nick Heinig, Thomas Schulter, Russell Oakes, Paul Miranda, Timothy Blakely, Charles Pigeon, Tom Burt, and actually Charles Pigeon just went around Tom Burt, and Mark Hutchins. That's your top 20 here as we get to our final 6.5 minutes to go here in race number 1.
No changes at the front just yet, but it's a new track record for Tyler Stevens, a 119.6 is a little over a full second faster than the previous standing track record from years past. That's mainly due to that sealer patches we know is just a little bit quicker, is tumbling track records in Formula V up to 4 seconds, believe it or not. They get through on the lapped car, the 158, nice and clean down the back straightaway. Frederick Hotz not making it too difficult for them. The New Orleans driver now settles back in, and no opportunity created for Peyton Long that time through.
Yeah, and as you know, Tom, the lead cars typically get a lot of help from the blue flags and people thinking about the leaders catching them. Now, the group in third, fourth, fifth, sixth might not get as lucky as they start to work through traffic.
Right, corner workers doing the best they can for that notification flag, but it's not a command. They don't have to do anything. It's just an awareness thing, especially in these open-top cars with the small mirrors. It is quite helpful to get a little reminder. Looks like Gary Glanger and Grant Heinig, after not bickering, whoa, what's this? Peyton Long gets hung up around some lap traffic.
Wow.
Number 7 involved there is going to drop back about 10 car lengths, Brian.
That's a big moment there, and it might be all that Tyler Stevens needs to be able to pull away and drive away now. Now's the point in time where it's not as important to have a teammate anymore because you don't have to worry about the cars behind you. So there is no motivation for Tyler Stevens to slow down and let his teammate catch up. Right. This is the break where he's going to say, pedal down, look forward, head down, see what he can do. You know, if this had happened on lap 3 or 4, maybe he holds back and lets his teammate catch up, but that will not happen here.
Certainly not, and also saw him drag the tire into the grass between turns 5 and 6, so now he's definitely lit the wick. That exchange also allowed, just because it's fun, for 22nd, David Roth now under attack from Frederick Haas just behind him. These leaders, man, that's a tough break for Peyton Long.
Yep. 4.5 minutes to go. That's probably 3 laps for Tyler Stevens to go back to back. Yeah, and Long is not making up pace. It was 2.9 seconds or 2.2 seconds at the line last time. I'm going to venture to guess when they get to the line this time, it's going to be right around the same time gap. Does not look like he's making up any room here. And they're going to start to get it more lap traffic here at some point as well in these last few minutes.
Yeah, this is tough. They're local yellow at turn 5 for a car having spun and backing now up to the corner worker station just to get out of the way. But Gary Glanger and Grant Heinig both got stuck behind because of that full course yellow. You can't pass lapped cars under yellow, just like you can't pass for position. They just get through on the number 7. They're still stuck behind the number 158. And Glanger having to go on the attack and the defense all at the same time. That's brought Carter Coate just a little bit closer. As they come up over the crest, exiting the corner. All 3 silver cars in contention for 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like Glanger and Heinig were able to negotiate that slower car a little bit better than Stevens and Long did. They were able to stay hooked up. So they've made it through just fine. Now Coates got to try to get through there as well if he wants any chance of being part of the discussion for that race for third place.
Tell you what, Brian, Peyton Long is not giving up. He just put his personal best and session best of the race, Sector 1. He also took about 0.7 of a second out of Tyler Stevens last time across the start-finish line. There's the gap between the two. The red 105 has the lead. The orange and white 104 got held back by some lap traffic and exchange a couple laps ago. And is this a sign that Peyton Long was really holding back for this entire race till the last corner? That's what we would suspect here up in the booth, but he's kind of proving us right now. He's flying.
Well, and if that's the case, he's probably got a little better tires under himself as well as he gets through. He went purple in Sector 1 on this lap as well. So let's see if he can keep that together here for the rest of this lap, take another chunk out. Now, this time he was a little bit slower than Tyler Stevens by about 0.3 of a second. So he gave up 0.3 in Sector 2. At the line, that gap now from 1.5 seconds last lap is going to be 1.9 seconds this lap. So definitely an improvement, but he's going to have to make up a lot more than that with 1:44 to go. He's going to have to make up bigger chunks than that.
Yeah, the math is not on his side. This is the second to last lap. White flag next time by. And that means the time is ticking for Gary Glanger and Grant Heinig as well. Glanger probably hoping and praying for the white flag anytime he can. A spin for the lapped car in the background. Going to stay off the brake pedal and roll it off the racing line. Good heads up driving there. Unfortunately, facing away from traffic now. He won't be able to see when he can rejoin. But that lets the third, fourth, and fifth place cars get through at least cleanly.
Official word from race control, white flag next time by. So a lap and a half to go for Tyler Stevens to hold on, and you can see that gap's actually looks like it's gotten just a little bit wider now. So I think maybe Stevens heard it.
Stevens brake lock up into turn 9, pushing hard, chasing green potentially on his timer, and he's going to lose a couple tenths from it. It was a really good save as that car really had a lot of front lockup on the right side coming into that corner.
All right, white flag will be in the air when he comes past the start-finish line this time, and you can see Long's a little bit closer. I have to say, Tom, if Tyler Stevens does not make a mistake here, he's going to come home with his second win of the weekend.
Yeah, probably got a little reality check there in that corner. He lost a full half a second from that lockup alone. But it still looks good for Tyler Stevens to bring it home on this white flag lap. Heinig is maybe the furthest he's been. Look at the slide through turn 1. Beautiful.
Yeah, nothing left to hold back now. You got to throw it all in there and try to make time on this final lap. Still about a 10-car length difference between our leader, Tyler Stevens, in that red and black 105 car up front. Then we've got the white and red car of Peyton Long in the 104 car, about 10 car lengths back. 4 corners to go to victory for Tyler Stevens. Can he hold on? One more set of corners here, and it will be final time through turn 10. Tyler Stevens putting on a clinic here this weekend. It's going to be back-to-back wins for Stevens if he can negotiate this final corner without any issues, coming through smoothly with no problems and right to the checkered flag. Tyler Stevens, then Peyton Long. Let's see who gets third. Will it be Glanger or Heinig? Here they come. Glanger's still out front. Heinig's in second, but really close. Drag race to the line. It's going to be Glanger with the third place, followed by Heinig, and then Carter Cope will come in. Well, there we go, Tom. Another great show from Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, really good stuff. John Jansen across the line. Davis Henry picking up a spot on the very final lap. Nope, Jimmy Cote got back through. And then Rob Peelsticker will round out the top 10. How about this also, Brian? Peyton Long absolutely obliterated the track record on that very final lap.
Wow.
A 119.4 for the fastest lap of the race. That's, let me pull up the supplementals to make sure I get this right. Previous track record, 120.8. So that's 1.4 some seconds up. Track record for Peyton Long. That's some good bragging rights, even though coming home in second.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right, our top 10 here at the end of our first race of the day. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Gary Glanger, that's your podium. Grant Heinig in fourth, followed by Carter Coate, John Jansen, Jimmy Coate Jr., Davis Henry, Rob Fielsticker, and Thomas Schulter. That is your top 10 here at Hallett. All right, coming back in about an hour, we will get our second race of the day in Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. It has been a whole lot more fun coming at you this afternoon. He's Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Bielanski. Coming back in an hour for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. See you in a bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. We're racing, and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, second race of. We wrap up our coverage from Hallett. Let's get right to our starting lineups. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me. Jordan Worth is look good. Appreciate all of his work today. Let's get to our starting grid. On the front row in Formula F, a duo of Formula Fs, Cliff Johnson and Andrew McNougal. And moving on to row number 2, we have another Formula F and a Formula 6, Dale Evans and Timothy Friest. Now on to row number 3. We start our Formula Vs. Hunter Phelps Barron on the pole. Zachary Whitston next to him in row 3. Row number 4 is Steve Whitston. That's the brother. Simon Hughes on the outside of row number 4. Moving to row number 5, we've got Mark Richardson and Rich Richardson there in row 5. Row number 6, we've got Michael Nitz and Philip Holcomb. Now in row number 7, Ron Whitston, that's the dad, and Carl Mayer. If he got that car back out there, he had some issues yesterday, so we will see what happens with that situation. Tomo, welcome back. Hope you had a nice little break, and you're ready for 6 great races here this afternoon.
I am ready. Very much looking forward to this one. We had an absolute burner of a battle in Formula V yesterday, and I think we're going to see more of the same, but this is 10 minutes longer. And it also looks like it's turned into quite the beautiful day out there in Oklahoma. I'm sitting at home in Ohio, but it looks beautiful, and this will be a lot of fun.
Yep, I just sat outside, had a nice lunch in the sun, got a little vitamin D. I think the kids call it, it's going to be a banger, is what they say, right? Right, Tom?
Sure, yeah. We'll go be lit.
We'll go with it. It'll be lit. I love that. Awesome. Often. A little 6-7. A little 6-7. So, heading on to turn 10, pace car should hit pit lane here. We've got the 2 Formula Fs and the 1 Formula 6 up front. Does not look like Carl Mayer has made the race. Got a little tiny gap back to our Formula Vs, which is how they like to do it. That'll give the front 3 a chance to drive off, because those cars should be faster than the Formula Vs, especially on a nice, dry, perfect, good racetrack with great conditions. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing as we get our 35-minute or 22-lap race underway today. Actually, no, is it 25 laps? 27 laps. Here they go into turn 1. Look at, that Formula 6 did not get a good start. Already back into the front of the Formula V field.
But that is that's Meyer. He started at the back and has already made his way all the way to the front, but it's interrupting the Formula V race just a little bit. There's a Formula F back there as well. I missed where that car came from. I think it must have started at the back as well, but it hasn't interfered with the V race too badly. It's Hunter Phelps Barron still leading the way, and now Steve Whitson is going to move just in front of Zach Whitston. We also have a white Formula V coming up the inside. Don't know the number on that one off the top of my head, but it's one of the Richardson machines.
Yeah, a couple of cars came to the grid after the 1 minute, so that might be why that Formula F started at the back and didn't get caught up with the rest of the field. Carl Mayer is now moving back through the Formula V field, so he struggled a little bit yesterday. Seems to be having some same type of problems today. Here comes your Formula Vs now. I believe that is Zach Whitston up front in the yellow car with his brother right behind him. Here to come through 8 and 9 on the first lap. They'll be crossing our start-finish line here in just a minute. Here comes our Formula F cars to complete their first lap. We'll see how they worked out. And that Formula F car that started at the back all the way through the field and almost caught up with the front 2 Formula Fs as well. So good move for him and a good first lap. Right now it's McNougal, Evans, Friest, and Cliff Johnson was that Piper Formula F. They had to come from all the way in the back, and there's our Formula Vs.
And that's yesterday's race winner as well, that red Formula F. But what a shuffle up here in V. We've got, a spin in Formula F. I think that might have been the race leader from before.
Oh, stay.
No, it's Dale Evans. Dale Evans rolling backwards out of the racing line to get out into the big expansive pavement they use for drifting here. Another car is backwards as well. The Formula 6 leader, Timothy Friest.
Lots of problems in this second lap of the race. Here's what happens going in. There is the first car, and the second car, while trying to get around it, went out in the dirty part of the racetrack and spun, and then had to hang tight while all of the Formula V field comes through.
tense moments for those top 4 Formula Vs. Hunter Phelps-Barron and Simon Hughes were side by side, and the Whitsons were side by side as well, but it's still Steve Whitson over Zach Whitson over Hunter Phelps-Barron. And they've moved up after those spins to 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall.
Well, a little bit of chaos here on the opening couple of laps. Hopefully now everyone can settle in and start to work their way through this 35-minute race here. This will probably go on time, but we'll see what happens here. This is probably one of our slower, well, the Formula Fs are a little bit quicker, so maybe not our slowest race group of the weekend. Getting done with lap or 2, Andrew McDougall ends up getting a good situation with those other 2 the Formula F car spinning in turn 2. So now it's McDougall and Johnson made it through that. Dale Evans dropped all the way back to 9th place because of that spin. Now he's working his way up through the Formula V field. Already a 10-12 car length lead for the front 3 Formula Vs of Whitston, and Phelps-Barron. Simon Hughes is the 4th car coming into our view right now.
It's just a perfect example of you can have a game plan coming into the race, but as soon as the green flag flies, all the plans can go out the window. Multiple drivers having an unsuspecting start to this race for good or for worse. Andrew McDougall is going to be very busy with Cliff Johnson, yesterday's race winner in Formula F, at the front of this race, still holding him off nicely, and then the Vs have to settle into a bit of a rhythm. We saw yesterday it took them quite a while to really start duking it out, but Zach Whitson and Hunter Phelps-Barron both wanted to lead the pack. Now they find themselves 2nd and 3rd with Steve Whitson. He camped out in 3rd all day yesterday, couldn't quite find a way to do much with it, and now leads this race.
What is this? How does the saying go? Plans are the universe's comic relief?
Right. Or what is the boxing one? It's great to have a plan until you get punched in the face. Luckily, no contact, exactly. No punching in the face is here yet today.
Yeah, it looks like all of the issues were kind of self-inflicted. So 30 minutes are already 5 minutes through this race, and now things are starting to settle in here. And the front of this pack in Formula V is a very familiar trio, Tom.
Really is. If you tune into the runoffs in a couple months' time from Road America, you're going to see some of these names up in the top 10. Pass for the overall race lead. Cliff Johnson has gone through on Andrew McDougall for Formula F. There they are in turn 9. And Johnson has been somewhere in around a second and a lap faster than McDougall this weekend on a pretty consistent basis. Fast lap of the race yesterday was, in fact, closer to 2 seconds faster. So he may just cruise off into the distance, but so far we've already seen that the expected is not necessarily what's going to happen.
Looking at our chat, Med1 is in the chat. That's our ambulance crew. The most boring position at the racetrack on the best weekend is the ambulance crew. They should sit in their truck and do absolutely nothing for 2 straight days. So they're keeping up on the race action by watching our live stream in the ambulance. Hopefully they won't have to do any work today.
Amen to that. So the trio of Formula Vs that we're going to keep our eye on for the next 28 and a half minutes for sure, no doubt. Steve Whitson in the full yellow, Zach Whitson in the yellow and blue, Hunter Phelps-Barron in the black with red nose. A little bit of a poor run through turn 1 potentially for Steve Whitson here. Both drivers behind looked like they had a pretty good head of steam coming out of our camera shot. And indeed, Zach Whitson going to go through on Steve and take the lead of the race. Phelps-Barron not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, this trio already far enough ahead where they can kind of start racing each other early here and not have to worry too much about the rest of the field catching them back up. Dale Evans already up through most of the Formula V field, is about to take and get past Simon Hughes, and then he'll catch back up to the back of the front trio and then be at least within yellow flag, of course, caution distance of the leaders. If anything happens, he'll be able to catch back up at that point without any of the V's in between them. So here he comes. So he's just in the back of our camera angle. If we sit on this camera for just a second, we'll see him come into view there. There is Dale Evans. He's the car that spun in turn 2 on the opening second lap, I believe.
Formula Fs, they're really fun to drive. They're 4-speed cars, 1.6 liters. The Honda motor just technically a little smaller than that, but You don't have to use the clutch to shift. You can just bang the gear up and down, but the revs, it's not technically a rev match if you just slam it in there. So it could be a little tricky if you're not ready to go, as that was just the second lap of the race. I have to imagine just maybe a slight miss on the downshift there, pulling the gears down into turn 2.
Yep. Other parts of the world, Formula F is the absolute place you have to go if you want to go up the ranks in Formula cars. It's not an optional stop in most of the rest of the world. Most kids go to karts, then Formula F, and move up from there. So, and the Formula F here is pretty much the same as the Formula F in the rest of the world.
Yeah, the main difference is here in the States, we still race on slick tires more often than not, both in Formula F and in Formula V. You'll see that the tires are racing slicks. In a lot of the rest of the world, they're on treaded tires now, which makes them move around just a little bit differently, but that's about it. Pressure mounting on Hunter Phelps-Barron as Zach Whitson starting to get away just ever so slightly over Steve Whitson. And it's not so much that he's going to drive away off into the distance, but Phelps-Barron has essentially teammates in the family members just in front. Steve Whitson can run kind of rear gunner just a little bit if Phelps-Barron doesn't get more aggressive and try to make up some time.
Early part of this race is panning out a lot like yesterday with this trio of Whitson, and Phelps-Barron kind of working together as much as they can, but again, even when you're brothers, teammates and brothers are different, Tom.
Sure is.
Teammates would probably work together better than brothers will, because no brother wants to lose to the other brother. I guarantee you that.
Although there is that classic line from grade school or whatever you want to call it, no one else gets to pick on my brother, only me. So
That's right.
Certainly they're going to be more familiar with each other, more happy to race each other than anybody else trying to get involved. Dale Evans in the Formula F in the background, that slightly larger car, is going to join this train, and that Formula F will make most of its speed in the straights relative to the Formula V, so hopefully he can get by in a pretty easy motor situation and not try to go through in some of these tighter sections of the racetrack so this Formula V race can continue.
Yeah, looking at where they're at right now, if Dale Evans catches him right at the right spot, he'll be able to use that main straight to make this pass and clear these Formula Vs. And then he'll have clear sailing between him and Andrew McDougall, who is the third place car in Formula F. He'll be probably 35, 36 seconds back. We'll know more here in just a second what that gap's going to be. Yeah, it'll be 40 plus seconds. Oh, he didn't quite make it, and that's going to be tough. Oh. Just a bad spot for Hunter Phelps-Barron for him to cycle back in.
Yeah, and kind of insult to injury as Evans missed the corner going for the pass, and Hunter Phelps-Barron had to try to go for an over-under and then just gets motored. He's separated from the other two Formula Vs, just praying that they get a similar sort of problem. Whoa, miscommunication between these two. Steve Whitson wanted to defend the inside line and try to make it maybe just a bit easier for Evans to go around the outside. Evans didn't quite see it coming and now ends up stuck.
Yeah, well, that's actually not bad news for Phelps-Barron, because that's going to help him maybe pull a tight little draft off that Formula F car when he does finally make the pass, and hopefully he can use that to help him get back up, but it maybe not going to take advantage of that now, so now it'll be a little bit of a gap as he goes around one of the Formula Vs.
Steve Whitson was ready to make the pass again if he needed to, and in fact he does, as Evans runs a little bit wide, still trying to maybe get some confidence back in that car after the spin, looking a little uncomfortable to make sudden moves, but the power will allow him to walk away after they get onto that straightaway. That's going to put Steve Whitson back into the clutches of Hunter Phelps-Barron, and Zach Whitson now finds himself with the gap. He's the only car yet to not be inhibited by this car coming through, and down into turn one, he might get held up just ever so slightly towards the apex, but he'll be able to roll back onto the throttle and carry his speed up the straightaway even with a draft.
All right, now Steve Whitson and Hunter Phelps-Barron are going to have to work together if they want to be able to catch Zach Whitson. That's the only way that's going to work. Even with 22 minutes to go, that's a lot of time. So if they work together, that'll be fine. But now these Formula Vs are coming up on that slower Formula 6 car.
of Kyle Mayer, and hopefully he'll get out of the way and not cause any problems. We'll see how this works out.
Mayer's best lap of the race right now, or the previous lap of the race, excuse me, was about 12 seconds off pace, and it looks like there are some mechanical issues continuing to rear their head for that number 3 car, the white and orange Formula 6, limping its way back towards the front straightaway. Wouldn't be surprised to see that car on pit lane in about 20 seconds. But Hunter Phelps-Barron, feeling the pressure, Steve Whitson needs to really light the wick and turn some fast laps, or else Phelps-Barron is going to try to go through and start this charge forward instead. As you pointed out, they really need to work together at this point. Co-opetition is the goal to try to run Zach Whitson back down.
And we'll see, comparing the lap times here, that when they come by, the gap was 1.4 seconds at the line. Let's see if those two are able to make any time here. When they come across the line this time now, the gap is going to be, let's see, 2 seconds. So no, they weren't.
Oh, Steve Whitson lost it coming off of the first corner, went a little bit wide. Phelps-Barron had to try to avoid him, and he did. Both drivers save it, but that was definitely a code brown for Hunter Phelps-Barron and Steve Whitson both. Whitson with dirty tires slips back just another couple car lengths, and all 3 of our contenders in Formula V find themselves essentially by themselves in the top 3.
And that could not be a better scenario. Oh, well, there's a Formula V off. Drivers right at the exit of turn 1. Looks like he's going to be able to get back on the racetrack. That's the best scenario possible for Zach Whitson, to have those 2 cars separate behind him, because if they run like this without any, it's really hard to catch up.
Fastest lap of the weekend in Formula V is Hunter Phelps-Barron. They shattered the track record yesterday by 4 seconds. So the second place V, the black with the red nose, does in theory, or at least as the data says, have a little bit more pace in it. But we're kind of in completely different conditions at this point, Brian. I think it's maybe a similar temperature, but the track temp is going to be quite a bit higher with this amount of sun on it for an extended period of time.
Yeah, the ambient temperature at this point in time here at Hallett is 74 degrees. We're supposed to get up to 82 today. So all in all, a much warmer day today than yesterday. The warmest day of the 3 here. So
also,
Cliff Johnson.
Go ahead.
Say up front in Formula F, Cliff Johnson has taken the lead and has got a 34-second now gap over Andrew McDougall. Makes me think McDougall had a moment somewhere on the racetrack, and that's what caused him to fall back so far.
Yeah, that's a good eye there between the two. I was just checking the fast lap of the race between those top 2 in Formula F. It's pretty similar, but for some reason McDougall doesn't have the consistency, or at least last time through was a full 2 seconds behind the pace that Cliff Johnson has set. The gap at the front, pretty significant now, up closing in on, I think it's at least about 10 seconds now.
Yes, and that puts Dale Evans 16 seconds back from McDougall, and he's running a second a lap faster. And with 19 minutes to go, if he can keep that pace up, that might be able to give him an opportunity to get to the rear of Andrew McDougall's car. So we'll keep a close eye on that as we go through the next few laps as well. Now the gap is, 14 seconds between McDougall and Evans.
Yeah, and I misspoke. It's a 36-second lead for Johnson, not 10. So that is a significant gap between the two. Just picking up the battle for 5th in Formula V. This is Mark Richardson and Rich Richardson duking it out. Mark is in the white and Rich is in the silver. Coming over the crest at turn 8 into the braking zone. I also want to point out, I saw the back end of Steve Whitson's car looks a little unhappy, taking a couple sets every time he gets on the brakes or loads the car in the corner. So I'm not sure the handling on the number 18, the yellow car running 3rd, is all that happy after that little off.
Yeah, it looked like it was maybe dirty tires, but that same little loose wiggle condition has been ongoing now since that off coming out of turn 1. So I don't know if he damaged something or something broke even before that off going to 1. But the car certainly is not handling like I think he would like it to.
Fastest lap of the race in Formula V. Right now, Hunter Phelps-Barron, he took 0.7 of a second out of Zach Whitson's lead. The car's on camera, more wiggling there for Steve Whitson. Doesn't look like much, But that is enough to take just a little bit of either confidence or pace out of the car if it's not meant to be there. Typically, you don't want the car rocking like that through the braking zone.
Absolutely. Johnson pulling away a little more for McDougall, now 38 seconds the gap. But Dale Evans not making up any pace, so they've kind of all stabilized. They're all running essentially within a second of each other, a second to 2 seconds of each other lap time. So he's going to have to make up a lot of pace here. But that time, Dale Evans about a second slower than McDougall, even though, now Dale Evans looks like he may have spun somewhere because he's falling down through the field as well.
Big ride for Steve Whitson. Again, we're speculating some handling issues in that car, and the proof is adding up more and more as he runs a little bit wide coming off of turn 5 and goes for a huge ride through the grass. He made it back to the track at turn 6. It wasn't a race ender for him at all, but now he's going to be out of the camera shot as the front 2 cars are completely gone at this point.
Yeah, there's a couple of main links in that rear suspension on these cars, and if one of those is broken, it will be very unpredictable here, and that it kind of looks like what's happening. If that rear end is kind of sliding back and forth and in different parts of the corner, that can be really, really uncomfortable. Let's do this. We are coming up. Well, still 2 minutes. Let's wait another lap or two before we take our break. Andrew McDougall just put down his fast lap of the race, a 121.966. That's still a little bit slower than Cliff Johnson up front by about a 10th second. Let's see if Steve Whitson decides to come into the pits, or he may try to just hold halfway point and then call it a day here.
Yeah, it's not the end. Obviously,
right now,
a third place. Yeah, third place is nothing to turn your nose up at, but
sure.
He was leading the race, of course, so I think he's probably just going to have to resign to the fact that this is where his race has settled. Awkward moment for Hunter Phelps-Barron coming up on Carl Meyer, a bit slow over the crest at turn 9. He's going to 8. He's going to have to pinch his entry to turn 9. He might lose a little bit of time. That momentum in these cars is absolute gold. You need it. You absolutely have to have that momentum, and if you pinch the entry even by a car width, it can be a big deal. Keep an eye on this. This is going to be watching timing and scoring until they get back together. It doesn't look like it hurt him too bad, though, Brian, does it?
No, not too bad. I think the big determining factor here is whether Whitson can hold on to third place. Obviously, if you... Oh, we got a car pointing in the wrong direction here, backing out of the way. Every time I see a car not sitting still when other cars, it gives me pause. But if you're kind of backing off the race line, that makes sense.
That camera angle is a little deceiving. It makes the track look really narrow, but from this angle, you can see it's absolutely huge. That was Dale Evans going around again. And we have our overall race leader now coming up on the top 3 in Formula V. The red Formula F of Cliff Johnson is coming up to put a lap on the field.
They were saying that car was car 7. Oh, yeah, that was Dale Evans who was spun there. Okay, so we're hearing that Carl Mayer is waiting to get the halfway mark in this race. He knows he's underpowered and he wants to get out of the way of the other car. So as soon as he gets to the halfway mark, he'll be coming in and calling it a day. Wants to make it a complete race so he can log in that potential race needed to qualify for the runoffs. So that is a part of the dance that we have to manage some if you really got that year-end aspiration to make it to Road America for the national championship race. You kind of do some things here to get yourself these race finishes.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you qualify in for that, and it's not really your results that qualify you so much as your participation. In some of the really heavily attended classes, it may come down to results as well. But to qualify in for the runoffs, you have to start a certain number of races, and you have to be at a certain number of weekends. Some weekends count as a higher qualifier, if you want to call this Super Tour a higher level event than some regional races. If you go to a bunch more regional races, you can qualify in as well. Some lap traffic popping up for Formula V. Your race leader is Zach Whitson. The car just slid coming out of turn 6, drops the dirt just a little bit. The handling may be going off of that car as well. Hunter Phelps Barron has run him down in 2 corners. He's right there.
Well, here we go, battling for the lead here in Formula V. As soon as we see how this battle pans out here, we'll take a quick break. Let's let him get through this last one here and see if there's any change in position here. All right, doesn't look like anything here. Let's take our break, and we'll keep an eye on this for you, and we'll update you when I'm back. I'll do a quick call to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. Group 3 to the grid. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live here at Hallett, and we were 3 wide coming down the front straight. We went to break, and nothing has really changed, though. It's still Zach Whitson and Hunter Phelps Barron here, but it has set us up top for what could be a really exciting last 9 minutes of this race.
Yeah, 9 minutes to go, and these are the top 2 in Formula V. Zach Whitson had a couple of poor corners, and that brought Hunter Phelps Barron right back into the fold. They were, as you mentioned, side by side into turn 1 while lapping another car. But Zach Whitson was able to race his way around it a little bit faster. But there's, again, both of these Whitson machines just look a little bit too loose today relative to Hunter Phelps Barron, who's been so planted. Zach Whitson hasn't shown quite the lack of pace because of it that Steve Whitson was struggling with. But I think he might be holding on a little bit more than the black car behind.
And it might just be that it's 10 degrees warmer today it was yesterday, and maybe they didn't have as good a plan. Oh, look at Zach Wilson goes a little bit wide there, and Phelps Barron looks to put the nose in, but doesn't get a chance to get it done there. Also, look at how wide and wiggly he is going through turn 5. That is like skating rink for that car. And look at Phelps Barron goes side by side. He's trying to take advantage of what he sees in front of him. He is a right by a race car in front of them. That's got to be so frustrating when you know your car's handling a little bit better and you can't get the pass done.
That yellow and blue machine looks like an absolute handful. Look at that. Even just at the turn-in for turn 7, it's wobbling already. He is going to have to earn this one and then some if he wants to hold off Hunter Phelps-Barron. And to your point, 10 degrees warmer, there's with a low horsepower cars like this, you really want to have as little rolling resistance as possible and even be able to kind of go through the corner with the wheel slightly straighter, the car rotating underneath you rather than having to turn it with the front axle. It looks like they might have overshot that just a little bit, or potentially something slipping on the car. But I can't believe that it would happen to both Zach and Steve, maybe just running a similar setup that's a bit too loose for today.
Well, I mean, and these tires are 4 or 5 inches wide. The contact pad's about the size of a top of the can of Coke. And it is just really, I mean, you've got to hit the tires right.
Meanwhile, Phelps-Barron's probably licking his chops knowing that this is feeling almost inevitable, that he will find a way by, watching the car in front of him just wobble all around the racetrack. They're still coming up on some lapped cars. This is Mark Richardson, the next one they have to get through. Really heads up driving there. Tip of the hat to Mark. Rich Richardson will be the next one that they encounter in the silver car coming into 6 just now.
There they go. Hill towards 7 to really see the implications of this racetrack here. A couple more slower cars that they're going to have to negotiate, and Hunter Phelps-Barron trying to find the right time to get by. Tom, it certainly feels like if he can get by, he might have a better handling car enough to start to pull away a little bit.
I would suspect that's the case. The only the glimmer of hope for Zach Whitson is, as this race runs on, maybe he can get the front tires to wear down just a little bit and balance that car out a bit more, as right now it just looks like the front has way too much grip for what the rear can handle, and he's really relying on that front grip to carry radius around the corner. You saw he was almost a full car width wider through the apex and the exit of the final corner. Nicely makes the move and separates himself from Phelps-Barron on the exit of turn 1.
Looks like Phelps-Barron, though, did get a good cut off of turn 1, so he should be able to get around that slower car and not lose too much time. And that is exactly what has happened. So he's made the path now between 1 and 2, and now he's back on the hunt, no pun intended, to get back to the back of Zachary Winston's car, coming up on 5 minutes. It's going to be about 3 laps left in these cars. Steve Whitston seems to have stabilized here and his problems, so he's probably just figured out how to make the car work with the problems that he's having. But he's still holding on to 3rd place here. Right behind him, though, is the Timothy Friest in the Formula 6 car, so that's a little bit of a buffer helping him stay in 3rd place here.
Yep, here comes Whitson now into, this is Steve, into turn 7. Yep. And as we speculate, dealing with some similar handling issues maybe to what we see out of Zach Whitston's car. And his pace, you're right, is stabilized nicely. It's just about on the same pace as the cars leading the race, maybe a couple tenths slower.
When you do have a car go off really quickly like that, sometimes it just takes you 2 or 3 laps to figure out what straight, and it does feel like that's what Steve Whitston has done in this situation.
Yeah, sometimes it's just down to slowing the brake release down just a little bit more, stop the car from rotating quite as aggressively, slow your hands down on entry just a little bit, and all of a sudden you can find maybe, oh, the car's actually just as fast as it was before. It's just driving a slightly different, such different line choices too between these top 2. Zach Whitson going for momentum, Hunter Phelps-Barron using a little bit shorter distance, specifically there in turn 2.
Yeah, it does look like Zach Whitson has also kind of figured out how to make this car work a little bit better in the last 2 or 3 laps, but the difference is he's had to do it with the 2nd place literally breathing down his neck the whole time. He's had to think so fast on the fly to figure this out, but it also looks like his pace has picked up enough, and the moment that Hunter Phelps-Barron had to really get the job done, he didn't get it done then. And I don't think he's going to make as easy a pass here as he was hoping anyway, maybe 4 or 5 laps ago.
Yeah, very much so. Zach Whitson looking much more stable after a couple laps of ragged driving. This would either way be such a well-earned win for either of these drivers, really, coming into turn 10 for what will likely be the third to last time, depending on where Cliff Johnson, the overall race leader, is, who gets the white flag in maybe about 2 laps.
Talking about our Formula Ford, as we haven't kept up much with them because there's huge gaps all the way through Formula F. Cliff Johnson with a big lead over Andrew McDougall in second place. Dale Evans has taken over third, and he's got a big gap up to second place. So that's why we're focusing most on this Formula V battle, because there really is. It's a 44-second lead up front for Cliff Johnson. So we'll keep it here to the end, because this is a battle for first place in Formula V. Here they come, turn 6 here. That little puff of blue smoke, if you've watched Formula V's for a while, you don't even think twice about it. If new to us, that little puff of blue smoke is pretty common every time these cars lift off the gas. They put a little puff out, so don't worry about that. That's nothing to worry about.
Just saw the word from race control, white flag next time by for your overall race leader, Cliff Johnson. So this will be 2 to go, this time across the start-finish line for Zach Winston and Hunter Phelps-Barron. Likely on some sort of radio communication, I would guess, with these drivers. If they have anybody in the paddock that they can chat with, they're going to roughly know. But I think the signal for Phelps-Barron is that white flag, because we've talked about it quite a bit. When you know that the only place that you can control a move is somewhere on this lap. Once the white flag comes out, that's your chance to make that move before. You don't want to do it too early, right? You don't want to give it the opportunity for Zach Winston to make the move back.
And he is right there, and Zach Winston has not succumbed to the pressure. Had this, and he's had many of opportunities to do so in the middle section of this race. Mr. Phelps-Barron, if he's going to make a pass, he knows where he's going to try to do it at this point. He's just going to wait for that time.
Whitson a little bit protective up into turn 6. Phelps-Barron able to roll the distance of the racetrack a little bit quicker and closes up a car length or so through turn 6. Here they come up onto, I think this is Philip Holcomb as lap traffic. The blue Formula V just ahead has been extremely heads up in this race so far. We'll likely be able to clear that car before turn 10. No, another wiggle. There's the first sign in a couple laps that Zach Whitson is still hard at work in that car.
And that's the closest Phelps-Barron has been to Zach Winston in the last several laps, right on the rear tailpipe now as they come into turn 10, which for what should be the second to last time, pull a good passing zones left for Phelps-Barron to give it a shot. He gets a little tighter run off of 9. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go. Here they come down into turn 1, and Zachary Winston seemingly good at the moment. Phelps figuring out where the moment must be, where he lunges in to try to get on it. Here it is, going into turn 2. He goes deep on the inside, makes the pass on Zachary Winston. Can he hold on now for another 3/4 of a lap?
Oh, there's such good battles between these two all weekend long. Phelps-Barron was not able to take the win yesterday. It went to Zach Winston, but he's now going to try to make it 1-1 for each of these drivers. The best passing opportunity is already gone on the racetrack, but that doesn't mean the passing opportunities are gone entirely. It's just the best primo one is gone. Now Zach Winston has to muster everything he's got to try to get a draft down this longest straightaway into turn 7 and 8. I don't know, that passing zone into 9, though, is sketchy. Phelps-Barron trying to break the draft, weaving down the back straightaway.
Zach Winston's got a run on him. He's right up back on the tailpipe again, side by side, coming out of turn 9, going toward turn 10. Who's it going to be? Winston gets around again now, going into 10. 2 passes on the final lap. Will Winston be able to hold on? 2 short little quarters to go, kind of one big sweeper. Now it's Barron going back on the inside. As a drag race down to the line. Who's it going to be? Winston or Barron? It looks like at the line. Zach.
What are the chances we get 2 finishes like that in one weekend, and the gap at the start-finish line, by my rough math, it's about 0.04 of a second between those 2 at the start-finish line. Incredible performance from them both.
And hopefully that is the last time I ever utter the phrase "holy guacamole" on a race podcast. But I had nothing else to come to my brain. Zachary Winston with the absolute photo finish at the end. Hunter Phelps-Barron almost got the job done, and Steve Winston holds on for dear life to come in third place. Let's talk about Formula F for a minute. Cliff Johnson, your race winner. Andrew McDougall in second. Dale Evans in third. That's how they finish up there. A big gap between first and second there. And then Timothy Freest was able to take the win in Formula 6. And our other car in Formula 6 got halfway point, so at least they'll get the race finish here. Looking at the rest of the Formula V field, you've got Simon Hughes in fourth, followed by Rich Richardson, Mark Richardson, Ron Winston, Philip Holcomb, and Michael Nitz. I'm going to have to take a moment for maybe another blood pressure pill before we get ready for Spec Miata and Spec MX5. That's next. Stay with us, everybody.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Group 3, Race 3 of the day here. And we are getting ready to get it off and get this thing going. Spec Miata up front, Spec MX5, or Spec MX5 up front, Spec Miata second on the grid. Let's get right to it. On the pole for your Spec MX5, William Wallace. Next to him, Cam Eben. Row number 2, we've got Logan Stretch and Lincoln Larson. Moving on now to row number 3, Christian Hoagland and Ryan Gutau. And in row number 4, Joey Andrews, who is back in the race, car put back together. Gavin Wardle is in fourth row with him. And then we've got our Mark Carter, the last car in Spec MX5. Now on to Spec Miata, split start for them. Second pace car, John Salerno, will be your pole sitter with Brett Kowalski in second place and on row number 1. Followed by row number 2 is Vinny Barada and John Hamner. Row number 3, we have Preston Pardis and Hayden Manis. Following that up, Matt Stretch and Chris Haldeman in row 4. Row number 5, we've got Jim Drago and Will Robinson. Christopher Schaefer and Rick Leveroni will take over row number 6 at the start. Row 7, we've got Matthew Davis and Charles Bear. Jackson Kimbrough and Amy Mills will make up row number 8. And in row number 9, we've got Jeremy Wilson and Dylan Morgan. Row number 10, Roman Perez and Chris Morton. Row number 11, we have Eric Rez and James Bial. And is that it? I think it is. All right, perfect timing. Pace car going into pit lane. Spec MX5 cars lined up absolutely perfectly going into turn 10. Love to see that. Spec Miata cars pretty much the same. You can see them a little bit further off in the distance, getting ready to come around the corner and get onto the main straight. On board here with Ryan Gutile as they come down to the green flag, power down, and it's a drag race down to turn 1. This should be a great view through turn 1 as things get really, really busy, really quickly here. On the brakes, going to the left-hander. Cut curb coming out. He's got a car on the inside. That's the 0-1 going by. I don't know what car that was. Anyway, here comes your Spec Miata car. Cars through turn 1. Oh, one car off with a little tiny touch of the dirt there, but they seem to all get through turn 1 just fine, Tom.
Yeah, nice orderly start for both. William Wallace was your pole sitter. He resumes the lead over Cam Eben. Lincoln Larson goes through. Logan Stretch and Christian Hoagland was that car that you saw make the pass. Now for Spec Miata, Brett Kowalski up the inside at turn 2 will inherit the outside for turns 3 and 4. It's a drag race between the two and the car just behind. Vinny Barada has to pick who to follow. Just closes the door. Kowalski not able to make the move on John Salerno, yesterday's race winner.
Car that made the pass on Ryan Gutile going turn 1 was a 0-1 of Christian Hoagland. Here comes your Spec Miata crew through turn number 6 for the first time. Mostly single file at this point, except for the second, third, and fourth, and fifth place cars. Oh. They're now 3 wide. Are they touching?
They were all touching. That was door handle to door handle to door handle to door handle between those 3. And the silver car there is not done yet. I'm trying to figure out who that is in the silver machine. Might be John Hamner. I have to get a better look at that car from one of these camera shots, but was able to upset the apple cart just a little bit. Preston Pardis has gone through on Vinny Barada as well for third.
Here they come through turn 10, a little less cozy than it was going into turn 7. But all these cars now pretty much single file as they snake down the hill from 10 and up the hill now towards start finish. A little bit of a gap now for our Spec Miata leaders as John Salerno and Brett Kowalski tried to pull away. Let's see if we can check in on our Spec MX5 crew here. And there they are as they come through turn 5 here. Got a 4-car train up front. That looks like William Wallace in front, followed by Cam Eben and Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch. What does that remind you of, Tom?
Yeah, it looks carbon copy, huh? Except no side-by-side contact for these guys. Cam Eben was absolutely hounding William Wallace early through that lap. But now slots back into single file. It's important to point out these drivers have to use the same set of tires all weekend. A handful of the Spec Miata drivers skipped qualifying to save the heat cycle, but every single SMX driver went out. So these drivers are all dealing with very similar equipment, but a little bit older equipment at this point as far as tires go. And this is a long race. You kind of have to manage, especially the SMX cars, as they're a little bit heavier, a couple 100 pounds heavier, just by being a little bit newer and bigger than the Spec Miata cars.
Yesterday, Wallace and Eben kind of worked together to get a gap on third place. Today, there's a 5-car train, and there's a little bit of gap between Wallace and Eben, but they'll get that closed up here without too much effort, I'm pretty certain, as we get a little deeper into this race. And these guys are going to have to manage the first half of this race as much as they can on the tires, so they've got something left in the tank. 6th place there, you can see him a little off in the distance. That's Joey Andrews. He's trying to catch up. He had a differential, as he was described, it explode yesterday, and that's what caused him to pull off and leave a puddle of oil at one of the turn stations. That's been fixed, and he said the car felt really good this morning during qualifying.
Oh, the gloves are off in Spec Miata, Brian. We're 3 wide coming out of turn 2. That's Matt Stretch trying to keep overlap on, I think that might be Barada, and gets shuffled off the track just a little bit. Now he's going to get freight trained as the rest of the field trying to get through Jim Drago. A huge slide and actually runs a bit wide at turn 5. That's going to get Stretch the position back, and a freight train on Drago now. This is absolutely a scrum. This reminds me of little kids soccer. Everyone just running around grabbing at what they can get, and it's letting Brett Kowalski drive away.
Yeah, this is very good news for Kowalski to be able to see all these cars racing back and forth behind him. That's giving him opportunity to open a little bit of a gear. I'm going to guess it's going to be 2.5 seconds when we come to the line. So he's hoping to let that keep going behind him and slowly drive away.
Does have the fastest Spec Miata of the weekend right behind. That's John Salerno, yesterday's race winner, and fastest time of the weekend, as I mentioned, gave him pole for this race. That's kind of the best hope the rest of the field has to catch back up, because there's not a big draft here as you would typically see in any other racetrack. Down the front straightaway, Vinny Barada feeling very defensive, moves all the way to the left before opening the corner back up for turn 1.
All these cars coming through turn 1 pretty easily here, down towards turn 2. Now that group has kind of decided to organize, and they caught up to Brett Kowalski pretty easily. And now what was about a second and a half or 2-second lead is down to absolutely nothing.
Drivers who have not organized are Jim Drago and Chris Haldeman. They are still side by side coming out of turn 3, back for about 10th position. And throw Hayden Manis in there as well. He's got the red rear bumper. Now we're on the outside of turn 5. Might just have to lift off and let Haldeman back through. Yes, he does. Slots in between Haldeman and Nick Leveroni.
Always fun to watch the guys who were basically the founders and brought this class to be what it is today, like Jim Drago and Chris Haldeman, playing out here with the kids and keeping up with them, sometimes keeping them in line. So.
Oh, Drago running wide at turn 9. That's going to let Chris Haldeman get through, and I think it might have let Hayden Manis go through as well. Drago is getting freight trained for the second time in this race, loses 4 positions, and has to slot back in behind Leveroni and one more car there. I think that might have been Charles Beer trying to go through up the inside, the silver machine there, and they're nearly 3 wide again up onto the front straight. Brian, this is only 7 minutes into a 35-minute race.
I know. We also need to be reminded that Jim Drago, first year back racing after an absolutely awful crash at Road America during the runoffs a couple of years back, and it's great to see him recover enough to get back into the race car, and he is having a fun time with it. I know that.
3 wide into turn 2. Is this going to work? Yes, they all make good decisions. And it's going to give the black car with the white stripes. That's a new car to us on the camera shot, from the back of the train to the front. The blue car goes with as well. We're going to have to pick up these numbers as they continue to shuffle.
Worked in so much that all 5 cars going in came out pointing in the right direction, but there was definitely some side-to-side action there as they came through that corner.
There's another incident just happened in turn 4. One car lost the back end, lost the steering wheel as well, and ended up tank slapping into the door of another car. It was light contact, but they definitely went off the circuit. One of them is a flat-out motorsports car. And I don't think that is Nick Leveroni and maybe Charles Beer as well going around.
Well, both of those cars are at least moving. One has gotten back on the racetrack, and it looks like the other one will probably get back on the track here in just a second. They're off behind that hill there. Here comes your Spec MX5 crew as they come out of 2 and 3 and up the hill towards 4.
William Wallace really trying to make a break for it early. He's going to burn the car down a little bit more than everybody else if he's pushing that much harder, but he does hit the fast lap of the race at a 24.5, 2/10 quicker than Cam Eben last time through. And if you're able to push and build a lead, and even if you hurt the tires slightly more than somebody else, that extra gap is really nice, but Cam Eben's going to hold him honest. Only 2 car lengths back, a really good sector 2 for Eben.
Well, now it's starting to look a little bit like yesterday where Eben and Wallace are trying to hook up, or at least Eben's trying to hook up at the back of Wallace. If that happens, 2 guys you showed yesterday, they were probably the fastest 2 race cars on the racetrack. They can start to pull away again. And then you've got Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, and Christian Hoagland. They're going to have to do their best to work together to try to catch back up. Very similar scenario to how it played out yesterday. Got driver Dude 72 rooting for Christian Hoagland in the 01 car in the chat. Pete Rose is back. Thank you for enjoying the stuff that we're doing out here. Appreciate your support.
Hoagland taking a bit of a look up the inside at Logan Stretch. That's the cars in 4th and 5th. Stretch with the light blue and Hoagland with the dark blue. With that look, he lost maybe a car length or so, but he's going to earn that back pretty quickly here, I think. We're side by side for Spec Miata for the lead. Down into turn 1 between Kowalski and Salerno, trying to cling the outside of turn 1, which gives him more momentum, but Kowalski having none of it. It's going to open the door for Preston Pardis, multi-time national champion in Spec Miata, up the inside. It's his first time at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I think he's finally got it figured out.
Yep, Pardis, one of the best ever in Spec Miata, and he's showing us why right now. He's side by side with Kowalski. Kowalski holds down one more corner.
What an interesting sequence here. Preston tried to make the move down into turn 2 in that solid white car, but it gives him the outside for turn 3 and 4. Didn't give him any opportunity to try to continue to bring the fight to John Salerno. Vinny Barada in the background trying to find a way through, as well as Matt Stretch and John Hamner.
While all of that has happened, Kowalski has been able to pull away just a little bit, but now they're catching back up again.
The other part of this race that's inevitable with how long it is for sure is these classes will interact with one another at some point. The leaders for SMX will catch the back markers of Spec Miata and probably work their way pretty well full through the field by the end of the race, which is a lot to figure out. We've already seen just how chaotic specifically Spec Miata can be on this racetrack. SMX, it's not very often they look like the calmer class, but they do today.
Nathan Shore watching us from the UK. Thank you. Jim Daniels back in the chat with us. Now
mentioning how
car train up front.
Sorry, Jim Daniels there mentioning Drago struggling a little bit. He's just ended up out of lockstep with the rest of the field a couple times and got freight trained for it. Daniels in the chat speculating maybe something to do with the brake foot or the setup of the car, but either way, the circumstances are the same. He's shuffled back to 13th in class last time across the start-finish line.
Your top 5 in MX5: William Wallace, Cam Eben, Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, Christian Hoagland, Joey Andrews in 6th. Now looking at Spec Miata: Brett Kowalski, John Salerno, Preston Pardis, Vinny Barada, John Hamner. That's your top 5, followed by Matt Stretch, Will Robinson, Christopher Schaefer, and Chris Haldeman. First 6 there, all still pretty much in that lead pack. Matt Stretch is being reported for dragging a wire of some sort. My guess, that's probably brake ducting. The brake ducts are the form of a brake duct is usually a sprung wire type situation, so that would be my guess on that.
That's the car at the back of this first train in Spec Miata, the number 89, that purple car just there. Also, quick correction, I think I misidentified the cars that had made contact. It was not Nick Leveroni. He's still battling it out with Jim Drago. I think it was Amy Mills and Dylan Morgan who had, Morgan made the slight mistake, doored Amy Mills off the racetrack, and I saw that Mills had reported back to the pit lane probably to look over the car at minimum and maybe a retirement.
Lots of action early in this race, 22 minutes in, and it has been fast and furious. The kind of action we've actually come to expect from Spec MX5 and Spec Miata. Here comes your Spec MX5 cars of William Wallace and Cam Eben are starting to get to the back of some of these Miatas, the Spec Miata cars, so that's going to start to be part of this discussion to see if they can get through the lap traffic a little bit easier than the cars behind. That's the good part about being just two cars. Oh, there's the spin. That's Cam Eben spinning, I believe.
No, that's the lap Spec Miata at the back. Yeah, I think that might be James Beal.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is one way to get out of the way of the leaders. Let them through.
Tell you what, though. William Wallace has been absolutely in the zone up to this point, but now his job switches. Here's another look at it. Probably saw the SMX cars coming up behind, trying to carry as much speed as possible to make the pass happen on the back straight. Just lost the back end on throttle. Relatively harmless pass. That car's going to be filthy, though, as he just splashed it right through a puddle.
Yep. And that car is parked there for the moment, anyway. Not sure if it's going to get started. Here they come now. This is, oh, there's another car off there to the left.
Yeah, and if my eyes aren't lying to me, I'm pretty sure that is Matt Stretch in the number 89. He was in that lead battle conversation and now is stationary off the exit of turn 2. That's pretty late in turn 2. He didn't go straight off the corner. He either drove it further through the grass or made some of the corner. Here we go in SMX. Christian Hoagland having another look at the back of Logan's Stretch. We have a stretch in SMX and a stretch in SM, typically running together in SM. Not separating this time out. Local yellow is going to take away the best passing opportunity on the racetrack, though, there at turn 2.
Corner workers have confirmed that it is the 89 car out there of Matt Stretch. So. And the car off in front of that corner station that we saw go through the puddle is the 91 car of Eric Perez. Lucid Dragon, longtime watcher, first-time chatter. I didn't know you guys interacted with the chat. Love that. I'm no longer volunteering, watching the SCCA, the more I learn. Well, welcome, Lucid Dragon. We're here for every Super Tour around. Tune in whenever you can.
Not only are you just in the chat, but you are one of our associate producers. We'll probably say just about anything you put in there. Just kidding,
Oh,
but
then
maybe.
There's somebody in the chat, Alec Bielanski, saying, hi, Dad. I have no idea what they're talking about. 19 minutes to go here. So we are coming up here on the halfway mark here. Let's do this. Let's take our break now, get it out of the way, and we will get back and hopefully have green flag action all the way to the finish line. Let me also do a quick call to grid. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2 prototype, and prototype 2. Group 4 cars to the grid.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We've got 16 minutes left to go in the Spec Miata Spec MX5 race. The car going on pit lane right now had an issue and looks like something broke in the rear end. So it was able to limp itself back into the pits. But here we come. This is your battle for the lead in Spec Miata. I think they're coming up on a slower car. Or is that no? That is Kowalski in second. That is Salerno who's taken over the lead in Spec Miata. So that's still your front pack of 5 or 6 cars here as we start to get with 16 minutes to go.
Yeah, sure is. Happened during the break, and Vinny Barada in the black car also went through on Preston Pardis. That broken car, the retirement, was the 88 of Hayden Manis, trying to hold on to a top 10 here in this race. I heard maybe without third gear, that would have been pretty impressive, but unfortunately that left rear suspension failure is going to take that opportunity away. Kowalski deep on the brakes into turn 1, trying to run down John Salerno, but Salerno with the better run through the corner, and a huge ride for John Hamner, 2 off and airborne as he tries to re-enter the racetrack.
Barada's one to watch here. He was one of the people who didn't go out for qualifying this morning, so he has less time on these tires. We know that because he was in the chat talking to us during qualifying.
Yeah, Salerno.
So that could be.
Go ahead.
I said that could be the as we get to the last 15 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I'm trying to look at it was Salerno, Kowalski, Barada, Pardis, and Drago, who all did not go out for qualifying. So it looks like of that group, that would mean really all 4 of them saved the heat cycle. John Hamner would be the first car on slightly older tires. Look at John Salerno trying to break the draft for Brett Kowalski down the back straightaway, pounding over the curb at turn 8 and into turn 9. Kowalski with a slightly better exit, I think. Maybe got the car squared up just a little bit earlier. Is going to poke to the inside now for the final corner.
He thinks better of that move, ducks back in to get in line to go through turn 10. These guys just trying to figure out where their car's a little better than the car in front of them and where their car is a little than the car behind them, so they know how best to attack and defend. Also hearing that there's some drafting going on. There's not a shock to that.
Oh, not at all.
Not in this trap. Now we go. There's Kowalski trying to go low on Salerno, side by side through 1. Salerno's going to get pushed out wide. Kowalski takes over the lead again.
Makes the pass happen before turn 3 and 4, shuts the door so Salerno can't use the run. Carries the momentum up through turn 4 and into turn 5. Barada and Pardis just behind Mua. A little bit of a slip for John Salerno. Ran slightly wide at turn 5. Gives Kowalski a nice little breather for this run from turn 7 into 6 to turn 7.
So this is the part of the race, Tom, where we really learn how these guys have managed their tires over the last 2 days. Coming up on, for what some of them will be, this will be coming up on an hour and 10 minutes here of time on these tires, because none of these guys went out for qualifying today. But still a tremendous amount of fatigue into the rubber on these tires right now. And how you went lap for lap over the last hour on those tires will make a difference here in these final moments.
And that might show itself a little bit more in SMX, as Cam Eben just turned the fastest lap of the race, 15 laps in second place. That number 55, the gray with white, is just now starting to reel in William Wallace, although last time by it was literally by 0.05. It was almost nothing that Eben got the fast lap.
And here they are coming through turn number 1. Or that's turn number 10. They should be coming, there they go, coming out at turn 1 right now. That is Wallace in front, Eben in second. You'll see him pop up over the hill here. And kind of like yesterday, Tom, these two guys have pulled away from the rest of the Spec 5 field, but they've not been able to separate enough to not worry about each other anymore.
Correct. Yeah, I just saw Logan Stretch caught that as well, Brian, that he just got the car running again and is moving towards the racetrack, probably to just get back to Paddock more than anything.
Right. Maybe he's decided that wasn't such a good place to sit after seeing the cars come at him for the last 10 minutes, and he's decided maybe I should try to get home. Oh, I'm not quite sure that is the most suggested way to do that, but what he's doing, I think, is he's going towards a cutout. There's a cutout on to be able to drive through here between 3 and 4. So,
oh, look at that entry for Cam Eben, a full flat slide rotation into turn 9. And pretty much nails it. Didn't lose any pace there. He had a personal best sector 2 and a session best sector 1. I think the 55 has lit the wick. And I think I might have caught a little bit of an oversteer moment for William Wallace back at turn 2. His strategy was to try to run away and turn as fast laps as possible the entire race, but he might be paying for it ever so slightly. As I say that, he makes a liar out of me and turns the fastest sector 3 of the entire race. So maybe the 02 is doing just fine.
Yep. These two drivers really have figured it out this weekend, Wallace and Eben. 10 minutes to go in this race. That should be 6 more laps, maybe 7 total. Gap between first and second. Spec MX5, 0.6 seconds at the line last time. Got a problem at turn 5, I'm hearing.
Yeah, turn 5, there's a new spinner there. There's now 2 cars collected in that little puddle, and it's now being covered by the local yellow at turn 5. One of the corner workers headed out to make sure the driver's okay, and I think those cars are sitting a little bit further apart. I don't think there was any contact between them, but that looks like a spot that is maybe prime parking for a Spec Miata. Well, less than prime, depending on if you end up there.
That's 6'2", Chris Morton, who is now stuck in a puddle, according to the corner workers. Here comes your Spec Miata cars. Actually, those are Spec MX5 cars still, as they come up on some slower cars. We'll see which of the duo negotiate the two better. Because they're not together, it'll probably have an easier chance of getting around this without causing too many problems. It's a little harder to get around traffic when you're in a pair of 2 than it is when you're by yourself.
Right, well, that's the case for William Wallace either way, but unfortunately for Cam Eben, he slipped out of the pocket that's just behind William Wallace's car and will now not necessarily be able to easily follow him through on every pass. If one of these Spec Miatas were to slot themselves in between as they go through, and the next cars that they catch are the top 5 in Spec Miata. Really close stuff for Cam Eben as he tries to sweep around the outside of Chris Haldeman. Haldeman is a master of this. He's not going to let up if he doesn't have to. They nearly brushed fenders as they both tried to make their way through, and they got through clean.
9 minutes to go in this race. We've got great battles in both Spec Miata and Spec MX5. Your top 5 in Spec MX5. William Wallace and Cam Eben, followed by Lincoln Lawson, Logan Stretch, and Christian Hoagland. Now, looking at Spec Miata, your leader is Brett Kowalski right there going stream. Right behind him is John Salerno in the blue car. The black car is Vinny Barata, and that white car, Preston Pardis. A lot of talent, a lot of wins in that group of 4, and they're going to try to shoot it out here for a win in Spec Miata. About 8 minutes left to go.
William Wallace, the leader in SMX, that's the next car coming into shot, was able to get through the past 2 cars in Spec Miata a little bit smoother than Cam Evan. He well found the space on the racetrack and made the moves at the right time to gain now 1.3 seconds advantage over the second place car. And as he catches the top 4, they somehow, miraculously, are the most spread out they've been in this entire race. This might be a great opportunity for Wallace to slip through pretty quickly.
Yep, Wallace and Evan came up on cars that weren't battling for podium positions. It was easier to get through. The top 4 cars will not have any reason to make it easy on these 2 cars as they try to make it past as easy as possible because they're all fighting for their own podium positions.
Looks like Vinny Barada and Preston Pardis having some issues in Sector 1 that lap just to give an advantage to the top 2. It's now about 10 car lengths, maybe 7 between the 2, but a big run for John Salerno that time through turn 9. It's absolutely glued to the back bumper of Brett Kowalski. Kowalski goes defensive towards turn 10. I think at this point in the race, no matter what, track position is king because this race could end at any time, but we're in the final 7 minutes as well. Just got to hold on to the spot if you can.
Wallace and Evan working their way through without too much of an issue, but they have separated 3rd place and 4th place in that battle for Spec Miata. There is Wallace trying to get around the 2 leaders here. Now he's splitting Salerno and I've lost my mind here. Salerno and as they now come down towards turn 2.
That was really tough timing in turn 1 for Salerno as William Wallace, the leader in SMX, just had to kind of go up the inside to keep his momentum going. In the background, Barada trying to get the outside lane, and that's almost run Cam Evan off the track. Look at this, local yellow. We have to be single file when you cross the threshold of that flag, and that's going to make this very complicated if things end up side by side starting back at turns 2 and 3.
So Wallace has gotten through just fine. Evans being held up a little bit here, but not as bad as it could have been. But yeah, now look at that. Evans going to be probably 25 car lengths back or more when he finally clears this Spec Miata front battle. He should clear Kowalski here in just about a corner or 2, but then there's even some slower Spec Miatas. Not an ideal situation, and William Wallace just taking advantage of this and pulling away.
And that's the advantage of running away at the early stages of the race. He built out that gap and just had enough space so that Cam Evan got locked up into traffic just a bit more than Wallace did. A really, really well-executed race for your leader in SMX. So far, so good with 5.5 minutes left to go. Now the Spec Miata drivers get to focus back on their own race after the leaders have come through. It's still Kowalski over Salerno, over Barada, over Pardis. I think it's really the top 3 now as Pardis has slipped just a little bit further back. The next solid white car, there it is. It's about 5 car lengths now. No, that's actually a lapped car. Pardis is even further back.
When Wallace and Evan got back on the leaders in Spec Miata, they were pretty much nose to tail. At the line after going through, 2.9 seconds the lead for William Wallace. Next lap is critical for Cam Evan. He's got to close that gap a little bit on this lap. There is only 4 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Time is running out.
And it's not done yet for these front runners in Spec Miata because look here in the background, Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, and Christian Hoagland are only about a straightaway behind in the faster SMX cars. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th in class. Just there, that red and white car popping into camera. And that is probably just about, they're going to catch them on the final lap, Brian, if they're, especially if they start duking it out.
We should also keep in mind that battle for the last spot on the podium in Spec MX5 is still pretty tight. Lincoln Larson and Logan Stretch and Christian Hoagland all within about a second of each other. And so there's still a battle there. Logan Stretch in the red, white, and blue car. Lincoln Larson is the 12 car right in front of them. There is Wallace and Evan. There's your Spec Miata leaders. And then coming up right here is the battle for 3rd place in Spec MX5.
Yeah, they're actually a little further back than I had thought. And there's a lot of cars between them and the top group. So I think the top group, those top 3, probably clear for the rest of the race. No SMX cars to worry about, probably. This is going to be really close between the 2. Really good move for Lincoln Larson to get through on 2 of those Spec Miatas and builds a big lead now in the very, very late stage of this race over Logan Stretch. they get the pass accomplished just before the full course yellow comes through. That might have been what kept Hoagland in the that might have been what kept Logan Stretch. There we go. Logan Stretch in the conversation for the podium.
Cam Eben only to make up 0.2 of a second in that lap. So with 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go, unless William Wallace makes a mistake here, has any problems with traffic, it looks like he is going to be able to a pretty easy run here in the last few laps. Eben, though, is going to keep the pressure on as much as possible.
Just caught Chris Haldeman with a mechanical issue, slow off of turn 9. He's going to pit, I think, from 6th position. Yeah, there he is. Heartbreaking,
there he is.
Right, with maybe 2 laps to go. Almost made it for a top 6 of this race.
All right, there is the
Go ahead.
time by. So when William Wallace comes across the start-finish line this time, he will see the white flag.
That exclamation from me was for William Wallace. He almost misread the traffic and rear-ended one of the Spec Miatas coming up from turns 3 into turn 4. That would have been a huge change for this race, as he still leads by 3 seconds, but had to swerve at the last second to try to miss that car.
Here is your top 3 in Spec Miata. Kowalski out front, followed by Salerno and Barada. Kowalski's opened up about a 3-4 car length lead, maybe even 5 car lengths, but Barada right on the rear bumper of John Salerno. I would say still nothing all really settled here. Here comes your leaders overall. William Wallace coming across the line with the white flag in the air. He's got 1 lap to go. Eben coming across the line this time takes a little bit more out. He's now 2.2 seconds flat back. It has a lot of gap to make up here on the final lap.
Also, last time through, Brett Kowalski turned his fastest lap of the race from the lead in Spec Miata. He looks like he's got plenty of pace left in the 15 to bring this thing home. They also just saw the white flag. And as we thought, I think by the end of this lap, those SMX third place battle, there they are in the background lurking over the battle for the lead in Spec Miata. Brian, this is going to be a really exciting last 2 sectors.
Yeah, the question is, will they break up? And it looks like Barada has lost a little bit of time, which is going to make it easier for the Spec Miata cars of Lincoln Larson and Logan Stretch to come through at least on him. So now Barada is out of the discussion for second place at least. And the question will be, is there any issues with these Spec MX5 cars coming through this pack of Spec Miatas now? Might be that they're far enough back where it's not going to be an issue, but now there's a slower car in front of the leaders in Spec Miata as well.
There is indeed
so much action going on. Coming to the line, there is your race winner, William Wallace. Cam Eben will come in second. Now let's go back to Spec Miata. As they come to the line, there is a big dive in at the last moment by John Salerno. He gets around Kowalski. Kowalski's going to fight back, going to the line. Who's going to win the race? John Salerno's going to take the win. Brett Kowalski's going to be second. Coming to the line for Spec MX5 in third place is going to be Lincoln Larson, followed by Logan Stretch. Christian Logan will fifth. What a whole lot going on that final lap.
That was an incredible final corner. What a pass from John Salerno. They had just cleared that lapped car, and it looked like Kowalski covered the inside until the braking zone. Salerno saw it coming, and as Kowalski tried to open the corner up just a little bit, Salerno threw the car down the inside. Kowalski, a bit frustrated by that, tried to come back at him through the grass. That was an incredible finish in SM.
And what incredible work from our director, Jordan, who was able to catch both finishes for us, catching that last corner pass. Great stuff here. Let's go through the top 5 in both classes. You've got William Wallace, the winner, Cam Eben second, Lincoln Larson, the last spot on the podium, followed by Logan Stretch and Christian Hoagland. Joey Andrews holds on for 6th. Now we go to Spec Miata. Your race winner is John Salerno. Brett Kowalski, second place. The line at gap, 0.317, 0.3 seconds, 0.3. It seemed a lot through the math, though. Vinny Barada finishes third, followed by Preston Pardis. John Hamner, Will Robinson will come in sixth. All right, that's going to do it for Miata Spec MX5, Formula Continental, Formula Atlantic, FE2, all next. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett. We'll be back in a minute.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Race Experience is our easy access wheel-to-wheel racing program that allows you to come in and race, where we're primarily focusing on safety aspects and not so much on balance of power and perfect classic. It gives more people an opportunity to come and participate in an SCCA road racing weekend doing wheel-to-wheel road racing.
Welcome back to Hallett. We're here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here, Tom O'Gorman with me. We're getting ready for Wings and Things. Let's get to our starting lineups here. A couple different classes, FA, FE2, and FC. On the front row is an FA car, Hans Peter, in an old school Formula Atlantic Swift. He was fast yesterday. Next to him is Darrell Wills. He is in an FE2 car on row 1. Row number 2 is going to be made up of an FE2 car of Kenny Russo and the first of the Mazda-clad Formula Atlantics from Jarrett Voorhees. Row number 3, a Formula Continental, Bill Johnson in a Van Diemen RFO1. Next to him, one of those Mazda FAs of Moses Smith. Row number 4, two more a Formula Atlantic of Brock Evans and a Formula Continental of John Jansen. Now in row number 5, we've got Mike Sauce in a Star Mazda Formula Atlantic with Stephen Thomas in a Formula Mazda Formula Atlantic. Row number 6, Brianna Zemlock and Bill Tex Johnson in row number 6. And Paul Crabtree and Robert Henson in row number 7. Followed by Wesley Woods and Philip Marshall, and they make up our last row. So that's how they're going to start, Tom, here in our Wings and Things race, 35 minutes or 27 laps, whatever comes first.
The other thing I just noticed, Brian, is getting very, very windy. This is the only group that might be affected by that, and it's essentially a tailwind into turn 1, a headwind up into sector 2. That could make the handling of these cars very different than the last time they were on the racetrack.
Absolutely, and this is one class, Tom, where I'm pretty positive, as long as it doesn't have any big problems, we'll go to laps. They're going to whip through, Hans Peter's going to whip through 12 laps in about of a blink of an eye. So here they come, all lined up nicely 2 by 2. That starting lineup is a beautiful thing when it works. It doesn't always work. Here they come around that bend in turn 10. Green flag is in the air, and love the sound of these big Formula cars as they come past our window here. Hans Peter going into first place as they go into the line, and it does look like Darrell Wills able to slot in second. Keeping in mind that those two cars not in the same class, so that Formula Atlantic car should be quite a bit faster than the FE2 car of Darrell Wills. Kenny Russo, the other FE2 car up front. Everyone clean through turn 2 and up the hill now towards turn 4.
And that was a really nice start for Kenny Russo in the yellow Formula Enterprise, sitting second, but just wasn't quite confident enough to keep the car down the inside. Darrell Wills sweeping the outside to pick the lead back up. And now Jarrett Voorhees has also slipped through on Bill Johnson. So the black car, fourth in line, is your class, second place in class in Formula Atlantic. The red car just behind is your leader in Formula Continental. And that's going to give Jarrett Voorhees a little bit of a buffer between himself and then Brock Evans.
Kind of makes me think of when I go into turn 1, I'm always in the back of my eye. Look at, you're talking about the wind. Look at that canopy behind us on the other side of the racetrack at turn 11 or turn 10 there.
Yeah, the guy on the roof frantically unzipping it to get it down as this wind has picked up. It'd be interesting to make sure that doesn't sail away here in about 30 seconds. But back to the racing action on the racetrack. That's what we're here for, right? Hans Peter, I think the other interesting part of the conversation here with him is he's so close to the track record that he actually holds from Pat Lipsinick in the chat, sharing from 2008. So it's been a whole lot of time since the track record's been reset in Formula Atlantic, and he's really close to doing it if he can get some fast, clean laps in this race.
All good as they come through. Nice, clean opening couple laps here in this race in the first 2 minutes here. Being asked about the yellow car of Bill Johnson. No, he is not a Southern California guy. One of the folks in the chat was asking us that question.
Yeah, shows from Kansas. That's the yellow Formula Continental running in second, and that's a good battle between them as Johnson has gotten through. He's gone through, to get to the back bumper of John Jansen.
Oh. Hans Peter with a 109.631 opening laps here, so he is cooking here. Darrell Wills has given us a 113.8 in the FE2 car. Kenny Russo right there with a 114.3. We talked about it a lot yesterday. We kind of have two versions of Formula Atlantic. We have the Hans Peter Formula Atlantic, and then everyone else. The other cars are varying versions of the Formula Mazda Star Mazdas that have also been put in Formula Atlantic these days.
Right, just as a bit of a catch-all. So it's kind of a race within a race with Jarrett Voorhees leading that quote-unquote second pack of Formula Atlantic, sitting fourth in the overall grid. I also got those cars backwards. The red Continental is Bill Johnson. The yellow Continental is John Jansen.
Right.
So that's going to be tough, but they are battling it out for the lead there, coming up through turns 7 and 8.
Johnson and Jansen. How hard would that be for us to mess that up?
I already did it once.
Very. Not very. Hans Peter lowers his track time, lap time again, 1:08.562. So someone put in his 2008. He was only 9/10 off of his 2008 lap time, the lap record yesterday. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I should have mentioned that record is 107.4. So if he gets close, we'll call it out. That's the big red Formula Atlantic leading the race overall. But this battle in Continental is a lot of fun. John Jansen in the yellow Continental had a DNF after 5 laps yesterday's race. Some mechanical taking that car out of the conversation, and now is clearly looking for redemption. He's poking the nose everywhere he can, trying to find a way through on Bill Johnson, who has the lead. And they're just tacked onto the back end of Jarrett Voorhees. I have to imagine there's just a little bit of aero wash off of these cars, meaning you drive into the empty hole where the air from the car in front is pushed aside, and it just makes the front end a little bit more vague. Their leader in Formula Continental runs wide.
Wow. Big mistake there, and that's going to allow the second place car of John Jansen to come through and take the point in Formula Continental when they cross the line here. They said, I just heard from race control, he went 4 off at the exit there and was able, the amazing part is able to collect it and only lose just a little bit of time there.
Yeah, that must be really smooth grass for a low-slung Formula car like that to just kind of run through it and come back on. Now sits to maybe a 7 car length disadvantage to yesterday's, to the driver who didn't finish yesterday, wanting to win today, John Jansen.
One thing they do have a little bit of careful of here is those inlets in the side pods. That's where their radiators are, and if he filled that up with grass or mud, he'll have to keep an eye on his temperatures to make sure that car doesn't overheat.
Good point. Also in the live chat, glad Patrick Lipsunick's keeping an eye on it. We have a new track record in Formula Atlantic. Hans Peter did it. He broke it by 0.06.
Wow.
Barely quicker, but still a 107.4. You can still find he's got a lot of time in this race. Here he is, still on clear racetrack as well, out finishing Sector 1 into Sector 2 just now.
You know, it's pretty uncommon with all the changes the cars go through over the years that you break a track record that has sat for almost 20 years. But it's even more uncommon where the person who breaks the track record was the original track record holder from 20 years ago. So what a great lap by Hans Peter. I wonder if it's the same car.
Yeah, that's a good question. I bet someone in the live chat knows.
I would be shocked if they didn't. That's kind of why I said it. There is Hans Peter making a move around some slower cars. So this is the lap after the fastest lap ever at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit by a Formula Atlantic. Can he lower it one more time? That is the question. Not on this lap. Traffic and stuff, he has slowed down just a little bit. The other thing is maybe he wanted to break the record and then take it easy, because that lap was a minute 10.
Right, yeah, it's very possible. Although he did have the car to pass there at turn 9.
Yep.
Moving back to this battle.
Would have lost 3 seconds, though, going around that one car.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. That is very true. Here at the final corner, joining the battle for Formula Continental once again, John Jansen leads the way in the yellow car. Second in that line, though, because he's all over the back of Jarrett Voorhees, who is second place in Formula Atlantic. These drivers dealing with 2 different types of cars. They're going to be similar in raw performance just based on being 2 liters. And there's a flying Continental. Another ride off the racetrack for Bill Johnson.
Woo! that was quite a ride. Not as smooth, I'm guessing, as the last one, but he didn't even lift once, and he's just lost almost nothing. Wow. Next on Rallycross, Formula Continentals. Wow. I'm being told by Patrick Lipsinick that the record was within a Swift 014A, and the current Hans-Peter car is a Swift 016. So a slightly newer generation Formula Atlantic is what has been used for that lap record-breaking performance. Will still keeping ahead of Kenny Russo. That is now a 4-second lead, so he's been able to kind of get out in front and hold tight there. John Jansen, again, a little more room here, is now moved up above Jared Voorhees, so now he has a buffer car between him and Bill Johnson. Voorhees able to slide turn 1 there, so always nice to have a buffer out of class between you and your closest rival.
Certainly is. That's also curious to see if Voorhees now will allow Bill Johnson to go through. Doesn't have to, of course, but maybe be aware of that, maybe not. They're also going to be coming up on the back end of Kenny Russo, who sits second place in Formula Enterprises, a third different class of a very similar car, nearly a 2-liter open wheel, of course, single-seater cockpit, open cockpit car. And John Jansen has run him down very quickly. I think he might try to go for the move by the end of this lap.
You know, the decision that Voorhees has to make, and just like I said, it was nice to have a buffer between Johnson and Jansen and Johnson, which would be Voorhees. Bill Johnson is that buffer car for Voorhees over Brock Evans. So while you might want to be gentlemanly, you have a strategic advantage by trying to keep Bill Johnson behind you, and that's a tough decision to make. You don't want to get involved in another class's battle, but you also want to win your own race, and the best way to do that will be to keep Bill Johnson right where he is.
It's so true. The easiest thing to do is to just keep lapping. Just keep lapping. Right. Just keep lapping. And if an opportunity presents itself to switch your pattern up or make a different move, of course, then you do it. But really, they don't have to think about it much down the inside. This is an overall change in position for both Continentals. They're going to go up the inside, respectively, of Kenny Russo and Jarrett Voorhees. Russo's going to come back at Jansen, though, at the inside at turn 4. Are we side by side between the two? We almost were, but Jansen shuts the door.
All right, so both buffer cars are no longer buffer cars, so we've now got FE2. We've got the 2 Continentals back-to-back, and now we've got the 2 Formula Atlantics now back-to-back with Voorhees and Evans. Actually, now Jansen's gotten around Russo, so you got another buffer situation there. So it's very interesting how this is all playing out. No one is resting on their laurels here in the opening 10 minutes of this race, opening 11 minutes now.
Yeah, we're really not that far into this 35-minute race or 27 lap. Whichever comes first. As you mentioned, this being the fastest race group, we're likely going to be on laps unless there's any sort of stoppages to the race for any reason. But it's still Hans-Peter out at the front. He's been kind of alternating, turning nearly fastest laps of the race and slow laps, and I think that's just down to traffic. Here he is coming through up the inside, one of the backmarker Formula Atlantics. That's one of the Pro Mazdas. I think that's Bill Tex Johnson. No, excuse me, that's Mike Sauce in the number 2.
There you go. All right, your running order at the moment, your top 10, Hans-Peter in the Formula Atlantic, followed by Darrell Wills, your first-place car in FE2. Then we've got John Jansen, your first-place car in FC, followed by Bill Johnson, Jarrett Voorhees, Brock Evans, Stephen Thomas, Mike Sauce in 9th, and Brianna Zemlock in 10th. Yeah, this strikes me as one of the cars that you would tracks you'd really like to drive on as a Formula car driver. Not a lot of long, boring straightaways, good twisty bits, nice technical stuff. As a Formula car driver, this would be a great track to race on.
Totally agree. I think you're spot on with that. It's got to just be like kind of getting a rock on a string spun up and just kind of keeping it going at high speed as possible. I think we might have Charlie Peter in the chat sharing more about this track record for Hans-Peter. Sounds like he tied the record 6 years ago down to the 1,000th, but didn't reset it until today. So he's been knocking at that door for a really good part of 20 years. It's not like he stopped trying at some point, it sounds like. Really cool there. It's got to feel pretty good, even if he was going to win no matter what. It's a little cherry on top.
Ed Forrest responds, never too old to rock and roll, just young to die. Your dad is proof of that. That's awesome. Old Home Day in the chat. Looks like we also have a new possible lap record in Formula Continental with John Jansen. Patrick Lipsinick has done a great job of keeping us honest with these lap records. Jansen's fast lap today, a 1:12.997. That's according to Patrick, and he's been right all day, so I have no reason to doubt him now. That should have beaten a 1:13.565, so that's almost 0.6 of a second faster than the previous track record.
And while we're talking about him, Darrell Wills reset the track record in Formula Enterprises 2 yesterday with a 1:11.8. That's a full second under that class's track record. He's currently lapping in second place overall, leading the class in that dark blue and white machine at a 1:12.8. So he's slowed down a little bit today. Everyone else gets the glory today, I guess.
Yeah. I think I got to get Hans Peter on a podcast. That would be entertaining. 20 minutes to go on this in this race. 15 laps in, so we're almost at the halfway point already. So, barring anything unforeseen, we're going to get this one in on laps. Hans Peter does appear to be managing a little bit. He's now running laps in the 109, but he's also dealing with traffic and not trying to get into other people's races. Very respectful, slicing in and out of traffic, so that's really helpful here. Darrell Wills, in the FE2 car has not broken yesterday's record, but he's cooking too with a 1:12.768. Conditions perfect right now, probably the best they've been all weekend, other than the wind. And I can report to you that awning that was flopping has been brought down safely, so we don't have to worry about that awning ending up in Wichita tonight.
Right. So the battle in Formula Continental has fizzled just a little bit as John Jansen is absolutely on a tear in that first of those two yellow cars. But in the background, those two dark black cars, darker colored cars at least, are Jarrett Voorhees and Brock Evans, second and third in Formula Atlantic. And last lap, Jarrett Voorhees went a little bit agricultural at turn 9, lost about a half a second back to Brock Evans. As we've talked about him so much, Hans Peter joins this part of the racetrack as well, just in the background, but that's for second and third in Formula Atlantic. Again, those cars identical, and looks like Evans might have a little bit more pace at this stage in the race than Voorhees.
There we go. Halfway mark is here. Just got official word from race control. So let's take our break. We'll do that now and then come back at you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back live at Hallett, Hans-Peter still the class of the field this weekend in this Formula Atlantic car. Broke the track record a little bit earlier in this race, a 107.437. Broke his own track record that was nearly 20 years old. Another track record of Formula Continental has fallen in this race. John Jansen, the new record holder, with a 112.997. Wills broke the track record in FP2 yesterday. Did everybody break track records in this race? Yes, actually they did.
Yeah. And that's common across a bunch of these classes. If you're joining us for the first time or haven't heard us talk about it yet, the black sealer that's down in the racing line, see it really well there. It covers most of the track, but in other sections is just on the racing line, is super, super grippy. There's a perfect look at it. Thank you, Jordan. And for example, Formula V fell by 4 seconds, so it seems to affect some classes more than others just based on maybe momentum and horsepower.
And it looks like Wills broke his yesterday track record again today by about a tenth. He's with his 112.768 beats yesterday's track record of a 112.777. So, yep, track record's pretty good. Track conditions pretty good at this time.
And Hans-Peter still might have more in it with about 15 minutes to go in this race. Last time through was another 107. It was a 107.9, but he was purple in Sector 1, so there's still plenty of pace left in that number 66. It's just a matter of finding a clear lap. If anybody's ever done a track day in a high horsepower car surrounded by low horsepower cars, that's basically what Hans-Peter is dealing with now at this point as the field is spread out, and he's basically 6 seconds a lap faster than everybody.
Yeah, and looking at the road ahead of him, he'll have several laps now of clear track. So if he was, and he might have also been able to take a little bit of time to cool those tires a little bit, and he can take and try to lay a couple down here and see what happens. Really no close battles in any of the other classes at the moment. Closest real battle is for second place in Formula Atlantic, and that's even about a 1.5 second gap between Jared Voorhees. Now it's 3 seconds. It's actually opened up between Jared Voorhees and Brock Evans. So that now gap between second and third is fairly significant. And then back to fourth place in Atlantics, Mike Sauce is, I'm going to guess, he's 2 laps down. So a full lap behind. So no other really close battles going on here as we get to our final 9 lap.
Hans-Peter,
nice easy way around the
Peter over in turn 9 just slipped through on Darrell Wills, so that's the entire field 1 lap down now. Wills is the dark car, the second in shot, leading Formula Enterprises 2. Fast laps of the race, both for both Continental drivers, though, last time through. John Jansen and Bill Johnson just both set their personal bests. Since the theme is track records, that means it's dropped 1 more time for Jansen in the yellow Continental.
Yep. So the question is, how long will these track records now stand? Will it be another 20 years before the Formula Atlantic track record gets set again? Because the sealed areas will only get slower as time goes by now. They'll probably never be faster than they are this weekend. Once they smooth out, they'll actually get slipperier.
Yep.
One's kind of playing like good boys and girls out there. Got a couple races left after this one, so coming up before we get done with our day today, we've got 3 more races. We've got our EF H production and B-Spec, that's up next. Then we've got our big bore cars, those GT1, GTX, A Sedan, T1 and T2 cars, and then our Super Touring group coming up in Group 7. Now the good news for Group 6 and 7 is yesterday they raced in the rain. Today, it looks like that won't happen again, so they're going to get their first dry sessions here.
Brian continuing to feel brave here.
I'm trying to pre-curse the announcer's curse. If I say enough, the curse will go away.
There you go. There's a timer on them. I didn't know that about curses.
I'm going to have a whole receiving line at the end of this race weekend at the bottom of the steps to beat me silly before I come home. Oh, it's too good. Let's hope nobody here is actually listening to the stream until they go home. Ed Forrest asked, are we streaming all Hallett races? The answer, unfortunately, no. This is the Super Tour streaming channel, so we stream all of the Super Tour races, but we don't stream all of the races at Hallett. We get invited to come here and do these, and we love doing it, but not all of the Hallett races.
And there's still 5 more of these Hoosier Super Tours left on the calendar. In just a couple weeks, we'll be out at Portland International Raceway. That's May 9th and 10th. And then also in May, the weekend following, we'll be at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course up in Central Ohio. Also Road America in June, Watkins Glen in June, and Barber Motorsports Park in August. We'll pop that schedule up for you a little bit later, but all of those events yet to come, all nationwide, coast to coast.
Yeah, bring your cool suit to Barber in August, by the way.
Yeah, no kidding.
I love Barber. I would love to race in Barber, but racing at Barber in August does not sound like it's at the top of my bucket list. Yeah, I spent summers in Atlanta, so if you want heat and humidity, you're going to get it at Barber in August.
No kidding. Kind of an interesting little 3-way battle happening here for the overall podium. Just off the overall podium, actually. Bill Johnson in the red Formula Continental leading Kenny Russo in the yellow Formula Enterprise, leading Jared Voorhees in the black Formula Atlantic. The pace has ebbed and flowed between these drivers at times in this race, but right now I guess that would be ebbing back together as looks like Bill Johnson running out of pace a little bit, Russo running him back down, and Jared Voorhees the fastest of the 3 last time through.
And watching these cars for the last few laps doesn't look like anyone's really making up much amount of time in either direction. So 5 laps to go here. Make a quick call to grid. Attention the Paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, and B spec. Group 5 cars to the grid. Back here with 5 to go. Here's your top 10 as they stand on the racetrack. Hans Peters in first, followed by Darrell Wills, John Jansen, Bill Johnson, Kenny Russo, Jarrett Voorhees, Brock Evans, Mike Sauce, Stephen Thomas, and Brianna Zemlock. The only other cars we've got out there today, Paul Crabtree actually just took over 11th place over Bill Tex Johnson. Wesley Woods is in 13th, and Robert Henson is in 14th. Moses Smith and Philip Marshall did not come out with us today.
There's a little replay of Bill Tex Johnson going for a spin. That was a pretty hard dig in the front end of that car, maybe the wing, taking a bit of a crunch underneath the front axle there as he buried it into the mud. The car looks okay coming back onto the front straightaway. Looped that thing around pretty quick and efficiently.
Looking to see if there's any damage. He did not come on the pit lane, it doesn't look like. But keeping a little bit of an eye on that. 4 to go here. Oh, there's another car going off. Is that Johnson again?
It is. Bill Johnson taking another ride into the dirt out of turn 1. That's going to let Kenny Russo and Jarrett Voorhees slip through. He's going to join, ironically, just behind Bill Tex Johnson. Both of them having just gone for rides, find themselves on the same 20 feet of racetrack.
Johnson's going to get himself an 8.9 from the Russian judge for artistic impression today. Some creativity out there in the lines being chosen.
Yeah, Pete Rose in the chat with a good iRacing joke, 2X. Up a little incident point there for both of those drivers. Sim racers will like that one.
I feel triggered.
Yeah, me too.
That's my new nickname, iRacing, Mr. 2X. Too good. Is that Hans Peter starting to come up on this group again? Yes, I believe it is.
The red machine is Bill Johnson, and then in the background there is Brock Evans, still kind of clinging on. He's right within striking distance if Jarrett Voorhees makes any mistakes for 2nd and 3rd in Formula Atlantic. Voorhees just disappeared there in the black car, and here comes the dark blue of Brock Evans. A little further up the road, there's leader in Formula Continental, John Jansen.
There's a crow out there trying to figure out what's going on at their home. Oh, there's a car. I'm looking at the bird, and I missed the race car there.
Johnson again lost the back end into the second corner. The car looks like it may have some serious, some mechanical issues. Maybe not serious, as he's able to continue driving. But here's a look at it down into the braking zone. It's in just a little bit hot. Wow, it snap spun really fast. Not a lot of steering lock in these cars. He had no hope of saving that one. But the number of times it's been through the dirt, very possible something's knocked out of alignment there.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe something's bent in that suspension that really can't be seen, and it doesn't look terribly askew. But I'll be honest, from even my little times in Formula V, this is the tiniest amount of off in camber or toe or something caused the car to drive really, really weird. Doesn't take much. Pete Rose says, take him to Baja with me. The 500 is coming up. Pete Rose, if you want someone to go to Baja with you, let me know. That would be a blast. One of my bucket lists. That car got just a tiny bit loose there. Oh, got another spinner. I wonder if there is some oil down maybe in turn 2?
No, Brian, I think this is a mechanical failure, and it's your leader in Formula Continental. Remember, he DNF'd yesterday, and now he sits trackside with no power. He rolled across this racetrack, kind of an odd choice there, but either way, see if hands up, pointing cars by. He knows something's not ready to go in that car.
Okay.
And although this was a bold move to try to move across the racetrack, he ended up in a much safer position, I think, for it. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that ends up actually being in a spot where they could leave him here. We're on our final lap. Hans Peter. And we'll see, is that Hans Peter right there coming through now? No, that's one of the FE2 cars.
Yeah, that's Mike Sauce. Looks like Hans Peter is in Sector 2 somewhere, just completed it, so he's probably coming into Turn 9 maybe. He's completed this race so fast, there's still 5 minutes left on the timer. There he is.
There he is. Just a couple corners go. It's been a good weekend. Set a track record yesterday, or almost a track record yesterday. Finished the job today. Hans Peter's got one more corner. Actually, he's going to win this race regardless of what happens in this corner. And here he comes across the line. Hans Peter, your race winner here at Hallett. Get some more of the field cross line. I don't see any place on the racetrack where, unless someone has a big spin, we're going to get a whole lot of changes. But Darrell Wills now your FE2 winner. It's going to look like Kenny Russo will come in second. Jared Voorhees will hold on for second in Formula Atlantic, with Brock Evans doing his thing and coming in third. Now Bill Johnson, with all of that drama, is going to win Formula Continental.
Yeah, unbelievable. Good for him to keep out there and keep pushing it.
Yeah.
for that heartbreaking late mechanical failure for John Jansen. Now just finally taking the checkered is Russo and Voorhees. So second and second locked in for Enterprises 2 and Atlantics. Now 10 seconds later, out of the final corner, Brock Evans. And I think he was just in front of Bill Johnson as well.
All right, let's take our break. When we come back, E production, F production, H production, and the always fun B-Spec cars. That's next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett. Stay with us, everybody. We're back in a few minutes.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com. I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing Time Attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself one or two things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with Time Attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Superhero or Super Tour, Group Number 5, EF and H Production B-Spec, 27 laps, 35 minutes. Brian Bielanski, me, Tom O'Gorman, he's the guy who knows more than I do. Also, Jordan Worth, he's out there doing a spectacular job this weekend. Let's get to our starting line. And starting in row 1, Tyler Ladd, your defending national champion, E-Production driver, and a BMW Z3. Cameron Wogren is going to start next to him on row number 1. Moving on to number 2, you've got Steven Simons and Stephen Powers, both in F-Production Mazda Miatas. Now on to row number 3, you have Jake Anton and Ken Kennard. One is an E-Production driver, the other one is in F-Production. Now to row number 4, Jesse Prather, multiple many-time national champion. H-Production today with his Mazda 2. Wade McBride in F-Production Mazda Miata. It's row number 4. Row number 5, Larry Svatton and Mark will round out our F-Production cars, or our production cars. Oh no, I lied. Chris Albin in H-Production in row number 6. Ralph Lindlow also in H-Production there in row 6. Moving on to row number 7, we've got Roy Loopshire and Jack Scholes. And in row number 8, the lone Mazda 626 H-Production car of David Reeder. Now our B-Spec cars, your pole sitter is Kent Carter in a Mazda 2. Stephanie Anderson, who I believe reset the track record yesterday, will be on the outside of row number 1. Followed by Chris Taylor and yesterday's race winner, Chris Taylor. Andrew Jansen will be our row 3 starter. Josh Schmidt on the outside of row number 3. Row number 4 is Joe Gersh and Chuck Davis. And that's it. So, perfect timing, getting ready for the green flag as they come around turn 11. Heading down for the start-finish line is Tyler Ladd. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing at Hallett. B-Spec will be coming through in just a second. Here they come down towards turn 1. Ladd with an early lead. Oh, a little lock up there going into turn number 1. That is, I believe that's Jake Anton in the yellow E-Production car. Or was that Steven Simons?
It was.
Yeah, that was Steven Simons. Here comes your B-Spec cars. The purple car is Kent Carter. He's going to get through first. Chris Taylor's going to push him through. A little side-by-side tap between Taylor and Stephanie Anderson as they come through there, but no harm, no foul. Able to get through cleanly. As they start to go single file, Gail Corley makes it into third place. As Stephanie Prather drops back a little bit here. Now being pressured by the purple and white car. That is
Andrew Jansen.
Andrew Jansen. Yep, Andrew Jansen. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like that outside lane for Stephanie Anderson. She had that little maybe hip check from Taylor. It's hard to tell, but either way, Gail Corley really aggressive through turn 1 and was able to get a really good run and pick up the position from that white and pink Mazda 2. So it's all 4 Mazdas still at the front of B-Spec, but it's Kent Carter over Chris Taylor. Now Gail Corley and Stephanie Anderson slips back a couple of positions on the start. I really thought back to F-Production, Steven Simons with that big right front lockup coming into the first corner might allow Stephen Powers in the dark blue car to get through, but he couldn't quite, and they've got your H-Production leader, Jesse Prather, right on their 6 down into turn 2.
Here they now turn 2 for the second time. Everyone sorting themselves out. Second place car, Jake Anton, he had a heartbreaking finish yesterday. He was doing really well, had to go in for a mechanical black flag because he was fluid, actually gasoline, and for several laps. So they brought him in, and so he lost that great run. Hopefully today he'll make up for that.
Back at this battle for B-Spec, Gail Corley seems to be the aggressor in this race so far, making up that 1 spot, but also pushing hard to try to pick up some space on Chris Taylor in the orange and blue, both hopping that inside curb right into the pothole on the back end of it, coming off of turn 4. You see the car go 2 in the air a little bit for Chris Taylor especially. Sweeping through this final corner in sector 2 before we get onto the back straightaway and into the uphill run from turn 7 into 8. Bit of advantage for Carter still, easily flat out until right about here for these cars, then woeing off the throttle, getting hard on the brakes over the crest to get down to second gear and up the hill at turn 9.
Gail Corley, part of the reason why we have a new location for our start-finish line camera. Start-finish line here is a little bit past the start stand. And yesterday's race, it looked like Gail Corley had won the race at the start stand, but Chris Taylor actually crossed the line first, and we didn't have a view of that. So interesting situation there. As you can see now, there's the start stand, and just at the end of the cones, you can see the white line there is actually the start-finish line. So Gail Corley trying to get back to the front here to kind of exercise the demon there at the end of that race.
You know, it had to look up the inside down the front straightaway trying to rattle Chris Taylor, but Taylor having none of it. His top 4 breaking away from Andrew Jansen in the Honda Fit a little bit. Those Fits tend to struggle if they have to go to second gear, and I think he might be flirting with that threshold twice on this racetrack where the Mazda 2s hit nearly 80 miles an hour in second gear. That's why they tend to be a little bit stronger in the slower corners, but all of the cars balanced out within maybe a tenth or 2 at every single racetrack. It's not to say there's a big spread between them. It just takes a little bit more for some cars at certain courses than others. Jansen really flings the car. Looks a little bit stronger in this second sector where the speed's a little bit higher.
Kent Carter, this is a lot like yesterday looked. He took the lead early in yesterday's race also, held it for about half the race before Corley and Chris Taylor were able to get by. He's also hoping to change the narrative today. Tough to be out front in B-Spec for an entire race because this is a class where the last lap pass is usually king, and that usually means that when you're in first on the last lap, you're typically not at first at the end of the last lap.
Right. Yeah, the Spec tires under this class, they're pretty resilient. They're not necessarily a super aggressive race tire, but you can still hurt them. You kind of bring them back if you back off for a second, but if you're in the heat of battle, how do you back off? That's the big question.
Right.
Gail Corley still absolutely hounding Chris Taylor. Had to look up the inside again at turn 1. Not happening there. Down into turn 2. I think by those looks at turn 1, he might be hurting his progress through turn 1. Just enough that Taylor doesn't have to think about him down into turn 2, as Anderson now looks to be the quick of the 4. Really closed in on Gail Corley. Gail Corley, yes, last time through.
Ed DeForest says, okay, Super Tour guys, more bug eye sprites and H production. Well, they're still eligible for H production, and we do get a few of them out here. Many of them have gone to vintage racing. And, as I'm sure you may know, it's tough to get parts for those older cars, so there's not as many out there racing anymore. But H Production now has a lot of the Volkswagen Rabbits in it, as well as a couple of other cars. The new Mazda is in there with Jesse Prather, so a little bit of a change in that class.
But I wouldn't say the older cars are forgotten entirely. Obviously, Steve Sargis still having a very successful go at it in his Triumph Spitfire with some recent national championships in the class. Yep. And I think Eric Vickerman, if memory serves correct, in an MG Midget was at least on pole, if not in contention for a win at the runoffs in the last 5 years or so back at Indy. Or
speaking of MG Midgets, there's one going through our screen right there. So, yeah, they're not gone, but there's certainly less of them than there used to be. And there are a handful out that are really good. So there's Tyler Ladd. And there is the Jake Anton car as well, trying to keep up, but he's 4.5 seconds, almost 5 seconds back now from Ladd. That BMW, though, has been kind of the car to beat here at E-Production for a while. Some people have suggested it's time for a little balancer performance there, and you never know. Usually they get about halfway through the Super Tour before they make any BOP changes. And then they make another one maybe a little closer to the runoff. So we'll see what happens this year.
Fun to watch that time through turn 10. Jake Anton, Jake, absolutely packing the left front tire up into the fender through the final corner, just propped up on 3 wheels as that RX-7 putting power down through the exit. Looks like he's still lacking just a little bit of that raw pace from the launch, but now has stabilized last time through actually a little bit quicker than Tyler Ladd was in the BMW at the front. And then that F production battle between the two Miatas just behind. Steven Simons up against a bit of a wall. He can't get through on Jake Anton unless he makes a pretty aggressive move with a smaller displacement F production car versus E production.
Right, and of course Simons and Anton not in the same class, so there's no real motivation for Simons to throw it in there. Don't want to risk getting any kind of a problem like that. And he's able to keep a pretty good pace between him and Powers, so sometimes holding and biding your time is not a bad idea. Last time by, Anton had made up about 4/10 on Tyler Ladd, probably because of some traffic. We'll see if that gap widens out again here. Ladd coming across the line just now. Here comes Anton. And yes, as I suspected, this now widens to 5.5 seconds at the line. So Ladd seemingly held up by traffic on the previous lap, now back on the move again and opening up the gap on second place. So there is Jake Anton in the RX-7, followed by Stephen Powers in the Miata, and Steven Simons. Actually, Steven Simons and Stephen Powers just swapped positions.
No, just a discrepancy.
Sure. Oh, no. It was just a timing and go pickup.
Simons all over the back of Jake Anton. We saw a couple little brake lockups in the previous lap from the front of that RX-7. I think Simons wants to keep it going. In fact, gets through at turn 6 on Anton. So now the F production leader gets a buffer between himself and second place. Anton maybe losing a little bit of pace in that car as we're coming up on 10 minutes into the 35-minute race.
Yeah, and I think it's Simons. Oh, yeah, his transponder didn't hit. Now it's been put back and fixed. Because at my screen, he was falling.
Yep. Also, just in front of these drivers is a battle for sixth in B-Spec. Joseph Gersh in the Toyota Yaris has gone through on Josh Schmidt, and Schmidt had really started to find his footing in the later stages of yesterday's race, but now is kind of stuck behind that Toyota Yaris. Tends to be one of the slipperier cars in B-Spec. Huge pitch through turn 1 for Steven Simons.
Oh,
just keeps it on the racetrack. All three of them, really.
Anton just put 2 wheels off, but enough to kick up some dust there. And that brings Stephen Powers right up to the rear bumper, and he goes underneath. So I don't know if maybe there's some sort of a mechanical problem, because it does look like RX-7 has slowed dramatically here. We'll know more as Jesse Prather pushes through, see if he catches him up pretty fast. If he does, that'll be a pretty good indicator. But it does look like that H production car has also slowed down maybe a little bit. Or maybe not.
Yeah, Anton may be struggling with the brakes just a little bit from the body language of that car. He was really wide in turn 9 a couple laps ago, or last lap. He just missed turn 2 as well. And he saw a couple lockups as well, as we mentioned. So I think just something in that car not quite happy, and I think it might have to do with getting it stopped for these corners, as the car's not allowed to add. They are racing brakes, but they're not allowed to make them any bigger or anything particularly special. They certainly don't have anti-lock brakes in these production cars.
No, I mean, back when that car was built, anti-lock brakes weren't even a thought process.
Right, yes.
So I'm going to guess that car's probably 40 years old. So don't ask me how I know.
You remember when it came out? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you. Jesse Prather, it sounds like, looking at Patrick Lipsenik, who's been our track record guru today. He says Jesse just reset the lap record in H production. His lap was a 1:27 or 1:25.262, his fast lap today. So more track records falling.
1.1 second under the previous record. Here comes Tyler Ladd, your overall race leader, up through the battle for the lead. A 5-way battle in B-Spec. Just slips underneath Chris Taylor at turn 7. That's going to give a little bit of a break to Kent Carter. I don't think it's going to last particularly long, but Ladd able to knife up underneath and use the power of the E-Production car to motor past, probably close to maybe 2.5 times the horsepower under the hood of the BMW than anything in the B-Spec field.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 times, but maybe 2.5 is a better guess. And Ladd will just pull away here. Now the question is this 4-car train. You don't want to get too far ahead as a single car in B-Spec, because that 4-car train, if they catch it, just drive right on by.
Also noticing Andrew Jansen joining this battle. It's a top 5. The Honda Fit looking pretty strong here in the middle stages of this race, has run them down. I have to wonder if that might have been some battling that we missed side by side or something else to give them a little bit of a pause. But either way, it's kind of a 5-car breakaway. Simons now is going to be the next car to try to get his way through.
Ed Forrest in the chat asks if that is the real Mark Webber, a Midwest Division legend. Well, at the risk of making Mark Webber's head any bigger than it already is, yes, I will confirm that is the real Mark Webber, Midwest Division legend. Oh, we love Mark, great guy. But yes, he is the guy you remember from back in the day, still racing and breaking longevity records. So that's him in his red Mazda, usually out at a lot of our races and still running the runoffs every year.
I think it's over 700 races now for Mark Webber, but this is tense stuff for F Production and B-Spec. Steven Simons and Stephen Powers trying to get through the B-Spec cars and make up any little bit of ground on one another if they can. Simons in the yellow, Powers in the blue is going to try to get up the inside of Gail Corley down into turn 10, makes it happen. But they have to be so smart to make sure that they don't lose time in these races by trying to bicker with cars from out of class too hard.
Yeah, and it does look like the and without much of a problem with the B-Spec cars, there's a little bit of gap between all of them now, but nothing that's insurmountable. So when the production cars come through B-Spec, that's about as good of an outcome as you're probably going to get with this kind of traffic.
Yeah, it really is. Ooh, another brake issue for Jake Anton, just loses it under braking in the background. It's a pretty innocent flat spin, but that car is fairly cockeyed. I wonder if he straightens the wheel out, if it levels the nose, or if there might be a tire having slowly gone down on that car. It almost looks like a flat on the right front. Yes, indeed, a flat tire for Jake 100%. Anton. Oh, that's tough.
And that's a long ways, even though it's not a, oh yeah, absolutely, you can see that car, tires absolutely down right there on that spin. And it's not as long as Road America, but it's still a long mile or a half to limp it back to the pit lane on a flat tire.
Yeah, it almost looks like the tire went down after the spin, but the effect is the same. Doesn't matter much. You'll have to limp the thing back. Yeah. Showed a lot of pace in that car. I hope they stick with it because decent run in that car, but just some mechanical issues as you tend to get with some older and more modified race cars here.
Yeah, we just got to see that Caterham 7 of Larry Svatin come through. He's out of Alvin, Texas. Not the Caterham 7 we normally see out here, but it's always good to catch one of those at every race as much as possible.
Trying to remember
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm trying to remember the name of the driver. It was on pole for the runoffs a couple years ago. Andrew Jansen goes off the circuit at turn 1, trying to hold on to the Honda Fit. He'll work the way back onto the racetrack, I think, no problem, but loses about 10 car lengths doing so. But this Caterham E-Production pole sitter, it was carbon everywhere. It had air jacks up on the air jacks with tire warmers at times. And it was a really, really, really trick car. You'd think it's from the 50s, but it was more like it was from 2020.
Looks like now we're down to a 4-car battle in B-Spec with some more production cars coming through at some point here. We'll see how those cars affect this battle. Not been able to close up now on Kent Carter, though. Having just that little bit of gap between second, third, and fourth has made it so that they're not getting the benefit and they're not creeping. Maybe they're creeping up slowly, but they're certainly not getting close fast here. Coming up on 18 minutes to go. That's pretty close to the halfway mark. Let's take our break now, get it out of the way, and then come back and get all of the action to the finish line. We're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here live, Hallett, watching the best battle on the racetrack. This is the top 4 cars in B-Spec. The car out front, the purple car, that is Kent Carter. He is widening his gap on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place as some more production cars come through the field. This is going to be good for Kent because when you're one car being passed by the faster car, it's nice and easy, but the opportunity for these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cars to get a little mixed up is a lot easier. So this is a good situation for Carter, who's so far led from the start of this race.
Yeah, you can see the other B-Spec cars really defensive down the straightaway, trying to make sure they end up with the inside line, because the main problem with a B-Spec car is it cannot recover a loss of momentum very well. It doesn't have enough power. So you really have to make sure that you're picking your opportunities to maintain momentum any way you can, whether it's selfish or rude or any other situation. That extra Mazda 2 in the train is Jesse Prather, the H production leader, and the blue car just leading the F production Miata, the green car of Wade McBride. Those cars are lapping their way through. Doesn't appear that Jesse Prather has all that much more motor on the B-Spec cars, though. It's basically the same engine, but built by him. And he tries to go to the outside. Kent Carter also trying to make it easy for him, ends up making it a little bit tougher. Gets in his way for just a split second, and now he gets his way through. Jesse Prather does.
Yep, and look at how the B-Spec cars in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th have lost each other's gap, especially between 3rd and 2nd. So that's all from traffic as they through there. And it looks like now one more production car to get around Kent Carter. Oh, the Caterham 7 slow at the exit of 3 now.
It doesn't look like he's got enough power to make it up the hill either. There's an access point to the paddock just on the left side of the racetrack. This is a pretty good spot to be, as spots on the racetrack can be. Just off to driver's left on a relative straightaway, a fairly simple section of the racetrack. Battle for F production lead just passing behind them.
Yeah, other than having to sit in a car for 13 minutes, that is kind of probably the best scenario there. There is Steven Simons and Steven Stephen Powers, both in F production. That is a battle for your F production lead that we're looking at right here. The yellow car, Simons. The blue car is Powers. So now we have two battles on the racetrack to keep an eye on. 12.5 minutes to go here. Both Mazda Miatas, both F production. Simon's been out front all race. Powers hunting him down. So now the first time where they're actually close enough to work on each other here.
Yep, these will both be the 1.6 liter Miatas, but stripped and prepped to within an inch of their life for the production rules. Probably, I'm going to guess, both running Jesse Prather motors because production cars tend to at that rate. Simon's a little bit wide at the apex of turn 1. Is going to let Stephen Powers get a run potentially up the inside for turn 2. Is he there? He is. They're side by side into the braking zone. No anti-lock brakes. It's all driver skill here. Powers flicks it down to the apex, runs it just a little bit wider than Simon's, but takes the point and is going to drive away 2 car lengths on the exit as well.
They've got a B-Spec car to get around. It looks like they shouldn't have any problems getting around that car on a decent spot, and they both do, so no issues there. Now Simons has to decide whether he's going to be able to just sit there and take some laps and maybe think about where the best way is to try to get this time back, but they're also going to have to deal with some more slower cars up front. So lots of thought processes going on here with a little more than 11 minutes to go. And just look at how quickly that duo has already caught those slower cars in front. So much traffic being part of this game, especially in this particular race group with the production, the B-Spec cars. You know, it takes one skill set go fast. It takes another skill set to have racecraft to race one particular car. But then when you also have to deal with the slower cars, it's just a whole nother component that we actually love here in SCCA road racing.
It is a lot of fun when it's going well. It can be a little frustrating when another class affects your race, but that's just the reality of it. They're coming up on the battle for 6th in B-Spec. Josh Schmidt in the number 62 Mazda 2 has gotten around Joseph Gersh in the Toyota Yaris. Those F production cars are going to slip through at turns 1 and 2 pretty easily.
Well, that went about as good as it can go. Now, I don't know Tyler Ladd has had a problem, but I see him in 3rd place on my timing grid right now. No, that was a timing and scoring anomaly. He's back up to P1.
There he is.
Every once in a while, the transponder decides it wants to say, I don't want to give you a read for this particular sector, and that's when that happens. And then it gets to the next sector and okay, I'll work again.
Surprised there hasn't been more churn in this B-Spec battle. Really nicely controlled race for Kent Carter. He's got just enough more pace a couple laps ago. Really, they're lapping nearly identically every single time, but Kent Carter just pulling out a 10th and a 100th here and there gives him that 3 to 4 car length lead. There's Mark Webber with maybe a mechanical issue. Chris Taylor doesn't see it coming, reads the situation a little bit poorly, and really backs up the rest of the field. That's going to give a huge advantage to Kent Carter. Now that might be race done, and the reason is there's a waving yellow on the left side of the track. That was not Chris Taylor's fault. It was a yellow flag that made him have to slow down. So it sounds like the driver of the Caterham may be hopping out of the car and causing that response from the safety crew to at least cover it again with a full course or with a local yellow.
And what happened was now Chris Taylor's coming up on a car trying to move over and get out of the way, which was a Mark Webber car, but he couldn't pass that car because the yellow was being displayed. Oh, what an unfortunate timing for that. So everyone's trying to do the right thing. And now the gap, see what it is at the line here. The gap between Kent Carter was 1.1 seconds last time by. It's going to be widened to maybe closer to 2 seconds now. 8.5 minutes to go. Not a ton of time.
This will be the second time Tyler Ladd comes through on the B-Spec leaders. Here he comes up onto the front straightaway, so he'll catch them effectively throughout this lap and probably pass at least one of them before the start-finish line next time through. A huge lead now for Kent Carter, 2 seconds. B-Spec, that's a lot. And Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, Stephanie Anderson still nicely within touch from one another.
I don't think it's 100% insurmountable, but it's getting to the point where even with a good draft, they're going to have their work cut out with them to catch that driver. Now you can see the driver in the Caterham sitting on the jersey barrier there. That was the cause of that yellow flag when he was getting out of the car. But all right, that's in the past though. Let's keep looking forward here as Kent Carter keeps moving in the right direction here. He's got just a few more laps to go, probably 4 laps to go here.
That little delay also allowed Andrew Jansen to get the last bit closer to these two. Little puff of water from one of the seams on the racetrack seeping just a bit down the middle of the straightaway. Tyler Ladd slips through on Jansen. That's really good timing for Jansen. He won't have to go side by side through any of these corners. Now Ladd runs the risk of ending up side by side with at least 1 or 2 of these B-Spec cars. Look, once again, protecting the inside. Good motor on the BMW, gets through all 3.
We were watching that Stephen Simons battle. Once Powers got around Simons, he has now opened up a 3-second lead. So no longer a battle for the lead, 3.046 seconds between Powers and Simons. So that's why we've stepped away from that to watch what's going on. Even though Kent Carter's driving away, this is a 3-way battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th here in B-Spec. So podium positions on the line. Is Kent Carter pulling away even a little bit more this lap? Six minutes, 20 seconds to go for Tyler Ladd to wrap this thing up. He is running minute 25 laps, so that should be 3 laps to go here for him. And of course, no matter how many laps the other classes have done, the finish of this race will be keyed up on him. We won't get to 7 laps, obviously. Patrick Lipsinek is curious if Powers car is the former Sam Henry car. That I don't have the answer to, but
definitely similar in livery, if it's not the exact same. Totally see what he sees.
Sure, sure. And one car's hanging out at the back of that 4 cars of the Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, Stephanie Anderson. Andrew Jansen's just waiting there, not waiting, but just kind of hanging out, trying to catch up there to make it a 4-car battle. He's just far enough back to not be able to make up the space, but just close enough to have enough draft to not let them pull away too much more. Another F production car, I believe that car coming through right now is the 2nd place car of Stephen Powers.
Yep, we'll be there any moment. Yeah, it looks like Jansen, again, is just able to kind of get back to these cars at certain sections of the racetrack, the faster corners especially, but those slower corners, look, he just loses effectively what he gained in turn 1, loses in turn 2. That ebb and flow is kind of the beauty of B-Spec. Opens the corner nicely, very smart racing there to let Powers go through as well. Powers, now he gets to cross his fingers, maybe gives them an opportunity by lunging at one of these cars at turn 6. Coming out of the corner into 6 now. No, Powers was also smart to wait. Really good. You can kind of tell these drivers are used to sharing the class with, sharing the track with these classes at this point.
And it should also be noted that Andrew Jansen, the first non-Mazda 2 in line for the B-Spec cars, he's got the Honda Fit. So all right, here comes that faster car to get around Kent Carter. With a single car to get around should be a lot easier, and coming up on the straightaway here also should have enough horsepower to be able to get this done on the main straight and to probably affect neither one of them at all. Just didn't get it done, but he'll get it done between 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, and very well may have just lifted ever so slightly to make sure that he gets a run on the exit. That's the safest place to pass, is up the inside on the exit. As now we have Jake Anton back on the circuit with a fresh right front tire. And something else issue. Yeah, moving very slowly. In this very awkward section, Andrew Jansen on Stephanie Anderson gets around in the Honda Fit, new 4th place runner there.
Yeah. And now Steven Simons trying to get through as well. He is the yellow car trying to catch up to the back of that pack and put them another lap down, for him anyway. 2:55 left in this race. Well, there is Jake Anton pulling off at a nice safe spot there. Appreciate that. Oh, there's one car going off. That's one of our B-Spec cars.
Yeah, Andrew Jansen, as soon as he got
Andrew
through,
Jansen.
goes for a big ride at turn 6.
So now we have 2 cars battling for 3rd. That is Gail Corley and Chris Taylor. Probably too far back to catch Kent Carter at this point in time. Just a couple more laps to go here. I think probably white flag next time by for the B-Spec cars. One to go next time by. He is on the racetrack at the moment, but when he comes through, he will get that white flag.
This 4-car battle for B-Spec has simmered down to 2 after the pass for Andrew Jansen, and then the slip off the racetrack delayed Stephanie Anderson just enough that she's lost touch with Chris Taylor and Gail Corley. Corley's last hope is maybe Taylor making a mistake, but he's been rock solid this entire race. Has yet to put an inch wrong. Not quite enough pace to keep up with the race leader for the rest of the field. Kent Carter is still controlling the race.
All right, white flag in the air for Tyler Ladd. That means the rest of the field will get their white flag as well. Here comes Steven Simons. So he will be taking that white flag as well here. Stephen Powers will get it first. There's our B-Spec field here. Kent Carter with as commanding a lead as you're going to get in B-Spec, honestly. There's a slower B-Spec car that Chris Taylor and Gail Corley are going to have to get around.
Did not make it easy for Kent Carter. Carter had to go around the outside of turn 9. That loses relatively a huge amount of time in a B-Spec car. And now look, Gail Corley's stuck trying to go too wide through the final corner. The Fit finally lifts as the lapped car. That's going to give Corley a pretty nice clear run, a big understeer through the apex, but the momentum is high. He's going to stick with Chris Taylor.
The good news for Kent is he had a big enough lead where even with it having to slow down a bit, he still has a pretty large gap back to Chris Taylor. So coming up now with about 8 corners to go for a victory for Kent Carter.
Next car to lap these drivers will be Chris Albin, who's had a relatively quiet and lonely weekend, but hopefully productive both on the car setup and what else? Here onto the front straightaway, Tyler Ladd.
Checkered flag in the air for Tyler Ladd. He wins the 2nd race of the weekend in E-Production. Steven Simons pulled in, not going to take the checkered flag. Here comes your B-Spec field now through turn 7 for the final time. Kent Carter at the point. Chris Taylor and Gail Corley still battling it out for 2nd place here. Be interesting to see who takes this one. Kent Carter's got one sweeping left-hander to go and a short shoot down to the start-finish line. Taylor is defending a little bit going into turn 10. Kent Carter with the lead. Comes around the final corner for a Super Tour win. Kent Carter is going to take the B-Spec win. Chris Taylor in 2nd, Gail Corley in 3rd, and Stephanie Anderson will come across the line in 4th. I texted Kent's wife to find out. I'm semi-certain that this is his first Super Tour win.
Oh, that'd be a big breakthrough. Constant, kind of a constant force in B-Spec, always in the top 10 at the runoffs, no doubt. Always in the top 5 at the Super Tours for sure. Finished 3rd yesterday, but to take your first after multiple years of trying, it would be really cool.
Certainly the first win since I've been doing the Super Tour. Now, I know he's been out here before for a while, so huge supporter of this class, has been doing it for years, but I know he has been trying and trying since I've been doing this, and really nice to see him get a win here at what is one of his home tracks. He's based out of Texas, so a lot of the Texas drivers consider this a kind of one of the home region tracks for them. So a big win there. Let's go through the classes here before we get ready for our next race. Again, in B-Spec, Kent Carter, Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, your top three, followed by Stephanie Anderson and Andrew Jansen, the first non-Mazda fit to finish this race. In E-Production, our winner, Tyler Ladd. Larry Svatin will finish 11 laps down. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, that's more than half the lap, so he will be a finisher, but Jake Anton will not be considered a finisher. In F Production, we've got Stephen Powers, followed by Steven Simons, and Wade McBride. That's your podium in F Production. And in H Production, the winner, Jesse Prather, followed by Chris Albin and Ralph Lindau. That's going to do it here for our fifth race of the day. 2 more to go. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
Solo Nationals is the place where you get to come out and show what you've been working on all year, whether it's mechanical, whether it's your driving skills, and more importantly, it's a place to be with all of your close autocross friends from around the country that you see at these national events.
Solo Nats is a ton of fun and has some of the best people around.
Solo Nationals is the biggest party that I plan for all year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's, all my friends are here, and then we get to go have fun with cars.
we're done, and it's time to go home. I woke up this morning and I see the parking lot's empty, and it makes me sad. That's kind of what Nationals is. It's lay everything out, and you wish there was more.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself one or two things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Tom O on the call. And we've got Group 6, GT1, 2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. And let's get to our starting lineups. On the front row, we've got John Atwell in a Ford Mustang, and next to him, Charlie Peter in a Porsche 991 Cup Car, 911.2 Cup Car. On row number 2, we've got Dane Smith, who we were talking about the save of the weekend, and Tom Smith on the outside of row number 2. Moving on to row number 3, Eric Presbury and Lonnie Hostetler. Row number 4, with Mark Kirby and Robert Kaspowitz. Moving on to row number 5, Renee Molina and Paul Ruth. Row number 6 is Greg Schneiderman in another Porsche GT4 Club Sport, or another NA Porsche GT4 Club Sport GTX, followed by John Brown in a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup Car. Now row 7, AP Miranda and Ivan Curiel. Tim Moser and Carl Janin will be in row number 8. Matt Kopchak and Scott Sewell will take up row number 9. Moving on to row number 10, Ross Murray and Michael Pettiford. Ross Murray in our A Sedan Ford Mustang. Amy Wilson and Jeff Wilt will make up row 11. Row 12 will be comprised of Tim White and Richard Grant. And Andy Schneidermeyer. And row 14, David Henderson and Hung Sheng Ye. That will be our starting lineup here. It's perfect timing as they come around to turn 10 here. And they will line up nice, and it's actually a pretty good lineup for this big group of cars here. Coming around turn 10, they're going to roll on down towards the start-finish line. Green flag could be in the air. Let's see what's happening. There it is. Green flag. We are racing second to last race of the day here at Hallett. As these cars move down. Oh, a little bit of lock up there. Someone tries to go 3 wide, but thinks better of it. That was a smart move. Remember, you can't win the race on turn 1, but you can lose it.
That was Robert Kasparitz with a little bit of a lockup. All the cars in the top 10 are in the same class, except for the cars on the second row. Pass for the lead, potentially, down into turn 2. No, Charlie Peter can't take the long way around. Slots in just behind John Atwell. We have a Trans Am Mustang against a Porsche Cup car here in SCCA GT2 Club Racing. This is really cool stuff. It'll be also really fun to see how these cars manage the pace over the race. 35 minutes is a pretty long time for both of these race cars.
Dane Smith already having a better race today than yesterday, where he spun on lap 1 going into turn 1. Maybe it was lap 2. Maybe he got the lap 2 yesterday before he made that spin. But anyway, nice and dry today. Big cars. Looks like they took out one of the cones there as they slide off between 9 and 10, and that car may have gotten all the way to the tire wall. You can actually see it there off just at the side of our camera there. Let's see if he tries to get moving. He is moving again. I wonder if he did that all by himself. Here they come. Here's a replay. This should be good view here. Yeah, no, it looked like he just misjudged the entrance to that corner and drove off the racetrack, Tom.
Yeah, too much speed up the hill at turn 7. The tire's not up to temperature. It was coming around on him before he even made the way back in. Probably, as you said, just too much speed. And that means Charlie Peter is going to get to run away with this thing, at least in the early stages. There's the gap that he has back to second place in class, which is the Camaro, as the Corvette for Dane Smith is in GT1, slightly faster class. Main difference between those is the amount of horsepower that the cars can make. Otherwise, similar two-frame cars for the most part, except for that production-based Porsche that now leads the race.
Yeah, it looked like the front end of the Atwell car was askew, so he's going to possibly need to come in and get that tended to before he goes on here. But he was able to drive off, and there is Charlie Peter driving away. Now, in theory, Dane Smith in a GT1 car should be faster than the GT2 car. But we will see how that plays out. First lap for Peter was a 1:19. First lap for Smith was a 1:22. So interesting how that's playing out. Obviously, these cars make power in very different ways.
Ooh, another incident involving 2 cars now. This is the GT2 Monte Carlo of Ivan Curiel facing backwards, a replay of it. And one of the Touring 2 Corvettes, it's going to be Curiel, loses it and really just T-bones that yellow Corvette. I think that was the T2 car AP Miranda. That might have been your leader from Touring 2.
Yeah, that was one of the Avente cars. That's you saw that that canopy flopping earlier. That's their team trailer out there.
Heartbreaker for AP Miranda there. Really didn't do anything wrong. Tried to get off the racetrack to the other side of the racetrack at least, but the Monte Carlo with a full spin and right into the door.
We see when they get to this camera shot here, we'll see whether they've been able to clear any of this out here. Both those cars still there. I suspect we're going to be going maybe for a full course yellow. I don't think they're going to want to leave these cars here. And as big of a contact is, they're probably also going to want to get out there and check those drivers, because if they leave those cars, they're going to have to sit there for 31 minutes. I don't imagine they're going to let that happen.
To wait and find out. Here's the battle for third overall between second place in GT2, Lonnie Hostetler in the Corvette, or in the Camaro, excuse me, and then the GTX leader of Eric Presby in the Ligier LMP3 car. Probably has a little bit more speed potential on that car, but is having a hard time finding a way through on Lonnie Hostetler so far.
Now we look at Dane Smith, who's gotten up to pace now, and he has done purple lap just a little bit faster than Charlie Peter with a 1:15.002 versus Charlie Peter's fast lap of a 1:15.664. So a ton of pace, but about a half a second faster, and with 30 minutes to go, certainly, and you can see it looks like he's making up time now. Those two cars in different classes, so if Smith gets there, Tom, no reason for him to not let Charlie Peter by.
Yep, very true. And I think Dane Smith probably has the harder job at hand in that GT1 car. That is a whole lot of race car for Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, probably north of 700 horsepower, if not north of 800 horsepower to the back wheels of that thing, with basically no driver aids at all. And now we're going to get into a basically constant conversation about traffic management in this 6-class group, with a big spread from the bottom of Touring 2 and American Sedan to the top of GT2 and GT1.
Well, look at how fast. We're only 6 minutes, not even 6 into this race, and they're already catching slower cars in this race group. So Peter's already putting people a lap down. Dane Smith also doing the same thing.
So with that contact and incident for AP Miranda, Tim Moser now leads Touring 2 pretty comfortably by himself. Michael Pettiford also relatively lonely on the racetrack, leading Touring 1. Your American Sedan leader is Ross Murray, running 15th overall. Still watching these cars run in clear traffic. Some of the fastest cars, certainly the fastest tin tops, we'll see all weekend long, finally getting their clear and dry racetrack. They're probably just loving this for a couple laps.
To go, 20 laps to go here. All right, we're going to go double yellow here. They're going to go out and make sure those drivers are okay on those two cars from that earlier incident here. Going to slow this thing down and get that incident taken care of. So that's going to bunch everything up here.
Whoa.
And Dane Smith had just went down a purple sector 1. All right, so let's do this, Tom. Let's take a break and go and get that out of the way here so we can get this thing cleaned up. And then we'll talk about what's going on when we come back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back at Hallett under a full course caution situation. We had a big shunt between two cars. One car basically lost it and collected a second car, and both of them were out there and wanted to go out and check on those drivers, make sure they're okay, maybe move those cars a little bit out of the way. And that's the situation we're at. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is with me here for the weekend. And it's been a while. We've been pretty good this today without having any big slowdowns here. It's our first one in a couple of races.
Yeah, it's been a really good day of racing. I kind of scanned through the field to see who this might be a good story for, and the one that's coming up to me is John Atwell. He spun in turn 7 on the very first lap. It's going to be the purple and green Mustang, now sitting in 15th overall, 8th in class. I don't think that's going to reintroduce the opportunity to win this race necessarily for our previous pole sitter, but I think it's going to give him the opportunity to fight his way maybe back into even podium contention in GT2. Just has to get through a couple of touring cars as well. The field's still not caught up. That tells you how spread out they were. The pace car moving at a pretty good clip down the front straightaway with Charlie Peter, the overall leader and GT2 leader, at the helm. Just behind him, Dane Smith leading GT1, Eric Presby leading GTX in the top 3.
All right, it looks like they're going to move one of those cars, and it looks like both of the drivers are out, so that's good news as we get ready for hopefully maybe just one more lap under the full course. There is the Ligier that we've been talking about today with Eric Presby. So this will probably definitely will probably end on time and not on laps now with this full course yellow. This would normally be our second fastest race group of the day after the Atlantics.
Right. We got to look a little bit further back in the field. That black Corvette is the Tim Moser machine that inherited the lead after AP Miranda was involved in that incident, the black C5. And then the yellow C6 just behind is your Touring 1 leader, Michael Pettiford. Sometimes can be tough to keep track of all of the battles. Scanning also for Ross Murray. That's a silver, green, and black Ford Mustang from the 2010-ish era. There he is at the back of the line.
See the roll back there, trying to pick up that car out in the distance. I think the Corvette they're going to leave in the lead end, but they wanted to get this because it's just close enough to the racetrack to, if you're going to slow the race down, you might as well pick this one up and get it out of the way. Oh, we're also hearing the yellow flag being displayed at start beyond the regular double yellow that we would be under, so we're trying to figure out why that is. Oh, yeah, there's a Corvette off to the left, but way off the track.
Oh,
so I
actually, sorry to cut you off, Brian. That's actually the Panos Esperante. I think it's the number 45, Carl
You're
Janet.
right. So that car they'll definitely leave till the end of the race, but as long as they had a course worker out with it, they wanted to put the yellow out for that. So that makes good sense. But as long as that car doesn't roll back down the hill, it's safe there. Carrying 2 to 3 minutes, just clearing that car off there. So maybe 2 more laps under yellow here then. So your top 10 right now: Charlie Peter, Dane Smith, Eric Presbury, Lonnie Holstetler, Robert Kasperwitz, David Schneiderman, John Brown, Renee Molina, and Paul Ruth and Tim Moser. That's how they stand top 10 right now. 11 through 20, Michael Pettiford, Scott Sewell, Amy Wilson, John Atwell back up to 14th. After that early problem, Ross Murray, Jeff Wilt, Tim White in 17th, Andy Schneidermeyer in 18th, Richard Grant, and John Argro in 20th. And you were right, the AP Miranda was the Corvette in that incident, and the Monte Carlo Ivan Curiel, I believe, is the one they're picking up to get out of, into a more safer location. So, oh, that car is in the air, and I believe this is going to be your pace car. So it's looks like they're going to be able to go maybe back to green here. All right, I'm hearing the pace car is going to turn its lights out, come in, and there we see it, just as they say it. It happens in front of us. I love that. So it looks like we'll come back, Tom, with maybe 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, the field really letting itself get spread out. Drivers being a little lazy, getting back to the back bumper. Maybe they're not even aware that there's a restart this lap, but they're very strung out at the back end. This is going to be a very single file restart, I think, here, Brian.
All right, there's our pace car on pit lane. Charlie Peter will bring him down. The question is, will he just let Zane Smith get by easily, or is he going to challenge him going to turn one? We'll find out in just a minute. Coming down for the green flag. Starter has it in the air. We are back to racing here with 19 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this race.
The horsepower of the GT1 car versus the GT2. Charlie Peter doesn't quite see it coming as smoothly as he might have liked. Has to check up a little bit, open the wheel at the apex of turn 1. Dane Smith gets through and takes over the overall lead. And here's John Atwell in the purple Mustang, already knifing through traffic, trying to get back up to the top 10 and even the top 5 potentially.
You know, I said, will he let him by? I don't know that Charlie Peter had a choice. Dane Smith decided he was going, and he went.
Very much so.
We got a slower car now, a little further back in the field, and everyone's having to drive around as everyone gets up to speed here.
Yeah, that was David Henderson in the number 10, the Chevy Camaro from American Sedan, who ended up basically at the front of the line by product of being lapped and has to let the field doesn't have to, but chooses to let the field get through relatively easy. So it's Dane Smith, Charlie Peter, Lonnie Holstetler for GT2. Eric Presby loses one position at the restart. Now we have a decent opportunity for a battle here between the two cars in GT2. The red Porsche and the white Camaro are battling for position if they can get a little bit closer together. And then it's all the way back to the black Corvette, the C5 in 11th. Tim Moser is your leader in Touring 2, but he's got his hands full potentially with Scott Sewell in the red Cayman.
Here comes field now through turn 1 down to turn 2, and Charlie Peters doing a nice job keeping up with Dane Smith. Really, more importantly, he's trying to keep away from Lonnie Holstetler in third place, who's now all together with him, both G2 cars. So there's a potential battle right there on the racetrack. Last time by, Hostler was back 1.1 seconds, and it looks like Charlie Peters pulling away a little bit more. That's definitely more than 1.1 second at this point.
Yeah, their fast laps of the race prior to the restart was a 1:15.2 to a 1:17.6. So
Right.
just based on that, Charlie Peter definitely has more pace in the Porsche and will continue to drive away. But continue to keep an eye on the purple Mustang. John Atwell's already up into the top 5 back in class after leading the first 3/4 of the first lap of this race. There he is coming up next. The car in his crosshairs is the Porsche Cup car of John Brown, the white number 60, coming through the final corner now.
You also mentioned earlier in the race, Tom, of the difference in driver aids versus no driver aids between Dane Smith and Charlie Peter. Same thing goes in the difference between that situation with Charlie Peter and Larry Hostetler. That Camaro is a more traditional GT2 car, whereas you've got the more FIA spec Charlie Peter car. I knew I was going to do that before the end of the week. Charlie Parker's one of my favorite jazz artists. I knew I was going to do that once this weekend. Charlie Peter car, that's got all of the stuff that you get with the Porsche Cup cars. So a little bit different prep on those cars, and that certainly looks like it might be helping Peter a little bit. About a piece of debris down in turn 1 that's being run over by some cars. It sounds like it's something soft and plastic. I don't see it, but maybe it's no longer there.
Right.
Sometimes those are self-clearing. Oftentimes they're self-clearing.
So here is third, fourth, and this is the battle for Touring 2. The lead is the black Corvette, and then the red Porsche Cayman in the background. Tim Moser versus Scott Sewell. Sewell had a lot of pace in the rain yesterday, but couldn't find a way around either Corvette. Ended up finishing third behind AP Miranda and Tim Moser, who both ran really, really, really strong races in the wet for those Corvettes as well, taking the wins and second. Like Sewell trying to find a little bit more pace. There's that debris that we're talking about. And yes, it does look like you wouldn't want to hit it, but it's blowing around a lot. It's definitely soft.
Yeah, that could be like an inner fender liner or something like that. So that won't be there very long is my thought. So anybody interested in the history of GT racing around here, check our chat. I'm not going to have time to go through it, but Ed Forrest is dropping a whole bunch of great nuggets. Take a moment and read that. He's seems like a long-time fan of this area's racing, and he's got a lot of great information. Nice history. So thank you, Ed.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I know Ed shared a little earlier. He was racing in H production, I think, from 1970 to 1979. So that's a lot of history. Probably actually saw this place pop up because it was built in 1976.
Yeah, when you hear someone talking about A production and B production, you know they've been around the sport for a long time. So, all right, we're at 14 minutes to go here. Things have kind of stabilized. Charlie Peter, though, Dane Smith is not driven away, still within 0.6 of a lead, so he is taking advantage of maybe a little bit of a draft off that GT1 car in front. That wouldn't be an implausible idea.
Yeah, it's unlikely, especially here at Hallett, but I do think it's probably the traffic. As the GT1 car just doesn't have a chance to stretch its legs anywhere, as they're going to be consistently coming across this traffic. Next two cars in line are a Touring 1 Cayman and an American sedan Mustang.
The Ligier also was a car that went out early yesterday in the rain, and it's gotten through obviously the first half of this race, and so that's another good day for Eric Presbury as well in that LMP3 car. Lots of traffic for everyone to start negotiating. Many different ways that these cars make speed, and some pretty wild speed differences in these cars as well. Taking a minute while we've been talking about the cars up front, let's take and talk a little bit about T1. We've got two cars in T1, Michael Pettiford and Richard Grant. That's the running order there. Looking at T2, there are Tim Moser, Scott Sewell, and Amy Wilson, your top three there. And Scott Sewell's right up with Tim Moser, so there's a battle worth keeping a little bit of an eye on. The Corvette and Porsche Cayman, they're the two battling for the T2 lead at the moment. We've talked about GTX. It's just Eric Presby and Greg Schneiderman. There's a 17. A lot to talk about. We've got, I think, a couple cars in A sedan. Ross Murray's got a 29-second lead over Tim White. And Andy Schneidermeyer is in third. And then our only car right now in GT1 is Dane Smith. So that's how they stand up now with 12 minutes to go.
We talked a lot, Brian, in the Formula race about Hans Peter knocking on the door after a 20-year track record stood, got it by a couple of hundredths of a second, and now his son, Charlie Peter, gets the same bragging right. He just cleared the track record in GT2 by 0.01 and some change. By barely 2 hundredths of a second did he go quicker than the previous track record of a 1:15.03.
And how long had that track record stood?
It doesn't say here on the supplemental
Okay.
regulations. It just says what the track record published is.
You know, kids gotta work to outdo dad. I love that. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
"11 minutes to go here."
Ooh, awkward moments between a couple of GT2 cars. That's John Atwell lapping one of the Pano's Esperantes. That should be, actually, let's see. There we go. Jeff Wilt, excuse me, in the red Esperante GTS. But Atwell, having led and been on pole and led the first couple of corners of this race, is back up to third in class. The next car in his crosshairs is second place in GT2. That's Lonnie Hostetler. But Lonnie is 9 seconds up the road last time across the timing and scoring loop. It's a big chasm to cover, but he's got 10 minutes to do it. It's not completely implausible, but it's very unlikely, I think.
Yeah, there's about a second and a half gap between the fastest lap for Atwell and the fastest lap for Hostetler. So, yeah, that's going to be tough. It's, you know, if Hostetler has a little moment, has a hard time getting through traffic at some point in time, that might help out. John Atwell just purple in Sector 1, and he had a personal best through the speed trap, so he is on a hot lap right now. We'll keep an eye on that. That's not good news for Hostetler.
No,
Just trying to get to the finish line, yeah.
Yeah, really on a tear. Here's the battle for fourth, though. Robert Kacprowitz in the Ford Mustang and John Brown in the 911 Cup car are duking it out side by side on the racetrack. Well, nose to tail, let's say, as Brown has found some pace and has closed down on Robert Kacprowitz by quite a bit in the last couple of laps. Porsche is coming quick.
All right, a personal best in Sector 2 for Atwell, which is 2 seconds faster than Hostetler. So he's gonna pick up probably a second and a half here, maybe, on this lap if he can keep it up through Sector 3. And he has made up a bunch of time here. It is now a 7-second lead.
And he just absolutely obliterated the track record as well. A 14 flat, 14.002. Charlie Peter had gone a little bit quicker, but now he needs to go a whole heck of a lot quicker. The purple Mustang is absolutely flying right now.
Now Pops is on the radio to Charlie Peter. Hey, kid, get your foot down. Got to get that lap record back. I wonder if that's how they're deciding who's buying dinner tonight.
Whoever beats the record by the most. Yeah,
exactly.
I like that. Exactly. So there's Hostetler in the white Camaro. Yep. And there is Atwell in the purple Mustang. That is not a huge gap, Brian.
It is not. And, you know, it seems like the gap's a lot less when you can see the car in front of you.
Right.
When you actually can see the rabbit, I don't know why, but I drive faster when I can see the car. So that's a huge advantage, and I got to tell you, Hostetler got to look out. Atwell's coming.
The bigger thing with this is not necessarily the raw pace, but it's the pace you make through traffic. Lonnie Hostetler does not have the luxury of taking much time to get by at cars as he comes close to them. John Atwell's been like a hot knife through butter every time he comes across somebody, and he's going to get a nice gift here to just be able to motor past this next American sedan car. The American sedan driver also doing a really nice heads-up job to drive out across the racetrack and stay out of the way. That's Andy Schneidermeyer getting to driver's left and then closes back in from third in American sedan. But the difference at the line last time through, Hostetler a 1:19.1, Atwell a 1:16.9. That is a lot of time gain.
Yeah, Atwell made up another 3 tenths in Sector 1 here, waiting for the Sector 2 times to come through now. That's the big telltale. Sector 2 is the biggest chunk of this racetrack. Well, Hostetler just down his personal best in Sector 2, but still a whole second, now most of a second slower than Atwell. So Hostetler knows he's coming. He's trying, but I don't know if he's got enough in that Camaro to hold off that Mustang.
6.5 minutes to go. I also noticed Dane Smith slipped out of the overall race lead for GT1.
Oh, that's true.
He's still on the racetrack, I think. But Charlie Peter is scored now as the overall leader once again in the GT2 car. Atwell, fastest Sector 3 of anybody on the racetrack. A 14.7 is the lap time. Oh, a huge slide into turn 1. He's pushing so hard. A big flat slide through the apex is going to slow him down just a little bit, though.
Oh, there's a car off there. Is that Charlie Peter?
No, that is Sewell out of T2.
No, you're right. Yep.
So look at how it happened. Just way too deep on the brakes and loses the back end at the very latest stage of the braking zone.
You also have to think that there's probably some marbles out there that have developed over the day, and once you get a little offline, came back and almost got into that Camaro. Thankfully, they kept apart.
Oh, look how busy this is. This is really going to affect GT2. We also have our American sedan leader in this pack of cars, as well as a couple Touring 2 cars. But let's try to keep an eye specifically on John Atwell in the background. Gets pinched to the inside at turn 9, absolutely parked by Scott Sewell. That's going to give a couple of seconds back to Lonnie Hostetler, who gets through before turn 9. Look at how aggressive John Atwell is being with this traffic.
Yeah, definitely. Hostetler got through that a lot better than John Atwell, but that may not be enough with 5 minutes to go. We'll look at the gap at the line now. This time it's now going back up to 4 seconds, a little less than 4 seconds. Good news for Hostetler, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. So close. It's just so hard to pick your way through traffic. You know, all these thought about going left. Now he's gone right and get around that car.
Trying to get around Amy Wilson. Didn't lose too much time, but each one of these little delays is just going to be getting under Atwell's skin more and more and more. Has to really try to stay calm. Frustration just equals less bandwidth when you're in the cockpit of one of these race cars. Michael Pettiford, your Touring 1 leader in the yellow Corvette, motors around the Touring 2 Pontiac Solstice, just in time for Atwell to clear him.
All right, Atwell's got around a couple of more, and now he's got a bit of clear track to make up a little time here. When they come across the line this time, it does look like maybe a little bit closer. We'll know the clock doesn't lie. Stetler's going to go through first, and we'll get Atwell. Last time it was about 4 seconds, the gap between the two cars. This time, the gap between the two cars is right about 4 seconds again, about 3.5. So didn't make up much on that lap, and there's only 3:30 left, Tom. Time's running out.
Yeah, really a couple of frustrating moments in traffic there for Atwell, but now they've got probably a half a lap or more of clear track down into turn 2 and up into turn 3. Hostetler walking the car on the throttle all the way out to track left, exiting turn 3 up into turn 4. He's got to find a way through at this most difficult section of racetrack. If he catches them into turn 6, this might be perfect timing for Hostetler. He needs to buy a lottery ticket after this race because he's going to catch him on the back straight yet again.
Sounds
big
like
spin.
Sewell. Yeah, Scott Sewell just had another moment. Oh, there's another car in turn 4 coming off. That's the 124 car of Jeff Witt in the Panos. Let's see how he last. Oh, I see what happened. Car coming underneath and he didn't see him. Or maybe he did see him and tried to make room and just got off wide. Just previous to that, Scott Sewell did something sounds like similar in that turn 1 section as well. back at that gap now from Sewell or Atwater and Hope by, and look at that. It's not 3.5 seconds now, Tom.
Nope, John Atwell is there. Lonnie Hostetler runs a little bit wide. Nice point by for your leader from Touring 2. Puts the hand up out. Lets him know I'm going to let you go up the inside for turn number 5. That gets both cars through and clear. Nice heads-up driving from Tim Moser there in the Corvette. Oh, and it looks like Atwell's going to show the nose up the inside for turn 6. Are they side by side as they re-enter our camera frame? Any second now. Atwell has made it through, back to second position in GT2 after being backwards on lap 1. Really impressive drive.
Yeah, what a great run. Still a long ways back from Charlie Peter, but after that big moment on the early laps to then fight back to turn 2, absolutely impressive performance by John Atwell.
And he's very nearly going to catch Dane Smith, who seems to be having some issues in that car, running a couple seconds off the fastest laps it's capable of. That's the white and blue Corvette working its way through turn 1. Eric Presby has gone through for second overall in the race and up to, it continues to lead, the GTX class in the Ligier.
I think next time by, I'm hearing that we're going to get the white flag for Charlie Pete. Turn 11 is the one thing I can see. Turn 10 is the one thing I can see out my window here. So it's just going to turn 10 now to be coming into our view. And there he is coming out at turn 10. White flag is in the air. Charlie Peters got one more lap to go back to back here for 2 wins in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Eric Presley, impressive in that GTX car. He's going to have a chance here to potentially come home in second place. Dane Smith trying to hunt him down a little bit, but he has had to slow that car down a little bit. I haven't said much about Presby, but that's been a pretty impressive drive to get up to second place and stay there. Definitely not the pace in that Corvette that we saw earlier on Dane Smith, but he doesn't have anyone else at the top of this leaderboard at all in the GT1 class, so he's good there.
Right. Yeah, he's dropped almost 30 seconds back from Charlie Peters, so certainly nursing that car home. And since we've talked so much about track records, first of all, look up SCCA time trials. That's all track records at time trials, SCCA time trials on the website. Go ahead.
Car went off, I think, trying to put a wheel off, trying to be generous and kind, and almost lost it.
Oh, got it back. I missed that one, but I was going to point out Eric Presby picked up the track record there. A win for Charlie Peter. Sorry if Brian got over you there, but Charlie Peter taking the win, sweeps the weekend in GT2.
All good. GT2 winner across the line. Eric Presby's coming across the line in GTX to take the win there. Next car to present the checkered flag is going to be Dane Smith. He'll be your GT1 class winner. Now that impressive one by John Atwater to come and catch up and be, did Hostetler get back around Atwater? It looks like Hostetler. No, it is Atwell. Atwell, then Hostetler. So what a great drive for Atwell to come back from that early spin and get back into a second place podium position in GT2. All right, let's take a look at some of our other classes here as we get our final cars across the line. In A sedan, your winner is Ross Murray. Tim White will finish second. Andy Schneidermayer's third, with David Henderson in fourth. GT1, like we said, Dane Smith the only car. He'll finish first there. GT2, your top 5, Charlie Peter, John Atwell, Lonnie Hostetler, Robert Kasperwitz, then John Brown in GT2, followed by GTX, our 2 cars there. Eric Presbury comes in second overall and first in class. He is your GTX class winner. Gary Schneiderman is in second, or Greg Schneiderman. Now to T1, we had 2 cars there. Michael Petterford finishes first, Richard Grant second. And in T2, Tim Moser takes the win. Amy Wilson in second. Scott Sewell comes in third, followed by John Agro and Kungsheng Ye. So that's going to do it for us here in Group 6. One more race to go before we say goodbye to Hallett for 2026. Great hosts for us here. We'll be back for this last race. Stay with us, everyone.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Hi there, John Hainsworth from Vineland, New Jersey. This is my number 95 E-Production RX-7. When I bought this car 7 years ago, I knew it was a special car. I knew it was going to take a lot of work, but it's the best thing I've ever done in racing. I was able to get in a top flight car for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, it took a little work. It was so worth it. I would do this 100 times over, and I would recommend if you have an opportunity to buy a previously front-running car, take a look at it, see what it would take, give it a shot. It can be well worth the effort. A car that was this fast prior to being put away for a couple years, they have a lot of secrets to them. First rules do no harm. You don't want to start ripping out all the special parts that the people before you had put in there for good purpose. You have to see what's working and what isn't. And once you figure out the weak parts, fix them, and then figure out what makes the car go fast. The transmission was definitely one of the things that makes this car go fast. But again, no manual. So you got to find out who built the transmission, who helped maintain the transmission, where do you get the parts, where do you get the bearings. The motor is the same motor that was in there, except it's been rebuilt a couple times. In the 7 years that I've campaigned this car, I'd say just about every single part has been replaced at least once. But a couple parts need to get replaced every few weekends. You need to figure out what they are so you can be reliable on the track and make your track time count. When we started taking a look at some of the aerodynamic aspects of the car, the front splitter that came with it, there's a lot of different pieces. I wasn't sure exactly how they went together, and I knew there was a different solution. So this is one of the aspects of the car that I had confidence in changing myself, and I knew I really wasn't doing any harm. We've campaigned RX-7s for quite a number of years. So this is actually a splitter that we used on our ITS RX-7. So it was a part that we actually downgraded from what was on there, but it was reliable, it was predictable, and it was one of those no-nonsense things. We just knew it was going to work, put a splitter on that we knew about, and it was going to work. When it came to suspension, I used what I had on there, just because it worked for the previous owner. Just don't start pulling parts out and throwing in new parts until you see if you got good stuff. It might not look pretty, but it might work really well. The seat, your pedal box, your distance to the wheel and the shifter, they're all critical. I did not like the pedal box when I got this car, but the good news is I know the way you can make a pedal box feel in an RX-7. So we applied that to my pedals. Wheel spacer, help bring the wheel right to where I needed it. It's natural, it's exactly where it belongs, and you can go fast if you're comfortable. When I started working on the car, you could tell it had good bones. There were a lot of really well thought out aspects to it. It just needed to be refreshed. You put a little TLC into it, and you can put it right back up at the front where it was initially designed to be.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee Region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
Back here live for our final race of the weekend, Group 7, STU, STL, T3, and T4. 35 minutes, 27 laps. Let's get to our starting lineups. On the front row, we've got David Fiorelli and Chris Edens, 2 STU cars. Going on to row number 2, Steven Johnson and Michael Pettiford, both in T3 cars. Now to row number 3, at least one more T3 car, Jeff Ryan in that BMW 330 with Ryan Gutile in the STU car in row number 3. Now row number 4, Amy Mills and Charlie Mathis, both also in STL cars. And on to row number 5, Austin Rowland and Eric Prill, your 2 fast cars in T4. Peter Davis and James Eben will take up row number 6. One of them, Peter Davis in an STL car, Eben in a T4 car. Row number 7, Michael Kopecki in an STL Miata with Leanne Falk in a T4 Mazda 3. And in row number 8, Whit Gregg in his STU Mazda Miata. That's how they're going to line up for this final race of the weekend here at Hallett. Tom, this was in the wet yesterday, so these guys and gals are really happy to have some dry racetrack today.
We still had some great duels either way. Based on the lap times in qualifying, I should say, we're expecting some great duels here. Really looking forward to the Touring 3 battle. Really looking forward to STL. Looking forward to T4. It looks like STU will be relatively uncontested, unfortunately, for David Fiorelli there in the Mustang, but he still has things like track records, personal bests, and car improvements to chase as we come to the green flag for this final race of the weekend.
Here they come around turn 10, pace car on pit lane, heading down towards our starter stand, looking for a green flag, and they're going to get it on board with Ryan Gutile here as he goes up through the gears down towards turn 1 on the inside. We'll see what opens up. He's got that Pontiac Stolzfus right in front of him, and the flat-out car 114 there as well of Amy Mills. And she's looking for a good run after getting punted off the track during the Spec Miata race. Looking for a good run here in her STL car. There is Pettiford in that Stolzfus trying to make his way up through the field. Moves into second place, and he will be chasing, I guess, Steven Johnson.
Yeah, look at that. All 3 Touring 3 cars, the BMW, the Nissan, and the Pontiac, have all gone through on the Mustang, the STU car. David Fiorelli, a bit of a slow, casual start for that driver there. And then behind them, Amy Mills leading STL in the black Miata. Then your leader in Touring 4, the Porsche Boxster of Austin Rowland, who's put 3 cars between himself and his next contender, Eric Prill.
Mills has that Rowland Boxster between her and her closest competition, Ryan Gutile, so she'd love to keep him in the middle there. That famous buffer car that I like to talk about. I think, though, Rowland's going to probably push past and go up because he was really fast in that Porsche Boxster earlier today. And there he is looking to make the pass going into turn 10. And Ryan Gutile's trying to follow through to get past on Amy Mills. Not quite there just yet, and they're going to drag race down to turn 1 side by side. Gutile pushes his way through there and is able to get on by right now. Amy Mills going to slide in right behind him as they go up the hill towards turn 2. And now side by side again. Amy Mills fights back to go on the inside into 2 and able to get through there. Now she can try to get the dig off at 2 and make the run down to turn 4. But fighting back is Ryan Gutile on the inside. He's got the better angle going through this set of corners. On board now with Gutile. Amy Mills going to slot in right behind. Now we'll see when she tries to fight back.
Yeah, I think she could have slammed the door if she really wanted to at turn 2, but she opened up the radius for turn 3 just enough to let Gutile do this, make his own mistake, and give her a run back at it. They're going to be side by side again into turn 5, and they're holding up Eric Prill and James Eben from Touring 4. Look at Mills really flirting with the track limit. That rippled curb out there can let the car get away from you really quick if you're not on top of it. She loses time on the exit. As a result, Gutile slams it from 3rd to 4th. to try to pick the position back up. He's got the preferred line this time through. and starts the corner just a little bit further ahead than last lap. Look at the gap all this battling has created for the Porsche Boxster of Austin Rowland. It's also got James Eben an opportunity to slip through on Eric Prill. The MX-5 goes through on the on the Mazda RX-8 in Touring 4.
Rowland, the driver who skipped his race yesterday to go home and do his senior prom, came back on a flight at 5 a.m. this morning to get here for qualifying. He is now in the lead of T4 and driving away from the rest of his classmates here, his racing classmates versus his high school classmates, looking to get the win here if he can hold on for another 30 minutes.
Prom and a podium celebration in the same weekend. Has a nice ring to it, that's for sure, Brian. And Ryan Gutile, now that he's through on Amy Mills, has pulled out maybe a 3 to 4 car lengths advantage. Wind still gusting as a headwind right here, then a side wind down this long straightaway. They look similar, but they are not. The two MX-5s, the blue and the black. One is an STL, your race leader there. The other is second place in Touring 4. Less modifications, a much more stock car, and feeling impatient, flashing the headlights.
He can flash the headlights all he wants, but Amy Mills has no desire to get out of the way because she wants to keep within touch of that blue car in front of her. That is her main competition, Ryan Gutile, in that Mazda, in that Mazda. But now that James Eben car kind of pushes through on the inside, and a couple of other cars are going to try to follow through as well. Not what Amy Mills was hoping for. She's going to get now 2 or 3 cars between her and Ryan Gutile.
And Prill is going to try to show it as well. Mills leaves him just a little bit of space, but carries the outside. Probably just a little bit more straight line speed in that Miata when it's uninhibited. Does pull away from the RX-8 just slightly.
Yeah, as I say, that put him in a try to get around and go and move through here as they get through 2 and 3. Steven Johnson, your race leader, out front in his Nissan 350. Michael Pettiford in second place, 1.8 seconds back, trying to catch up and do the best he can there. David Fiorelli is now nicely in third place, the first place car in STU. Jeff Bryan has moved up to T3, third place, and he is trying to get around Fiorelli. Actually, I think he's about 5 seconds back from Fiorelli at this point.
Yeah, he slipped back after getting past, but Michael Pettiford had a really nice final sector there and pulled in on Steven Johnson down into turn 1 now. The 350Z Nismo leads the race, and the Pontiac Solstice XP, it's got a turbo in it, so it's not a slouch in the straights either. One of these Pontiac Solstice won the national championship with Marshall Mast at the wheel. I don't remember if that was last year or the year prior, but either way, the car is very competitive in this Touring 3 class. The 350Z is also no slouch, one of the go-tos, as well as the 370Z Nismo, also eligible for this class. And Pettiford is just kind of coming ever so closer, just a little bit.
Last lap, he was 0.5 of a second quicker. This lap, he's right there with him, so it looks like he's going to be a little closer on this time as well. When they come across the line, this time a 1.3 second lead, so about 0.2 faster for Pettiford.
Looks like Steven Johnson responding to the pressure, though. He's actually turned the session fastest sector 3 after he saw Pettiford kind of catching up. The fastest lap of the race for himself as well. The quickest car on the track is David Fiorelli in the STU Mustang. They're in third. After a, like I mentioned, somewhat more casual start, the rest of the Touring 3 cars had their hair on fire. He let them go and is now just going to settle into his own pace in the EcoBoost.
Yeah, he had a purple first sector, had a purple speed trap time of 107 miles per hour, so. And your race leader here coming into our view, that is Johnson. Pettiford right behind him. Does look like Johnson has found a little bit of pace, maybe realizing that it's a little too close for Kump to have that yellow car. So decided to give it just a tiny little oomph more this lap than last, or at least the last couple laps. That Solstice not slowing down, not giving up at all. This time as they come across the line, last time it was 1.3 seconds, this time 1.5 seconds. So Johnson a little better on the pace for this lap. Looking down through the field, Austin Rowland has opened up a pretty decent lead over the second place car in T4. Ryan Gutile, the lead over Amy Johnson is looking like it's about 3 seconds now. There's Gutile. Johnson's the third car in line here with a car in the middle. The car in the middle is James Eben in a different class. That's a T4 car. And then right behind them, you've got Eric Prill, Charles Mathis, and Peter Davis. So nice little gaggle of race cars there.
Yeah, it's an interesting train. It's STL T4, STL T4, STL, STL T4 running in that order. So really not a lot of opportunity for drivers to make a pass within class. They have to make a move through a car in a different class to get to their direct competitor, unless, like you mentioned, Mathis and Davis there at the back of the train in the white Miata and the red S2000.
Yep, and there is Gutile just pulling away ever so slightly, so he's taking advantage of this opportunity to have that buffer car between him and Amy Mills to slowly pull out a little more of a lead here. Coming up on 24 minutes to go here in our final race of the weekend. Some great racing here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Of course, their hospitality here is always fantastic. One of our great places to go and come and race, the Stevens family. Wonderful hosts of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Everyone's just kind of settling into their rhythm now.
Yeah, one of the things that drivers have to keep an eye on in these sessions, specifically in these lower touring categories and in super touring, is tire management. They're running the DOTR compound tires, most likely a Hoosier, and one of the restrictions, one of the ways that they balance these cars, a better way to think of it, is with wheel widths. A lot of them limited to something closer to a 7 or 8 inch wide wheel, which just means the tires are relatively small and often pinched just a little bit on these cars, rather than maybe some of the faster, bigger cars that are allowed to run 10 to 12 inch wide wheels. So that makes it that you have to really keep an eye on the tire temperatures. You have to either let them breathe or take your time at choosing when you really push them hard. Typically, you'd obviously want that to be towards the end of the race. So this is maybe just a bit of that cruise mode. They're not trying. That's absolutely not the case. They're still pushing very hard, but extracting that extra little bit out of the tire, adding a little bit of steering ratio extra, pushing the brakes that extra 10 feet later. That's for the end of the race, not the beginning.
And this temperatures right now, we're at 83 degrees. Long. The test day Friday didn't get up 83. Yesterday with the rain, we didn't get anywhere near 83. So these are conditions that they haven't had on the racetrack yet this weekend. So they're all trying to manage that part of the process as well. Your top 10 right now, Steven Johnson and Michael Pettiford in T3. David Fiorelli is in STU. He is a third place car, followed by the T3 car of Jeff Ryan. Then you've got Austin Rowland in T4. He's in a Porsche Boxster, followed by Ryan Gutile in STL. Then James Eben, a T4 car, is in 7th. The next STL car in 2nd place, Amy Mills in 8th. Then you've got the T4 car of Eric Prill in 9th, and an STL car in Charles Mathis in 10th place. All lined up one after another and swapping back and forth by classes, almost like the nuns in Catholic school planned it, right? I love it. And the T4 and STL cars are making surprisingly no movements on either of. They're making pace at about the same, not really gapping and doing any of that accordion type thing. So they're all pretty evenly matched here on this racetrack.
Yeah, these cars, especially when you don't have long straights to let the cars breathe. Certain cars, especially the STU and T3, have more power than STL and T4, right? But when you don't spend a whole lot of time on the throttle relative to the lap, then they all start to make very similar speed. To give you an idea, the fastest lap of the race is David Fiorelli's number 190 at a 122.5. The slowest lap of the race is only a 132 or so. So that's less than 10 seconds of a spread. Sometimes we've seen that within a class. Here we have it across the whole race.
For those of you who might not know what we're looking at here, so in the bottom right corner, obviously you've got your speedometer and everything, but what you're also seeing, that little red dot in the middle, that's a gyrometer. So as he goes through turns, it's kind of giving you a visual representation of the G's and where the different forces are going here as this car, when he hits the brakes, you'll see that red dot go towards the front of the car. When he gets on the gas coming out of a corner, you'll see it kind of go more towards the back of the car. And it's really fun to kind of watch this, especially when you pair it up with lap times. And if you've got an opportunity to have a teammate with a similar system, you can then compare that data. And it's really interesting to see how all of that comes together. And a lot of these drivers, Tom, you know this, are pulling data out of their ECUs and their data tracker units. And between races, there's a lot of tech in the background where people are looking at those numbers to see where they can go faster.
Oh yeah, it's really transformed motorsports over the last maybe 2 decades, maybe just slightly more at the highest ends. But typically was, back when I started road racing, professional racing cars did have data systems and amateur racing cars often did not. We're talking maybe 2013, 2014. Now, basically everybody who goes to a track day has a data system in their car of some kind. Maybe it's just a free phone app, and that obviously works just a little bit less than some of these high-end systems. But if you can integrate it to the car, obviously we have throttle position, brake position, G-forces, RPM, a full track map. It knows where he is on the circuit. There's a whole lot of information available to the driver, and the more information, the easier it is to suss through how to go a little bit quicker. And it's really brought, I think, the opportunity to be a good driver up or down. It's made it easier to become a good driver if you know how to look at the data.
Yeah, when I started, my mother was my data acquisition specialist, and the system we used was made by Timex. So it was just a stopwatch back in the day.
Right. Ooh, big bump that Amy Mills just found with the right front, trying to open up the entry for turn 10. You saw the whole front suspension pound there. Eric Prill has yet to find a way through. He has a disadvantage down the straightaways in that Touring 4 car, a little bit lower, I guess higher power to weight ratio than the Super Touring light car in front. And otherwise probably very similar on the lap time, but just doesn't quite have the opportunity to make the pass. Also doesn't have the pace to run with the leader of the class, Austin Rowland in the Boxster, who is now 10 seconds up the road from these cars that we're watching now.
Yeah, Austin Rowland, obviously, I'm guessing that's a car he's driven before. This is the first time Eric Prill's been in that Mazda RX-8. So, even being a national champion, a multiple-time national champion, and having, I'm going to guess, 1,000 laps here at Hallett, there's no substitute for his time in a particular car. So, definitely, he's had a big learning curve this weekend. Tells me he has enjoyed it. Which is always fun to get into a new race car, but lots to learn no matter what your experience level is.
Yeah, the driver on the tear right now in Touring 4, though, is James Eben, who runs second, the black MX5. It's going to come over this hill just now, has started to close in just a little bit on Austin Rowland. Last time by was nearly a second faster. And this time by is also on a couple of good sectors. Took 3/10 out so far in this lap. We'll see what they turn across the start-finish line. Rowland a 127.5, Eben a 126.3. That's another 1.2 seconds that he's gained on his class leader in one lap.
All right, we're about at halfway point here of this race, so let's take a break, our final break of the race weekend, and then when we come back, the rest of our final race here. You're listening to and watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, Forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back here live at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and while we're gone, David Fiorelli decided he wanted to put the hammer down here and has retaken the lead with the purple lap of 121.962. Has gotten around Steven Johnson, and kind of surprised that he didn't stay in the lead to start with, Tom, but he decided he wants the lead back now.
Yep, and pulled out about 5 seconds over the leader in Touring 3, that sort of rainbow psychedelic 350Z down into turn 2. Steven Johnson has also pulled away nicely from Michael Pettiford, who had early pressure for the lead of the race in that yellow Pontiac Solstice, but has slipped back actually towards the clutches of Jeff Ryan, who's found some pace late in the race. We also have James Eben in Touring 4 on a serious charge towards Austin Rowland, who's the yellow Porsche Boxster, coming into this corner in just a little bit of time. They're actually about 20 seconds back, so they're quite a ways, but here's a look at it. Car in between is Ryan Gutile. That's your STL leader. With that black MX5, I mean, the math is going to be tough on this one. The time is ticking down on this race, but he's been consistently quicker than the Porsche Boxster for the class.
Yeah, and it looks like Gutile's been a little bit quicker as well, so he's slowly been chopping away at that lead, and he's right now there. And he will, at some point in time, probably try to make a move on Rowland as well. Not being from the same class, there's not a whole lot of reason to fight except for having that buffer car between the two of you, which can be helpful with 10 minutes and 55 seconds to go. We're now getting to the point where you start defending a little harder for some of these positions because we're coming to the final moments of this race.
We'll move to the inside. It looks like an issue for Eric Prill in the RX-8 after running third in this race. Drops to the back. It's hard to tell if that was a sportsman move to let some STL cars through and see if they can catch Amy Mills or if that was a mechanical issue, but he's back to pace now. Ooh, big fireball out of the rotary. Love that.
Yeah, I love to see rotaries with that little bit of flame coming out of the tailpipe or the side pipe, depending on where it's placed. Take a chance here for a second to thank all of our associate producers in the chat. Gotta tell you, Patrick Lipsinick has been a rock star for us this weekend, keeping on top of all the track records going down. And Ed Forrest with his history lesson for the racing in this region. Go back, even after we're done. You know, these races are on YouTube forever. So if you didn't catch a race today, you can absolutely go back and look at it later. And also the chats come up as well. So lots of fun. I learned a lot of stuff today that I didn't know coming into here. So that's a lot of fun. So I also want to big thank you to all of the corner workers, all the staff out here from different regions that help us put these on, as well as the track staff here at Hallett. It's been a great weekend here.
Definitely a lot of fun to watch. It's kind of flown by for me. I got to be honest, Brian. It's been a really fun weekend of racing. I think we have a battle for second maybe brewing in STL as well after Eric Prill moved over to let the third and fourth place cars of Charles Mathis and Peter Davis go through, the white Miata and the red S2000. They both gained on Amy Mills by nearly over a second. Ooh, and off at the top of the lap. Steven Johnson is off the racetrack. Michael Pettiford is your new leader in Touring 3, but that Z, it almost looked wounded, like it had a broken suspension piece or something, moving quite slowly.
Yes.
Through the grass. Something is not, right front is wobbling on that car. I think in the camera shot, it's not my camera lying to me. Something is awry with that Z, and that's unfortunate. He was going to win the race.
Yeah, definitely a slower car. Not sure whether the spun caused it or it caused the spin. Is he going to be able to limp it? It maybe into there's a nice cutout here on the left to see. He might pull in there. If he knows his track well enough, he'll know that, yep, there is exactly where he's pulling in. Nice job. Sad that he had to fall out of this race, but really nice job to be able to get off the track and not have to cause a full course yellow situation for us, so we can keep this race green for the next 8 minutes, hopefully, all the way to the finish. And that makes Pettiford your new leader. It also moves Jeff Ryan into third place, and at some point in time, or into second place, and at some point in time, we're going to have, let's see, was there only 3 T3 cars? It looks like, yep. It looks like, and he's been out there enough, so Steven Johnson will still end up with a podium finish, even though he's not going to finish the race. But that's just a sad way for it to go from first place down to third.
Yeah, it really is. But in STL, the battle has come together. Amy Mills in the black with pink has been caught by Charles Mathis and Peter Davis. The fastest of the three has been Charles Mathis for 2 laps in a row as the fastest lap of the race last time through for his personal records there, 126.6. This is going to be interesting for second, third, and fourth in class with 7 minutes remaining.
All right, well, we will watch this battle as it plays out. And in the leader of this class, Ryan Gutile, has pretty much checked out with a pretty big lead here. And he was also catching, he's almost caught the Austin Rowland. He's got no really reason to push it to get around him at that point. And James Evans' march to the top in T4 has kind of been slowed down a little bit as well in the last few laps.
Yeah, that has stabilized. He took 4/10 out of Austin Rowland's lead at the last lap, but it still has not come that close together. The Porsche Boxster and the black MX5 there in the camera shot. Also, interestingly enough, Amy Mills has lit the wick. She turned in her fastest Sector 1 of the race, her fastest Sector 2 of the race just now. It's like she saw the cars coming and went, oh, I got to go. And now she's going.
Yep. Or somebody on the radio went, hey, go. Don't look now, but there's somebody in your rearview mirror you don't want to get let past you. So Mills in the black Miata with the pink headlights. Then you've got Mathis and Peter Davis, the next two cars. Eric Prill, just watching the entertainment value, is the fourth car in line here, this blue one here. He's not going to end up catching either Eben or Rowland in this race, so he can kind of be a spectator here as this three-car battle for second place in STL plays out right in front of him. Five minutes and 27 seconds to go. Carl Giesk, is Steven Sant the one who was SCCA president? I do not believe that there's any relationship there now. This is a cool little section of racetrack there. I've enjoyed watching the cars dance through that section all for the last, especially in the rain. It was fun to watch the cars dance through that section.
Yeah, it's one of the sections of racetrack that kind of puts the car off kilter when you're going really fast. You have the car completely loaded through a decreasing right-hander, and then you have to flick it back to the left. It's really easy to underdo it. It's really easy to overdo it. You got to get it just right. Back at the overall lead, David Fiorelli knifing under Whitfield Gregg. Lap traffic for him. Michael Pettiford is leading Touring 3 in the yellow Pontiac Solstice. Then Jeff Ryan is still within striking distance, only about 2.5 seconds back at the line last time through. I did that math wrong, about 3 seconds back.
Yeah, striking distance, yes, but with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, you're getting to the point where the striking might not happen at this point.
Right.
Time ticking away. Sun's starting to go down too. That could be a bit of an issue as they come towards turn 2. Sun will be in their eyes a little bit, but I don't think it's directly in their eyes today. $3.48. 3 minutes and 48 cents. It's 48 seconds left here. Peter Davis has taken over the third place spot in STL, gotten around Charles Mathis. Amy Mills has opened up now a 4-second lead back to that, so she is not in any danger at the moment here.
Interesting. Yeah, that red S2000 has gone through on the Miata. STL, you're allowed to run any engine within the manufacturer of the chassis that you're running up to 2 liters. So that S2000 running a 2-liter Honda motor. The Miata could be running anywhere between the stock 1.6 motor all the way up to 2 liters, and it just gets heavier or lighter depending on the displacement. Good little move there for Peter Davis to get through after starting this weekend. Again, rolled the car off the trailer with no brakes. Didn't know why. Got the thing fixed and is out here on the podium.
Yeah, you always wonder how that happens. But yeah, sometimes you just got to take care of what the situation is that presents you.
We have a theory amongst... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
We have a theory amongst my friends. You put a cage in a race car and stuff just randomly breaks after that. They're not correlated, but somehow they are.
Yeah.
After you install that roll cage.
I was going to say, presumably the car had brakes when it went on the trailer. So I just wonder if something's been during transit or something. Who knows? So maybe rattled off a brake bleeder nipple. So Fiorelli, Pettiford, Ryan, Rowland, and Butal, your top 5 here as we get to our last 2 minutes of this race. Eben, Mills, Davis, Mathis, and Prill. That's the rest of your top 10. This very interesting smattering of hometowns. Also, we've got cars from Texas, Colorado, Georgia, Wisconsin, Washington, Kansas, and Nebraska in the top 11. So People from all over the country coming to Hallett to enjoy this little piece of gold. Mills doing a nice job of holding off those cars as we get to the final few laps here. I think the white flag should come out next time by for David Fiorelli. I think they're actually waiting for him to cross right now. That's why we're sitting here. We should see Fiorelli coming into our view any second here. There he is. Fiorelli and the second place car, which is Michael Pettiford, but they are different classes. All three of these cars, or actually these two cars in different classes. Jeff Ryan trying like the Dickens to catch Pettiford on this final lap, but I think he's too far back at this point. All right, on our final lap here at Hallett, Fiorelli in control. Pettiford also not being pressured at all by Jeff Ryan, but that is 1 and 2 in T3. Nice and smooth for these front three drivers as they work their way through that final lap. And I just noticed the Fiorelli car, I believe that's the one with the offset rear wing as well. I don't think I've talked about that yet this weekend. The rules state you have to have a certain length wing, but they don't stipulate where that wing is mounted. So it's mounted off to the right to get it out in the air just a little bit more. I have a feeling there might be a rule change, but not in the next rule book or two, Tom.
Yeah, it's been that way for 3 years though. So
has it really?
Seems to have flown under the radar. I've always wondered about, the air wraps around the hood and it gets more efficient at the sides of the wing there. So if you put more of the wing out to the side, I don't know what that does if there's no wing on the other side. Doesn't seem to bother him too much. So he comes up onto the front straight to take his win for the weekend. David Fiorelli in STU and Michael Pettiford with a win in Touring 3 over Jeff Ryan. Good race for all three of them.
Yeah, Jeff Ryan had a spectacular weekend in that BMW, so good for him. Coming around now, we've got Austin. Oh, that's going to be one of our slower cars. The next car in class we should be looking for is the Porsche Boxster of Austin Rowland. And there he is now coming into the turn 10. And right behind him is your STL class winner, at least if he can get through the last corner. Ryan Gutile all the way from California. Massera, California is going to come to Hallett, Oklahoma to take a Super Tour win. He gets the job done. Coming in next across the line is James Eben. He is your T4 second place car. And then your final spot on the podium, there she is, Amy Mills, third place in STL as she crosses the line with a couple of cars behind her. Charles Mathis, Peter Davis, and then you'll get Eric Prill fell down in the last few laps down the order, so the next car by should be Michael Kopecki and Leanne Falk. That's the way they finish up here, Tom.
Yeah, Amy Mills actually second and Charles Mathis third. That's a good podium for the Miata. Got back through on Peter Davis. Those two swapped positions a couple times. We might have missed that on our camera shots, but a good battle between the Miata and the S2000 driver as the track will go cold for the final time for the SCCA Super Tour weekend here in the 2026 edition at least. And man, put Hallett on your list. If you're a motorsports enthusiast, I know it's a little bit of a trip for most of the country, but if you're anywhere near the center, it's totally worth it.
You're watching our broadcast and you have not signed up for Portland or Mid-Ohio, registrations for both of those events are open for both drivers and workers, so come on out to both of those. Super Tour action is great at both those events. The Portland event, actually both of them, fantastic events. Portland always ends up on Mother's Day weekend, so a good opportunity to come and get some big points if you need them for your Super Tour points chasing pleasure, so head out for that as well. Any final thoughts before we go, Tom?
Just looking forward to Portland, as you mentioned. In 2 weeks' time, we also hit Mid-Ohio, as you mentioned. Then we, in June, hit Road America and Watkins Glen, rounding out the Super Tour season at Barber in August. If you're near any of those racetracks, look up on the website or maybe your local SCCA region, see if they allow spectators or maybe even entrants if you're a road racer. We'd love to see you out here.
All right, on behalf of the SCCA and all of the folks here at Hallett, also our executive producer, Brendan Kaczmarek, our director, Jordan Worth, and for Tom O'Gorman, I'm Brian Bielanski. Have yourself a great week. Have fun, stay safe, and go play with cars.